is universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come.
There's no room for discussion, friend.
Guess what? Come.
Come.
It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Riverboat Jack. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. How we doing, folks? How are we doing? Hello, Erica. Hello, Tristan MB. Hello, Bread into Toast. How are you living, my friend? Hello, BioWolf13. Hello. You don't want to ask what happened to the other 12. Hello, Carly. Hello, Neonrat. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, Kaylin. Hello, Walking Neon Carpet. Hello, Patrick Lucas. Hello, Zell Rex. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Lee Kestner. Hello, Loquification. Hello, Hrundo. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Sorry You're Blue. Hello, Phoebe the Floof. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Archangel DeKalb. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, one and all folks. Hello, Cyrus Mob Hunter 445. Hello, Ginger. I feel like I need to say Ginger. I need to say it gingerly. Hello, Ectobiologist. Hello, Cursed Chaos. I'm doing absolutely above zero right now. Well, that's positive. Sorely walks into chat. Hi, Lady Ringcloud. Better watch where you're going. You bumped into chat. Hello, everyone. You missed yesterday because of work, but watch the hearing later. Sounds like Judge Seeney's is not having Trump's shit. No, and we're going to talk about another judge that is not having any of Trump's shit today. Hello, Andreas Lanu. Hello, the Big Cheese. Just how on fire is everything? You know, it's still pretty goddamn on fire. But, you know, despite that, I am feeling a bit more hopeful today, oddly enough. And I don't really know what to put my finger on here. Maybe it's the fact that the courts are increasingly, you know, waking up to what is happening, or at least they seem to be. You know, that might be where we're at. Maybe it's because Harvard and other elite institutions like MIT are finally starting to be roused from their slumber to act. I don't know. I feel like more people are waking up too. Yeah, I mean, like, things we're kind of like we're on the precipice of things materially getting much worse. Does that make sense? And so it's nice to see things I don't know, moving. Are we gonna watch the Imps diss track? I don't know what that is, but if you link it, and I assume that has something to do with the Australia debate, which we will be watching. You guys can get my highly uneducated opinion as an American with zero knowledge of what's happening on the LNP, the Liberal National Party. Yes. If you link it, I will come. Low Clarity. Hello, Blue X. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Josh. Hello. Wait, Australia debate? Yes, there are, despite popular opinion otherwise in the United States at least, elections in the in Australia for the Prime Minister. Similarly, there are elections in Canada coming up, and we might as well watch that debate as well. You know, try and keep abreast of everything that's happening out in the wider world. There's so much I want to go over, though, like so much. So we're gonna try our best to get through this. It's a lot, though. I also have a bunch of Republican town halls that we can take a look at as well that were very, very spicy. Oof. You are, in fact, eating cheese? Oh, well, how on the ball you are today. Hello, Black Rose PCS. You bought your boat ticket. Hello. Good. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Jess. If you guys are good today, I'll let my hair down. If you guys are really good today with subs and donos at some kind of arbitrary moment, we'll dive into some really top tier brain rot that I think you guys will enjoy. unironically, I think you guys will get a kick out of the segment. This isn't one of those like, oh, I think you guys will enjoy it, tee hee hee, and it's the worst thing any of you have imagined. You know, I think it will be. I will be talking about terrible people, but not necessarily the ones you'd expect. As a Frenchman, I approve of cheese. Simon Pierre Dubé, thank you very much for the $2 Canadian, because you are the first person to support stream today. Thank you very, very much. Appreciated. Brain rot, slorp, slorp. Indeed. If I had income, I would. That's okay. Cool necklace thing. Thank you. I got it on super sale. It was like $1.50. And it's a lost footage of Steven Crowder's early stand-up. No. Though I do want you all to know I am holding on to lost footage of Dave Rubin's stand-up. That is not what is on the table for today. Don't you worry, okay? Don't you worry, guys. That's not on the table for today. But I do have every episode of his old comedy show, just as an FYI, in my back pocket. Lost my job today, so it might be quite a while. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Screech. Get back on your feet soon, I hope. Wait, are we Boats? Is that our team name? No, you guys are Shimp. Would it be funnier if I dubbed Ben Shapiro's voice over Dave's? Almost certainly. Got some high-level ideas. Oh, the idea, these are not Netflix comedy specials. I can guarantee you that. Well, Walking Neon Carpet, congrats on looking into starting a new chapter for DSA. That's great. How we all doing, folks? Oof. What are your thoughts on the whole UK court thing? We have an entire segment to talk about that, so we'll get to that in due time. The long and short of it is, it's very bad. It's very, very bad. Hello, Borfboo. Shimps together strong. I've never seen Shimps more aroused. Yeah. Whew! Okay, folks. Y'all ready? You know, I understand that a lot of people are skeptical about the status of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but like, it really doesn't do any good to just constantly say he's probably dead. Do not give this administration a goddamn inch. Reframe it as he better fucking be alive. How about that one? Thank you for streaming. Like the stream. True Blue, thank you for the $2 super chat. C321D9Q, thank you for the $2 super chat. The Trump regime is in criminal contempt. We will talk about it, don't you worry. Did the senator land yet? We will talk about it, don't you worry. Is it okay to say I hope he's okay? Absolutely. Let's go. I'm going to talk about a couple of different pieces here before we jump into. We'll talk about a couple of these things before we have Lady Raincloud on to talk about going out doing shit, doing real world shit. because we need more folks going out there doing that real world shit. Okay. Have I seen the Google Map pictures of CCOT? They are disturbing. No, but I've seen footage from inside of CCOT, and I find that far more disturbing. Hello, Orvillaby. Found out my mom's acceptance of my transition is only surface deep. Sag. Well, keep in mind, sometimes acceptance begins at the surface and then becomes more real over time. But that does feel really bad. I have been there and I understand that. Asked my friends to use she, her for me instead of they, them. It feels amazing. Ordered some femme clothes too. Made an appointment with my doc to get more hair loss drugs. Excellent. We DSA shimps are talking about the images. Yeah. I mean, it would not surprise me if by the end of this, we find out about mass graves around CCOT. Heard some very good criticism of the Bernie AOC oligarchy tour. Watched Ben Dixon, Mayor Mondale Robinson, and forgot the other dude's name, but they expressed that they feel the Black community feels ignored and to stop in the big cities in the South, Atlanta and the like. I think that'd be a great idea, though. The one immediate response I have to that is I believe their stops are targeting different Republican areas, which would tend to not be African American, but I do see I do think it would be a good idea for them to stop in those areas anyway. They don't want Abrego to say what he's seen. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, of course not. That remains to be seen, though, because understand that if we find out that he is dead, this becomes an entirely different question. And I know that that seems really, maybe that sounds like splitting hairs, but like there's a big difference between being sent to a place to be held and being sent to a place to die. We are no longer talking about merely a concentration camp. We're talking about an extermination camp. So that's kind of the bind. It becomes infinitely worse for them if like he winds up dead. In my opinion. What happens then? Well, legally speaking, okay, guys, you guys want to really jump ahead of in the show. We are not at all. We're not getting into this yet. We're not getting into this yet. I understand you all want to ask questions about that. We will get there when we get there, okay? Question, anyone hear of the organization for impeachment protests? I saw someone mention something about the 19th in another chat. Haven't had luck finding more info. Yes, that is the 5051 protest. You can go to 5050, written out as numbers, .1, ONE, and get more info. Indicat, thank you for the $25 dono. That is very, very generous of you. I appreciate it. Hello, Carver Ebane. So, yeah, the protests on the 19th are 5051. Indivisible is also pitching in with that. Other orgs are also pitching in. It's legit. Go protest on the 19th if you can, if you are able. Okay. I don't think they really care either way. I mean, I do think they care, and we'll get to why I think they care. What are you getting into now? Well, let me start the show. I like sometimes I need to talk to you guys for a little bit. Get your wiggles out before we start. Um, do, do, do. Last protest in Dearborn, I got to meet Rashida Tlaib. That's so cool. Did you hear about how Doge? We're gonna get look. Okay, you guys keep asking me questions. We're literally gonna talk about it in the stream. Let's go. All right. Let's start the show. So, folks, bit of good news here on the top of everything here. If you have been paying attention to like local and state level races across the country during this kind of special election season, one of the things you may have heard about is the attempt to throw out votes of soldiers serving overseas in the North Carolina Supreme Court race election. And essentially, a Republican challenger kept appealing their loss. And finally, an appeals court said, okay, we're going to throw out the legitimacy of a bunch of votes that were cast by people overseas, predominantly soldiers. And that, of course, is awful because the race was very close. Okay, it was separated by a couple hundred votes, and they were going to throw out around 30,000 votes, I believe. Luckily, folks, I'm gonna mute this before text to speech. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Sorry, you're blue. But the essentially the Democratic Supreme Court justice in North Carolina is on track to maintain her seat against her challenge from Jefferson Griffin, who is the Republican trying to challenge it. This is Supreme Court Justice, State Supreme Court Justice Allison Riggs. According to a court filing, apparently Allison Riggs is still on track to win the election despite those votes being thrown out. The initial difference in this election was 734 votes, and it seems like she's gonna pull it out. Yeah. A lot of people in this kind of recount got swept up as like, oh, potentially fraudulent, or like, oh, they're not, they weren't residents or whatever. That being said, is it a data? I don't know what that question means. But this is coming from Anderson Alert's Substack. As many as 1,394 military and overseas voters from Guilford County who didn't submit photo ID with their ballots, even as they were explicitly advised by the NCSBE at the time of the election that such photo ID wasn't required, will also have a 30-day opportunity to address concerns Republicans have raised with their ballots. And the NCSBE's interpretation of the state appeals court ruling and state Supreme Court's partial reaffirmation of the appeals court decision appears accurate. So it does appear that this is going to fall into Allison Riggs' lap here. Mathematically, it just seems like the votes are just not there to get Jefferson Griffin over the line to supersede Allison Riggs. So, great news. Was it? Okay, would you say, was it some kind of data thing? I don't know what you mean. Was it some kind of number? I don't understand the question. Can you please restate it? I'm waiting for more clarification. I need it to at all address what you're talking about. Here goes. Does the math still end up in her favor despite throwing out votes? Yes. Was I not clear about that? Basically, there are 260 alleged people who were never residents of North Carolina or of this area, right? And those are the ballots being called into question, along with 1,394 military and overseas voters from this county. So there is a total of 1,654 possible votes hanging in the balance around this. So that's kind of where we're at with numbers wise. And every single never resident voter will get 30 days and an alert to cure their ballot. So all of this is saying basically numerically these people are going to be alerted. They're going to have a chance to cure their ballot, and the likelihood of all of these people flipping their votes is very low. You would have to get like most of them to flip their vote, and that's just not going to happen. So, is that clear? This is all coming because the State Board of Elections has stated these are the only outstanding votes that could be challenged. Do we get it? I need feedback. I need feedback. Does this all make sense? You got it. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, curing the ballot isn't a chance to change the vote, just a need to validate it instead of having it thrown out. That's a good point of clarification, largely because it is not an opportunity to just like, oh, well, I did vote this way, but now I'm going to vote this way. No, they want to eliminate votes, and they're just statistically it's not going to make that difference. Cool. I heard they were trying to contest 66,000 actually. But in the court filing, the State Board of Elections said the only outstanding votes in the race are these 1,654 votes. So that brings the possibility of success basically down to 0 for Jefferson Griffin. There we go. So congrats, Allison Riggs, on being the Democratic Supreme Court Justice of North Carolina. Hopefully good things are ahead for the state. Let's go! Racking up those W's. Woo! That's one big W for all of us. Now, we do need to talk about this. This one's scary as hell, actually. So, folks, there is a news story going around for the last day or two about a whistleblower from the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, who worked in the IT department. And basically, this whistleblower came forward multiple times internally within the government to talk about how Doge has been stealing data, and specifically the data from unions, which is really bad, actually. And in fact, it is very illegal. And honestly, people should probably be going to jail over this type of illegal stuff. Like, if you walked into a government building and stole a computer, you should probably be prosecuted for that criminally. And yet this hasn't really happened yet with Doge, but this whistleblower really indicates that maybe that should happen. This is all from an NPR article. A Doge whistleblower's disclosure details how Doge may have taken sensitive labor data. And this article is wild as hell. Okay, I am going to link it in chat, and I recommend all of you take a read when you have time. This whole thing is utterly insane, and you're going to see exactly how insane as we get deeper into it here. But it's scary. It's scary. So, according to an official whistleblower disclosure shared with Congress and other federal overseers that was obtained by NPR, subsequent interviews with the whistleblower and records of internal communications, technical staff members were alarmed about what Doge engineers did when they were granted access, particularly when those staffers noticed a spike in data leaving the agency. It's possible that the data included sensitive information on unions, ongoing legal cases, and corporate secrets, data that 4 labor law experts tell NPR should almost never leave the NLRB, and that has nothing to do with making the government more efficient or cutting spending. So they can see that data left. They don't know exactly what data was taken, but they can see that the data left. What could they do with this data? They could target union organizers. They could target union activities. They could target union funds. They could target a number of different things. They could deal crippling blows to unions. Do you think they're planning on selling it? I mean, they're either planning on selling it or planning to incorporate it into Elon's Grok AI. All of these AI companies are so data hungry. They need more data to train their AI models on. So as we get deeper into this, right? The employees grew concerned that the NLRB's confidential data could be exposed, particularly after they started suspecting suspicious login attempts from an IP address in Russia, according to the disclosure. Eventually, the disclosure continued. The IT department launched a formal review of what it deemed a serious ongoing security breach or potential illegal removal of personally identifiable information. The whistleblower believes that the suspicious activity warrants further investigation by agencies with more resources like the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or the FBI. So, yeah. What they're doing here seems like, because keep in mind, some of this data isn't just data on unions, it's also like corporate secrets. It's also like sensitive information that is secret to unions, to companies, etc. And if this data was taken and given to state actors, spies, that would explain perhaps some of the data being pinged from Russia. So this is really not great, to say the least. Different labor law experts interviewed by NPR fear that if the data gets out, it could be abused, including by private companies with cases before the agency that might get insights into damaging testimony, union leadership, legal strategies, and internal data on competitors. Musk's SpaceX among them. It could also be used to identify whistleblowers, like, say, the whistleblower that alerted everyone to this particular story in the first place. I could swear you talked about this story weeks back. Well, there have been numerous data leaks and data thefts from different government agencies. This is a new one, and it is potentially one of the more serious ones. So, this is where it gets weirder and more disturbing. The new revelations about Doge's activities at the labor agency come from a whistleblower in the IT department of the NLRB, who disclosed his concerns to Congress and the U.S. Office of Special Counsel in a detailed report that was then provided to NPR. Meanwhile, his attempts to raise concerns internally within the NLRB preceded someone, quote, physically taping a threatening note, unquote, to his door that included sensitive personal information and overhead photos of him walking his dog that appeared to be taken with a drone, according to a cover letter attached to his disclosure filed by his attorney, Andrew Bakaj of the nonprofit Whistleblower Aid. So basically, guys, what ended up happening here is that the Doge members inside of the NLRB knew that this guy was potentially leaking stuff after he tried to escalate it within the government to the appropriate channels of when something suspicious happens. And in response, these motherfucking Doge boys, these dog children, posted a sticky note to his door threatening him with, I presume his name, address, phone number, etc., etc., etc. We know where you live type shit. Along with a photo of him walking his dog taken by a drone that was shadowing him. So this is some actual thuggery within the government. I do think that one of the things we need to do is we need to stop treating these Elon Musk's child soldiers as nerdy people to bully, and we need to start taking them both less seriously because they are still nerdy children, but we also need to acknowledge that they are brown shirts. They are fascist bootlickers. They are there to intimidate people into silence, and they know it. They know that's what their job is, and frankly, their hostility should be expected, prepared for, and we should be ready. This is dirty stuff. It's dirty shit. And it will only get worse. That's true. So, 11 different technical experts across government agencies verified the whistleblower's account. NPR spoke to 30 different sources in the government, the private sector, the labor movement, cybersecurity, and law enforcement. Basically, they verified his entire account. I can't attest to what their end goal was or what they're doing with the data, the whistleblower said. But I can tell you that the bits of the puzzle that I can quantify are scary. This is a very bad picture we're looking at. After 4 years, we might have to rebuild a lot of this stuff from scratch. Oh yeah, no, they're gonna destroy the systems on the way out. It is theft. These people, frankly, in my book, should be tried for treason against the United States. And this article goes really in depth about his life, how he saw this happen, what happened once Doge got there. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. The first week of March, engineers associated with Doge arrived at the NLRB's headquarters, according to Barulis Disclosure. That's the name of the whistleblower. Beforehand, they had asked about what software, hardware, programming languages, and applications the NLRB was using. Doge learned that it used commercially available cloud infrastructure that businesses typically use, which connects to government cloud systems at other agencies and can be accessed remotely. Baroulis said he and several colleagues saw a black SUV and police escort enter the garage, after which building security let the Doge staffers in. They interacted with a small number of staffers, never introducing themselves to most of the IT team. Baroulis says he was told by colleagues that Doge employees demanded the highest level of access, what are called tenant owner level accounts inside the independent agency's computer systems, with essentially unrestricted permission to read, copy, and alter data, according to Baroulis' disclosure. When an IT staffer suggested a streamlined process to activate those accounts in a way that would let their activities be tracked in accordance with NLRB security policies, the IT staffers were told to stay out of Doge's way, the disclosure continues. For cybersecurity professionals, a failure to log activity is a cardinal sin and contradicts the best practices as recommended by the National Institute of Standards and Technology and the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, as well as the FBI and National Security Agency. Basically, guys, as far as this goes, this is like basically people rolling up and announcing to you to your face that they're going to do crimes. That's what they're doing. This is not like oh, well, maybe they're doing something fishy. This is like the only reason you don't want to be tracked inside of these systems is because you are going to do something super illegal. Why the fuck did they even give them the credentials? Well, because they're low-level bureaucrats. And also, you know, they have lives, they have jobs that they rely on to live. And also, these people had a police escort. These people had, these Doge members had men with guns with them. Genuinely, this is fascist shit. None of this is normal, said Jake Braun, the executive director of the Cyber Policy Initiative at the University of Chicago's Harris School of Public Policy and former acting principal deputy national cyber director at the White House, in an interview with NPR about the whistleblower's disclosure. This type of activity is why the government buys insider threat monitoring technology, so we can know things like this are happening and stop sensitive data exfiltration before it happens. However, the NLRB's budget hasn't had the money to pay for tools like that for years, Baroulis said. So they literally do not have the infrastructure to even track what these guys are doing. A couple of days after Doge arrived, Baroulis saw something else that alarmed him while browsing the internet over the weekend. MIT graduate and Doge engineer Jordan Wick had been sharing information about coding projects he was working on to his public account with GitHub, a website that allows developers to create, store, and collaborate on code. After journalist Roger Solenberger started posting on X about the account, Baroulis noticed something Wick was working on, a project or repository titled NXGenB Extract. Wick made it private before Baroulis could investigate further, he told NPR, but to Baroulis, the title itself was revealing. So when I saw this tool, I immediately panicked, just for lack of a better term. I kind of had a conniption and said, whoa, 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 whoa. He immediately alerted his whole team. While NPR was unable to recover the code for that project, the name itself suggests that Wick could have been designing a backdoor, or B-door, to extract files from the NLRB's internal case management system known as NXGen, according to several cybersecurity experts who reviewed Baroulis' conclusions. Wick, of course, did not respond when reached out for comment. It definitely seems rather odd to name it that, or brazen, if you're not worried about the consequences, said one of the engineers who built NXGen, who asked for anonymity. The whole idea of removing logging and getting tenant-level access is the most disturbing part to me, the engineer said. None of this is normal. The engineers explained that while many of the NLRB's records are eventually made public, the NXGen case management system hosts proprietary data from corporate competitors, personal information about union members or employees voting to join a union, and witness testimony in ongoing cases. Access to that data is protected by numerous federal laws, including the Privacy Act. So this is basically like potentially one of the biggest corporate data breaches in history here, along with basically all data on all union members. So that's where we're at with that. About a week after arriving, the Doge engineers, and by the way, I'm skipping large segments of this article. I do recommend you go back and read this entire thing. It's really important and good journalism. About a week after arriving, the Doge engineers had left the NLRB and deleted their accounts, according to Baroulis' disclosure to Congress. In the office, Baroulis had limited visibility into what the Doge team was up to in real time. That's partly because, he said, the NLRB isn't advanced when it comes to detecting insider threats or potentially malicious actors inside the agency itself. We as an agency have not evolved to account for those, he explained. We were looking for bad actors outside. But he counted on Doge leaving at least a few traces of its activity behind, puzzle pieces he could assemble to try and put together a picture of what happened, details he included in his official disclosure. First, at least one Doge account was created and later deleted for use in the NLRB's cloud systems, hosted by Microsoft. Doge SA underscore 2D5C3E0446F9 at nlrb.microsoft.com. Then, Doge engineers installed what is called a container, a kind of opaque virtual computer that can run programs on a machine without revealing its activities to the rest of the network. On its own, that wouldn't be suspicious, though it did allow the engineers to work invisibly and left no trace of its activities once it was removed. Then, Baroulis started tracking sensitive data leaving the places it's meant to live, according to his official disclosure. First, he saw a chunk of data exiting the NXGen system case management system's nucleus inside the NLRB system, Baroulis explained. Then he saw a large spike in outbound traffic leaving the network itself. And there's actually an image here that I think is, pretty telling here. You've got less than a gigabyte of data leaving at any given time, and then suddenly it spikes to almost 10 gigs. That's something got taken. And not only did something get taken here, but a lot of information. Do you know how many names you can write with 10 gigs? Do you know how many addresses? Do you know how much, text fits into 10 gigs? How much raw information there is there? That is a database dump. It's like they took everything. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Unfortunately, treason requires Congress to declare war on a country. They can be tried for sedition, but not treason. Excellent point. I amend my previous comment. I hope they all get tried for sedition. Is it just me, or does SpaceX sound like a laxative? It does sound like a laxative. It's taking a shit all over the atmosphere. But this is just so fucking there's no words for it. None at all. But of course, we're not done yet. We're actually not even close to done. There's a lot more left in this story. From what he could see, the data leaving, almost all text files added up to around 10 gigabytes, or the equivalent of a full stack of encyclopedias if someone printed them, he explained. It's a sizable chunk of the total data in the NLRB system, though the agency itself hosts over 10 terabytes in historical data. It's unclear which files were copied and removed, or whether they were consolidated and compressed, which would mean even more data was exfiltrated. It's also possible that Doge ran queries looking for specific files in the NLRB system, and took only what it was looking for according to the disclosure. Regardless, that kind of spike is extremely unusual, Baroulis explained, because data almost never directly leaves from the NLRB's databases. In his disclosure, Baroulis shared a screenshot tracking data entering and exiting the system, and there's only one noticeable spike of data going out. He also confirmed that no one at the NLRB had been saving backup files that week or migrating data for any projects. Even when external parties like lawyers or overseers or like the inspector general are granted guest accounts on the system, it's only to view the files relevant to their case or investigation, not to just take shit, oddly enough. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. A 10 gigabyte chunk of data copied and removed is what we call a Podesta amount of data. Yeah. According to the a former NLRB general counsel, Richard Griffin, none of that confidential and deliberative information should ever leave the agency. So just to really emphasize, this is all illegal as hell. Illegal as hell. Yeah, basically, after raising these concerns, Baroulis eventually got the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, involved. However, their formal breach investigation was disrupted without an explanation, seemingly from the top down. Just suddenly everything ground to a halt. In the days after Baroulis and his colleagues prepared a request for CISA's help investigating the breach, Baroulis found a printed letter in an envelope taped to his door, which included threatening language, sensitive personal information, and overhead pictures of him walking his dog, according to the cover letter attached to his official disclosure. It's unclear who sent it, but the letter made specific reference to his decision to report the breach. Law enforcement is investigating the letter. If the identifying disclosure wasn't concern enough, the targeted physical intimidation and surveillance of my client is. If this is happening to Mr. Baroulis, it is likely happening to others and brings our nation more in line with authoritarian regimes than with open and free democracies, wrote Bakaj, his attorney, in a statement sent to NPR. It is time for everyone, and Congress in particular, to acknowledge the facts and stop our democracy, freedom, and liberties from slipping away, something that will take generations to repair. This man, by the way, Baroulis, is a goddamn hero. Because after getting that kind of threatening, intimidating letter, a lot of people might sit down and just go silent. Instead, he stepped up and made himself even more public. He came forward to the press, to Congress itself, rather than sit down and hide. And this article goes on to say, despite all of that, Baroulis managed to uncover some stranger and more troubling details about what happened while Doge was logged on, which he enumerated in his official declaration. Unknown users also gave themselves a high-level access key, what's called an SAS token, meaning shared access signature, to access storage accounts before deleting it. Baroulis said there is no way to track what they did with it. Someone had disabled controls that would prevent insecure, unauthorized mobile devices from logging on to the system without the proper security settings. There was an interface exposed to the public internet, potentially allowing malicious actors access to the NLRB's systems. Internal alerting and monitoring systems were found to be manually turned off. Multi-factor authentication was disabled, and Baroulis noticed that an unknown user had exported a user roster, a file with contact information for outside lawyers who have worked with the NLRB. And I'm just going to pause right there and say, isn't it interesting that in the wake of that data about lawyers who may have worked with the NLRB in the past, after that information was taken, that Donald Trump started putting out a bunch of interesting executive orders against individual legal firms. Isn't that interesting? Trump is positioning himself. He's going to take over America. He's already taken over America. He's the president. This is like it. He's already won. Barulis said he noticed 5 PowerShell downloads on the system, a task automation program that would allow engineers to run automated commands. There were several code libraries that got his attention, tools that he said appeared to be designed to automate and mask data exfiltration. Again, just really want to emphasize here, there's an awful lot of things disabling security, hiding different activities. And frankly, and I'm going to point this out here, if these people did not fear the consequences of their actions, they would not be trying to cover their tracks. I think that every single one of these Doge boys knows that they could very well spend the rest of their lives in prison by the time we figure out what they've done. I think they know that. And so I think that that's why they're so upset. That's why they are directly threatening this Barulis character. Okay? Barulis. I know I'm pronouncing his name so many different ways, and I'm so sorry. There was a tool to generate a seemingly endless number of IP addresses called Requests IP Rotator, and a commonly used automation tool for web developers called Browserless. Both repositories starred or favorited by Wick, the Doge engineer, according to an archive of his GitHub account reviewed by NPR. While investigating the data taken from the agency, Barulis tried to determine the ultimate destination, but whoever had exfiltrated it had disguised its destination too, according to the disclosure. Again, very interesting stuff happening here. I guess Trump promised them all pardons before they got started. If that were true, they wouldn't bother hiding their, I don't think they'd bother hiding their tracks. Barulis said someone appeared to be doing something called DNS tunneling to prevent the data exfiltration from being detected. He came to that conclusion, outlined in his disclosure, after he saw a traffic spike in DNS requests parallel to the data being exfiltrated, a spike 1,000 times the normal number of requests. When someone uses this kind of technique, they set up a domain name that pings the target system with questions or queries. But they configure the compromised server so that it answers those DNS queries by sending out packets of data, allowing the attacker to steal information that has been broken down into smaller chunks. We've seen Russian threat actors doing things like this on US government systems, said one intelligence researcher. Yeah, basically, amid all of this, every single expert that NPR turned to and asked about this was just like, this is all super illegal. You would never do this. There are so many laws against this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For labor law experts, the mere possibility that sensitive records were copied is a serious danger that could create a chilling effect for employees everywhere who turn to the National Labor Relations Board for protection. Just saying that they have access to the data is intimidating, said Kate Bronfenbrenner, the director of labor education research at Cornell University and co-director of the Worker Empowerment Research Network. People are going to go, I'm not going to testify before the board because, my employer might get access. That's kind of where we're at. Why would you turn to the National Labor Relations Board to sort anything out if you're just going to be exposed to your employers? I mean, at the same time, there's not really any other mechanism, so people still are going to do that. They're just going to assume a greater and greater risk, you know? So, I just... There's... there's nothing good that comes out of this. Either all of this data goes to Elon Musk, like that's probably the best case scenario here. The best case scenario is that Elon Musk feeds all of this data into his AI algorithms to try and get an edge over like OpenAI. That's the best case scenario here. Worst case scenario is that like Russia or China or whoever, terrorists, thieves, get a hold of this data and can basically use it to like ransom folks. This has got to fall under cybercrimes? Absolutely. Absolutely. The issue is all of these crimes would typically be prosecuted, my understanding, by the Department of Justice. In the absence of that, I genuinely don't know. Within minutes after Doge accessed the NLRB systems, someone with an IP address in Russia started trying to log in, according to Barulis' disclosure. The attempts were near real time, according to the disclosure. Those attempts were blocked, but they were especially alarming. Whoever was attempting to log in was using one of the newly created Doge accounts, and the person had the correct username and password, according to Barulis. While it's possible the user was disguising their location, it's highly unlikely they'd appear to be coming from Russia if they wanted to avoid suspicion, cybersecurity experts interviewed by NPR explained. On their own, a few failed login attempts from a Russian IP address aren't the smoking gun. But given the overall picture of activity, it's a concerning sign that foreign adversaries may already be searching for ways into government systems that Doge engineers may have left exposed. So, that's, yeah. I mean, like... This has played out across so many different agencies, and again, one of the things I have to talk about as we kind of again, I've skipped so much of this article. I'm going to link it again. It's critical reporting. Share it everywhere. But like, one of the things we have to do here is we have to remember that this happened. Like, commit this to your memory, okay? Because y'all need to remember this when we get out of this mess. This needs to be held to account. People need to answer for this. There needs to be an investigation that is cohesive, because they have stolen not just government data, but your data. Every single one of you, in some way, has had your data security impacted and destroyed, stolen from you by Doge. Some of these people who are complicit with these crimes need to go to prison. These people need to stand in court and answer for what they did. They need to explain why they did it. And then they need to pay for those crimes. They are not just accountable to the law, they are accountable to every single one of you that they have wronged. Okay? So that is where we're at with this. These fucking cybersecurity brown shirts. Disgusting. And with that, that is the end of our first official segment. I mean, second official segment, I guess. Huzzah! There we go. Folks, we've been going for over an hour. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. I'll even turn the alert box back on. Hello, everyone. Hello. Want some extra tech explainer? Not at the moment. But I am sure there is going to be, I'm sure there's going to be like some batshit tech stuff happening in the near future. Thank you for being a great streamer. If I'm such a great streamer, hit that like button. Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate it. All right, I saw people had questions for me in chat. What's going on? You really like the necklace? Thank you. I like it too. 4chan was likely hacked. Yeah, I said yesterday I cannot give less of a shit about that. I want to call senators to oppose the SAVE Act. What do I do since they have multiple local numbers? You could call each office. Do you remember a story about a secret server in Trump Tower in 2016? I do remember that. A server that was only transferring to VEB, a Russian state bank? Yes. I do remember that story. The funny thing about that is that the hack proved 4chan was being run by feds, but we knew that already. Is that so? That's actually really fucking funny. Do you remember how they said it was only transferring DNS data? Oh. Do you think Doge will go so far as attacking the Federal Reserve? I genuinely have no idea.
The only brown shirts I like are the Zapatistas.
Yeah, the Zapatistas are pretty okay, as far as I know. I don't know a whole lot about them, but I've heard some interesting things. Gonna start logging all of these major events in my planner and post pics of it on Discord chat at the end of the month. That's my goal. That's an excellent goal, actually, I think. And now you see the DNS packet tunneling again. I do see that. If you want to look. God, these fuckers. NFT drop starter
Shit sucks,
pack.
but we will survive.
God.
BWA.
Salty Turtle Cupcake, thank you for the 42.69 dono. I appreciate it. Thank you so fucking much. Salty Turtle Cupcake.
I want to send a message to my idiot senator that properly reflects his, I don't know how glasses work, age. Fax seems too recent. Is there a telegram option?
Genuinely, there might be.
Toot, toot, chugga chugga, big red car. Getting my wiggles on.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
How can we all have died at the same time?
If you guys drop 100 subs, 100 subs, I will do a segment that I think you all are going to like. I think you will all like it. It will be a change of pace from what we have typically talked about, but it's still definitely within our political wheelhouse, still definitely very politically relevant, but it's coming out of left field, okay? 100 is wild. It's some wild content.
Pro tip for chat. If you are okay with sacrificing the vulnerable populations Trump and co. are about to **** over because it might lead to a socialist revolution, you are not welcome in our community.
True. True. I think that if you are at the point of just saying, let's throw trans people under the bus to get to our socialist utopia, it's not really a utopia, is it, huh? Whew. Let's see. What about FPS gamers? Oh, you're finally doing some resin. Hell yeah, Amber Brains. I do like FPS games. I am an FPS gamer. Do you want to know what got the Cantina jizz music in my head? Do you want to know where I got that from? Because I played Star Wars Episode 1 Pod Racer as a kid, and that just burrowed into my brain. There's like there's a like in the pod racing like garage in that video game, Watto, the anti-Semitic stereotype character of Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, does the Cantina Jizz Band music, and it has been stuck in my head. That specific version, not like the jazzy version, just like some guy going like it's not even the actual music. It's that guy. Whatever voice actor did that. God.
Zapstistas are broadly libertarian socialists, though they don't claim a particular label besides neo-Zapatismo.
Yeah, I just don't know that much about them. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Getting us closer and closer. Not for any reason, just dropping this. What is this? Hiding information in multispectral spatial images. Interesting stuff. I'm too big of a dumbie to understand, but that's okay. I'm also just trying to figure out what the hell is happening in chats. Now I want to hear that whole song. Oh my god. Do you really? It's literally that in my brain. Okay, that's there you go. There's your shot of nostalgia. Okay, just like I don't know what the hell. Why am I thinking about the Muppets now? Because, you know. Fuck yeah, add this to the playlist rotation. It does sound like the Menomina song. It's true. We got some accelerationists. Oh, why would you do that? Like, I know, look, in my mind, right? Accelerationism, to maybe make it a bit of a metaphor, okay? We all good with metaphors?
Why does no one on Tatooine have body art?
How do you know that? Did you hear me, Sakatanuki? How do you know that? You inspecting every body on Tatooine? I just understood. I just fucking understood it. Why? Why do you do this to me? How do you get me like 95% of the time? You hit the thing is like you get me with like a joke that takes my brain like 2 seconds to catch up to you. And in those 2 seconds I'm just going like, what the fuck is that? And sometimes I talk before I even arrive at the conclusion. And there's only one way to respond to this. Sorry, there we go. God damn it. Okay. The metaphor for accelerationism. How many of you guys have seen the movie Thelma and Louise, or at the very least are familiar with its iconic conclusion? Okay? Like, accelerationism to me is like, you're in a car. You and your family are in a car, and you are looking at the Grand Canyon. And there's a road right there that will get you to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. You just gotta go on a little winding adventure. It's gonna take a while. Or you can you can push the accelerator all the way down, go over the cliff. You're gonna get to the bottom of the cliff a lot faster. But y'all are gonna die in the process. You know, like that's kind of my take on accelerationism. I don't think it is a productive outcome or use of our time. And I think most people, like, even if like there's one person in the back with like a parachute who's like, yeah, if you go over the edge, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just go over the edge. But everyone else in the car is like, but we'll die. Like, going over the edge does not make sense just because that one person might be okay. Maybe. Yeah. So anyway. Remember how accelerating Nazi Germany to grow in power accelerated Germany to become socialist? Yeah, now look at them. Socialist capital of the world. Reminds me of Homer jumping on the skateboard over the ravine. Yeah. 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 God. How Republicans will react to this news? How many of their corporate donors will put pressure on them to break away from Trump, Elon, and the like? One can only hope. I mean, we're gonna get there. Don't worry. We're gonna be talking about stuff. I've only finished the first 2 stories that I wanted to talk about, but we're gonna get there. Okay. I'm gonna cut that one. We don't need to talk about that. Long story short, Donald Trump wants to slash funding to PBS because, fuck Mr. Rogers, right? Just dig up his corpse and fuck it, right? Why not? Why not? While he's feting all of the world's richest individuals to fuck all of us, why not dig up the corpse of Mr. Rogers and fuck it? Wait, no, not Mr. Rogers. Well, they're fucking him. They're fucking him right now by cutting billions of dollars in funding to PBS. You necrophilia? I study war so my friends can study science, so Elmo can have beef with a with a rock. Yeah, please don't make art depicting Donald Trump fucking a corpse. I don't want that. No one wants that. I love that Mr. Rogers had a trans woman on his show. Is that true? Did he really? That's great. That it was only 3% funded by the government. Even if it is only 3% funded by the government, $1 billion lost is... That's a lot of money. Can you imagine losing $1 billion? Like, fuck. Also, okay, you know what? I've already talked about it. I just real fucking quick. This is an actual executive order from the White House. The NPR PBS grift has ripped us off for too long. They aren't even trying to be like professional about it anymore. They're literally just, this is literally just a Trump tweet. This is just one of his posts on Truth Social writ large. They're trying to claim that PBS is ripping you all off with its free programming that teaches children how to read. For years, American text... I want you all to imagine Snuffleupagus, okay? Well, like, just picture Mr. Snuffleupagus in your head while I read this. For years, American taxpayers have been on the hook for subsidizing National Public Radio, NPR, and the Public Broadcasting Service, which spread radical woke propaganda disguised as news. It's literally then just a list of grievances from 2015 to 2024. In 2024, NPR ran a Valentine's Day feature around queer animals in which it suggested the make-believe clownfish in Finding Nemo would have been better off as a female, and that banana slugs are hermaphrodites, and that some deer are non-binary. It's like... No, this is real. This is whitehouse.gov. You can go look at it yourself. It's so fucking funny. Oh my god. In 2024, PBS produced a documentary making the case for reparations. Yeah, you know, that awful ideology of arguing that maybe people whose ancestors were enslaved for hundreds of years and the product of their labor stolen from them deserve some kind of reparations from the government that facilitated their enslavement. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's radical woke ideology, I guess. These are snowflakes. These are the most fragile individuals on the planet. Conservatives are weak as fuck. There is not a single lefty, no matter how in tune with their emotions, no matter how prone to tears, that cries nearly as much as a conservative.
We live in clownfish world now.
We live in clownfish world. I love it. In 2023, PBS's Washington Week Roundtable covered up Joe Biden's clear mental decline with far-left journalist Jeff Goldberg, claiming Biden is actually quite acute. This is literally just like... I'm not even making these up. These are real. These are bullet-pointed on this list. They're literally just putting out an executive order where he's complaining that 2 years ago, someone on PBS said that Joe Biden was capable of clear thought. In 2022, NPR educated the nation on the whole community of genderqueer dinosaur enthusiasts and trans-ceratops. And frankly, I want to know more about that. Let's just take a look. Uh, the internet's fight over a dinosaur emoji. And that's a cute ass emoji right there. Holy moly.
Oh, you want a cookie? Well, me want you to stop promoting day, biatch. No cookies for you until you sell a kid in Tesla.
Kermit the Frog rolls up in a new Tesla. Hi, everybody. I just got a new eco-friendly vehicle. I'm here to make sure that you all know that I'm saving the environment. The first one of these that I bought may have caught on fire and barbecued Miss Piggy, but this one is okay. I've been assured personally by Elon Musk that it would never light on fire of its own accord. Paladin, thank you for the $15 dono, and Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. But just real quick, many people who are queer, whether they are trans or some other form of genderqueer or whatever it is, we love dinosaurs, that's fucking true. Dinosaurs rule. Along with being a dinosaur expert, Riley is herself transgender, and according to Riley, there's a whole community of genderqueer dinosaur enthusiasts online. We had no idea, so we checked it out. Sure enough, they're there. We found dozens of paleo artists online that identify as queer. Amory, type dinosaur into the LGBT subreddit. Hundreds of results with pride dinos, rainbow dinos, dino moms, dino dads, lots of puns like Allosaurus, Transceratops. Oh, this is what the President of the United States is spending his time doing. Can we all take a moment here to just like understand that, like, oh, the President of the United States issued an executive order because in 2022, 3 years ago, NPR talked about the fact that there's a community of trans people that love dinosaurs, and they made art depicting dinosaurs in different rainbow colors. The President of the United States is trying to ban that.
It's not easy saving green. Every day looks like waste, fraud, and abuse. When I think it would be nicer, knocking up a conservative influencer.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin. God. But we're not done, of course. In 2021, 4 years ago now, a PBS station aired a children's program that featured a drag queen named Little Miss Hot Mess. I love that they're adding links here for us.
They forgot the L dinosaur, the Lickalotopus.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1s, $5 subs. Okay, drag queen Little Miss Hot Mess sings "The hips on the drag queen go swish, swish, swish" to a virtual child audience on an episode of Let's Learn. Oh god. This wasn't even produced by PBS. It just got aired on PBS.
We are going to sing and dance it out. So, get your singing voices ready.
This was, by the way, during the pandemic.
And we're going to start with our hips. The hips on the drag queen go swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The hips on the drag queen go swish, swish, swish. All through the town. The hair on the drag queen goes up, up, up. Up, 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 up.
Okay, just real quick. I want to ask if there's a conservative in the audience here, like, what meaningfully distinguishes this from from any other performer who like sings a children's song to children. Like, what distinguishes this in any conceivable fashion from like any other performer who might do makeup and like dress up? You know, like clowns wear makeup, they dress silly, they sing silly songs. Conservatives presumably aren't anti-clown, right? Like, is the problem just that like this performer has dressed up in a more feminine way? Like, is that it? Like, because to me, it just seems like the issue is that conservatives see this and they're like, well, that drag queen is too sexy. The children will be too aroused. And like, I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Like, that's fucking weird. That's a weird way to think about this.
Satan?
Yes, my child. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yeah, because I mean, like, if you're anti, you know, someone dressing up and wearing lots of makeup, y'all voted for the guy who dresses up and wears the most makeup of any president in our history. So, like, I don't know what you're doing out here. You're not being ideologically consistent.
Elmo loves you, but only in a platonic way if you're male. Or if you want to start a traditional Christian family.
Suck it, Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. God. If they were anti-clown, they'd excommunicate themselves. Fuck. We're not going to watch this entire thing, but this is funny as hell. So just real quick here, this executive order referenced a local television program for New York children produced by the city of New York and aired on PBS, and they've been holding on to that grudge for 4 years to do an executive order about it. Like, what are you doing? What is this? What a fucking waste of our time and our money as taxpayers that the president of the United States is like focusing on this at all. God. In 2021, NPR reported on the cousin of diet culture known as healthism, which is the idea that we have to be healthy, as if that's a bad thing. And let's just take a look here. What is this? Balthazar, thank you for the $4.99. Oh, mascara on JD Klutz. Why ever would you call JD Vance a klutz? I don't understand. Why did you call this man a klutz? Oh, I see. Never mind. Okay. A cousin of diet culture is healthism, which is the idea that we have to be healthy. There is a moral imperative. There's a lot of judgment that comes with it. And that weight stigma has actually been determined to be a greater impact on the health problem that fat people experience than their weight itself. Oh, so you mean to say that, like, if you read 3 more sentences actually, that there's actually more of a context for that quote? Huh, weird. As if that's a bad thing. Well, it objectively is, according to the research, but you guys don't like research. You guys don't like facts. It's more feelings over facts when it comes to Donald Trump. Am I right, folks? NPR suggested doorway sizes are based on latent fat phobia. Let's see here. Diet culture is everywhere. So this is the host of the show is Andy Tagle. All right. Okay. We might consider basic accommodation like doorways or seatbelts as value neutral, but that only shows us how much diet culture has influenced the design of our world. With so much latent fat phobia and such high stakes, it's important to stay curious and critical, especially if you're in a position of power or influence. And then, of course, there's dealing with food itself. Takeaway 5, heal your relationship with food through intuitive eating. Yeah, and this is basically just the idea that, like, hey, sometimes larger people can't fit through doorways, or if there's an emergency, like, that might cause issues, you know, like if, say, you need to get off a plane quickly, or if you need to get out of the fire escape quickly. Like, these problems need to be taken into account in order to save lives, in order to increase well-being. This is not complicated. We should be addressing those concerns. If you go into older buildings, they have narrower doorways. If you go into even older buildings that were built before fire code, well, you're going to find buildings that do not have sometimes the necessary fire exits. This is what led to the Triangle Shirtwaist factory fire and all the deaths. You know? So, yeah, there's I don't know. There's some virtue there to that argument. Let's see. In 2021, NPR lamented that animals deserve pronouns too. And you don't need to lament that. We already give animals pronouns. The Trump administration knows that. It's not difficult to ascertain. People call animals she, he, they all the time. It's not radical at all to suggest that. Anyway, NPR ran a feature titled "What Queer Ducks Can Teach Teenagers About the Sexuality in the Animal Kingdom," because, hey, guess what? Ducks fuck each other all the time, regardless of sex or gender. That's just a fact. And honestly, it's a fact you don't want to look too much into, because ducks are also disgusting. If you currently like ducks, I cannot tell you or emphasize hard enough, do not look up their mating habits. They are disgusting. So don't do it. No, I don't want anyone talking about their weird corkscrew penises. Don't do it. No corkscrews in my chat. Stop. No. Bad chat. Bad. There will be no corkscrewing here. All right?
As a duck, I can confirm.
Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate it. Can I... No, you also... No corkscrewing of penis or vajayjay. Okay? None. No talking about it. I was just about to go get the wine bottle. No. Oh, and by the way, in case you thought me bringing up Mr. Snuffleupagus was weird, 5 years ago in 2020, PBS show Sesame Street partnered with CNN for a town hall aimed at presenting children with a one-sided narrative to address racism amid the Black Lives Matter riots. Fuck, dude. They're literally complaining that Sesame Street addressed one of the biggest social movements of modern times. They literally are listing Sesame Street in this executive order. Fuck, man. Dog. They're still mad about Sesame Street talking about BLM. Fuck. I don't have the time to go through all of this, but like I think we've peaked.
This is why I'm glad my favorite duck is a very knifey bottom.
Jesus Christ.
Close kiss.
Anyway, you all can read this executive order for yourselves. Here you go. Here you go, folks. Enjoy. But like that's how deeply serious and concerned Donald Trump is with all the existential affairs and crises going on in this country. That in the midst of fighting one of the most wrong-headed tariff and economic wars of all time, he's doing this instead.
Duck is coming soon to a chat near you.
Very corkscrewy duck. Damn, guys, you guys, stop. Fuck. Segment done. God. All right. Ugh. NPR, PBS refused to cover the laptop. They must be stopped. I mean, it really does boil down to that. They haven't sucked Donald Trump's dick enough publicly, so they must not get funding. Yeah, look, if you're going to come into this chat and argue that Kilmar Abrego Garcia deserves to be in prison, you better be ready to produce some damning receipts. You know? It's in the executive order. The executive order talks about the laptop. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck. What the heck are you folks talking about? Don't ask. Don't ask. We're getting into a new segment. But like, hey, if you're gonna post that in chat, if you want to be the main character, you got to step right up. I'll engage with your ideas. Don't worry about it. I love when folks decide to be the main character of chat. I love it. It's great.
Have you seen the order from FinCEN mandating reporting cash transaction over $200 in SW border areas? Not much news. It's a manipulation of regulations to target poor and undocumented folks.
I have not heard anything about that. Let me Google that real quick. I'll take a look for next stream. Yeah, I'll take a look at that for next stream. I'm gonna move that over here. But Harry Puddles, thank you for the $10 super chat and for bringing that to my attention. I'll look into it. By the way, time to get jacked. Let's go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I found a starting point for my research tomorrow, so I'll be addressing it tomorrow. Harry Puddles, thank you very much for tipping me in the right direction. Let's see here. 1 second. Now drink 6 eggs for raw protein. I don't want that. Is that one of the bras from Imogene Olivia? No, this is an Adore Me bra. Which I have to be honest, I do like Adore Me bras, but this one is very cute. It's my favorite one, but it is not It does
Speaking
not
of
fit
getting
well.
jacked, have you seen the music video for Breach Jack? Watch off stream.
Watch off stream? All right. I'm a sucker for a music video that starts with a close-up of a woman's lips, so I'm always down. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. I appreciate it. There we go. I used to work in banking compliance, and the order is insane. I'm shocked there's no news about it. Thanks for looking into it. Yeah, when I Googled it real quick, all I found was like a local news article, which is weird. I'll look more into it. Work them Nazi slapping muscles every day. Calluses up the wazoo. I can send you a music video that can only be described as thighs. Well, color me intrigued. All right, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. All I got is the LNP diss track. We'll tuck that into our back pocket. All right. Man, we have gotten through so little of what I wanted to talk about. Okay. Closing these tabs. Let's have Lady Raincloud on before we get too late into the night. If Lady Raincloud, are you around? Gonna talk about doing shit. Cool. Let's get you in here, folks. Just are you ready? I can call you on the Discord whenever you're set. P.S. I love Winnie Rose, and we're hella getting married on Sunday. Then I will have the most beautiful wife in all the land. That's so adorable. Congratulations, Harry Puddles and Winnie Rose. I hope you guys have a beautiful wedding. Hell yeah. That's beautiful. Okay. Here we go. Calling Lady Raincloud. We're going to talk about doing some IRL organizing. Folks, let's go. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I am tired.
Yeah, probably. You've been doing a lot.
Well, yeah, wait till you hear about what else is going on this week.
Yeah. First of all, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. Hi everybody. I am Kira or Rain, Lady Raincloud, Kira Raincloud, whatever. Hey you with the face. Hey idiot. She, her, hers, trans, disabled, for U.S. Navy veteran, was medical, and I do a bunch of stuff. Way too damn much, probably, for my own health, mentally and emotionally. And I do like activism, advocacy, and outreach stuff. Education, advocacy, and outreach. What else? I'm writing a book, making a TTRPG with Jack. It's taken like 4 years, but we'll get there.
We will get there. There will come an end to this chaos. We will be able to get back to development.
True, yeah.
It will happen.
Yeah. Okay, so to give chat an idea, so I'm the game director for a game called Star Oath. I'm still working on a tabletop role-playing game. I'm writing a book. I'm making a mod for Kerbal Space Program. Outside of that, I am walking into the county board of elections to officially announce that I am running for city council. We'll see how that goes here in my city. And I am a part of the Democratic Socialists of America. I am a member of my chapter's executive steering committee as the technology coordinator. I'm also running to be a delegate to go to the DSA National Convention in Chicago. We have 4 delegate spaces for our chapter. I'm organizing with Indivisible, 5051, and another veterans group. I'm also organizing with 2 groups that are helping trans people escape bad situations. And I'm protesting like crazy and doing other stuff here with trans and LGBT groups in the Dayton, Miami Valley area. I think that's everything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that is a lot. It is a lot. How
And
are
I'm
you
a
holding
mom.
up?
Huh?
How you holding up with all of that?
I can't walk up the stairs without my knees hurting and my back hurting right now.
That sounds
yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because like I don't want to do the if I can do it, you can do it thing, but just so people know in advance, I am physically disabled. I was injured in the military twice. I have a back injury as well as problems with my ankles, knees, and my hips thanks to the military. I'm also dealing with lung problems and vision issues. I'm also neurodivergent, officially diagnosed with PTSD, borderline personality disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and major depressive disorder. So when I say, if I can do it, you can do it, I am disabled. I'm not being ableist. I am a disabled person.
Well,
just
and
before
like
anybody,
and
yeah.
like doing it comes in many different forms,
Yes, it does. Yeah. And which could be like, if I'm out protesting, you being somebody that's like, hey, I heard bad stuff is in your area, like, being comms, right? Or doing agitprop, or being emotional support, or doing what you're doing, like helping get the word out, or if you can like help people with transportation, or if you can help people financially so they've got like food and water and gas, or if you want to donate things, or as long as you're doing more than just bitching on socials or sitting in Jack's chat going, oh my god, this guy is falling, I guess I should just roll over and die.
Yeah, none
Those
of
are
that.
the things we don't like. Yeah.
No rolling over or dying. No dying allowed.
Yeah. So after that, then, as you know, so I went to another. I've been doing a lot of protests. So I went to a protest. So yesterday, day before yesterday, now I can't remember because I think I sent you a little video and some pictures.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah, which you can share if you would like. It's up to you.
I'll show the pictures. We'll maybe show the video afterwards.
Sure. It was a small protest. Right outside of the federal building in Dayton, Ohio. It's about 70 or 80 of us. And it was that's the federal building in Dayton, Ohio, in downtown Dayton. And I think 70, 80, maybe 100.
Yeah, seems like a decent estimate.
Yeah. I was there with another veteran who's the partner of one of the organizers, acting as community safety and security. So just sort of walking around, keeping an eye on people, just to see if we had any counter protests or agitators. We did have a guy walk up with a big brown bag and just like sit and be like, "I'm not with anybody. I just want to see what you're all doing." And we were like, what's in the bag, dude?"
Yeah. What did he tell you?
No, actually, he did not.
Creepy.
He had some sort of like press pass, government pass thing on his belt, and so we were like, I walked up to him and was like, "Hey, who are you with?" He's like, "I'm not with anybody. I'm just bored and had 25 minutes to kill and was just wondering what was going on." And I'm like, "Okay, you're carrying around this big brown bag. You're in like kind of like a suit kind of get up. I don't want to like judge you, but you're making me nervous. So, why are you sitting where no one can see you? Also, by the way, behind this brick wall on this bench where no one can see you, but you can see around the corner and you can hear the protest. Like, what you can go over there and be with the protest. By the way,
Yeah.
So that was a little nerve-wracking. Obviously, we don't want to like just nondescript white dude with glasses walking around. Yeah.
Especially in Ohio. Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ohio is deeply Ohio is sliding back purple.
It is.
Yes,
But like
yes.
my God, the red holdouts in Ohio are crazy.
You heard about our Supreme Court and our house?
No, tell me more.
So in Ohio, it is now illegal to strike if you are a teacher. You are not allowed to strike.
Cool.
In Ohio, they are pushing through a state budget that slashes library funding by over $100 million. Because menstrual products in the men's restroom, and DEI and woke, and they're in the budget. The whole "it shall be the stance of the Ohio government that only male and female" nonsense in accordance with
I did see
Fallen
that.
47s. Yeah. Ohio's a disaster. So we've got ICE here. Like I have, ICE has been in Springfield. We all know about Springfield.
Yep.
I will be in Springfield, Ohio in like 3 days, which we'll go over in a minute.
Yeah.
Ohio's been a bit of a disaster.
And yet,
both of our senators are Republicans and jackasses. Sorry, go ahead.
And yet, you're still doing the work. Like it's not in the face of all of that, you're still doing the work.
I am trying. Yeah. I will openly admit that my doomer thoughts do pop in.
Of course.
Yeah. And I do think as a community, when people are doomering, doing the whole, well, just stop it is not helpful. Trying to, as long as somebody's not crashing out, like if somebody's like, oh my God, I'm so scared. Oh my God. And like they're freaking out and panicking. I would want to treat that person the same way. Like if one of my close friends like you or me or anybody was having a panic attack, I'd want to like try and be supportive and calming and not just be like, well, shut the fuck up and stop it. I don't think that's the correct way to go about it if somebody's like terrified, but we've got to get people out of that too. I think that's my 2 cents on it. I don't know what you think.
I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I think that we need to, when we see people doomering, when we see people like kind of giving in to those thoughts, we need to shake people out of it. Like it is not constructive. It is, I think it is kind of one of those death spirals, like people need to have action that they can take in order to find a way out of this mess. It is way too tempting to just crawl under a rock and despair,
Though, again, my contention is like, you don't walk up and metaphorically slap somebody or shake them by the shoulders and be like, well, just get the hell over it.
Yeah, exactly.
No. we don't do that. Like, just stop. It's like, okay, let's talk. Let's have a conversation. What are you afraid of? Okay, well, let's look at this from a realistic perspective. What's actually going on? Because I'm dealing with that with somebody that's in my care right now, who I have to pull her aside and be like, oh, honey, let's breathe. Okay, what's really going on? Let's look at the reality of the situation. Okay, yes, it's bad, but we have options. Let's, and I think that's what's helping me with being out as much as I am, because there are nights that I don't want to do it.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. It is one of those things where I feel the same way sometimes about streaming or covering certain topics or stories, and it's just like it is really easy to give into despair and to just say like nothing matters because in 2 years everything will be wrecked or ruined, and it's like, well, but we're not there yet. There are still things to do. There's still work to be done. There's still ways to avert this. And part of the way we can avert this is by each doing our own parts.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
What about when you're loomering?
Sorry, I'll let you direct me for a minute here. Like if you like want to ask questions and stuff, because I am a little worn out.
Yeah, no worries. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, you're running in DSA,
Yes.
you're going to protests. You messaged me about you're going to like 3 protests in one day later this week.
Yes.
Like you,
Three protests in 3 counties in one day from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
yeah. Either of the tell me about the protests first, and we'll get to DSA later.
Okay, so first of all is Dayton's Rally Heard Around the World, which is April 19th from 1 to 2 at the courthouse square. I think it's at the courthouse square. And then from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. So that'll be in Dayton in Montgomery County, Ohio. 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. in Xenia in Greene County, Ohio is the Xenia Courthouse. Another protest there, and then from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. in Springfield, Ohio, which I think they're in Dark County. I can't remember what county they're in. We'll be at the Springfield City Hall Plaza to basically protest ICE and support, cats and dogs. That Springfield, Ohio, with a very large Haitian migrant population that are all wonderful, amazing people that are all very scared. They're like out. They're just not out. People you would normally be able to drive into Springfield and see the Haitian community out and about, and now they're just not. So, which, I can't say as I blame them.
Yeah, a lot of people are really scared. Like they were specifically named by the president of the United States, and like he's been actively trying to go after Tren de Aragua. I talked about that story while he was on the campaign trail, and now like he's weaponized that story to try and put people into a concentration camp in a completely different country. And like I imagine a lot of Haitians are worried about the same thing happening to them.
Yeah, considering there was the I have not been able to like verify this, but I've been seeing friends post on Facebook, which is where we do a lot of organizing stuff, about the administration saying they were just going to revoke the legal immigrant status of of Haitians and other communities.
Yeah, and I mean like they've been doing that with student visas. They've been doing that with they've been trying to do that with a lot of people who are here on like disaster visas in like the wake of natural disasters or political instability in different countries. They've been trying to do that, and it's been locked up in the courts in most of these cases, but like that possibility is like kind of looming over like millions of people's heads. It's a valid fear.
Yeah, and so we're trying to show up. It's gonna be a little rough because of the way the protests have been organized and the permits have been put together. Theoretically, I want to handle all 3. I know some of us are caravanning and carpooling and stuff. I won't be. I'll be going to each one individually. But I do have a Signal chat with people. And I'm part of what's called a CRT team, which is a critical response team with a veterans organization that has like an actual dispatch, and I can call into them and say stuff's going on, and people can get to me if need be, or like try and get extra people if anything does go down. I don't think we're expecting anything to go down. Most everything in the Dayton, I want to say like the quote Tri-City area of like Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus has been okay. Like I know there's been some stuff in Cleveland, I think, and Akron. Is that I can't like was it Will Cali or Will Call or
Will Kale?
Will Kale, yeah. Can probably get more into that in chat because I things are like the days are drilling together.
yeah, understandable.
And I hear about like conservative pulled gun, and I'm like, was that here in Ohio? Wasn't that in like Cleveland, or is that the Indiana one? Or it's like it's every day, and you're like, Ohio. Yeah. I know where the capital is. It's in Columbus. Yeah. I've been in Ohio my whole life, so. But the days are drilling together. But no, those 3 protests. I know that the primary one in Dayton is Social Security, like veterans benefits. It's 50-51. It's indivisible. And then the secondary one in Xenia, I don't remember what we're doing. I'm just going if I can. I might miss the Xenia one because going from Dayton to Xenia, I've got to run down 35, and that takes. I actually grew up in Xenia, so that's my actual place where I was born and raised, was in Xenia, Ohio.
Turf.
Yeah, Little Tucky, and then hopefully, I will miss. I'll put it this way: I'll miss the Xenia one to go to the Springfield one.
We've
if
got.
I have to. Yeah.
Oh, we've got a request in YouTube chat for the name of the veterans group you work with, because we got some other veterans who are interested in maybe looking into joining.
Okay, so if I say this group, if I say the name of the group, I do not want you all to freak out. It is not what it sounds like at first glance.
Okay.
It's the Sons of Liberty.
I mean, that's a cool name.
Yeah, Sons of Liberty, which has been ran by a gentleman that we call Big Sarge, or Admin Tim. I was on a live stream with him a couple days ago, and I just became a member of Midwest Leadership in that group. And I'm leadership in like 3 groups now. And the Sons of Liberty, basically, like if the way Admin Tim or Big Sarge opens his video is like he says MAGA fuck face ass clown Nazi, it's very much, if you're MAGA, you're not welcome here. Yeah. So
Nice.
And it's very trans supportive, very LGBT supportive, obviously, pro Gaza, stuff like that. It's really kind of hard to describe them. And whenever I'm like, hey, I'm part of this veterans organization called the Sons of Liberty, people are like, oh, isn't that like the Proud Boys? And I have to have this.
Well,
no.
See, my brain doesn't go to Proud Boys. My brain goes to Metal Gear, like Metal Gear Solid, Sons of Liberty. Is there any connection there?
I don't know. I'll have to ask Big Sarge.
Big Boss, Big Sarge. Just
Well, he introduces himself as Big Sarge, or the artist formerly known as Admin Tim, and he's like the boss man. He is Big Boss basically. So maybe I don't know. We just kind of call ourselves Saul or Soul.
After Solidus Snake.
I have no idea. He plays Star Citizen though. I know that much.
Okay, so he is a gamer. Okay,
he's a gamer. Yeah, he's a gamer. Right. He's very cool. I got to do a big live stream with him, going over trans veterans issues and trans issues in general. The organization has been very supportive of LGBT groups and stuff like that. So it is not a right-wing MAGA Republican type group. I know that they let we've got I think some like milk toasty quote unquote conservatives in the group that aren't like really in leadership, I don't think, but like if you're MAGA, you're not welcome. Just no, So I joined that group, and it was 3 months and I'm leadership.
Nice.
At least for the Midwest area. I am not in charge of the Midwest area. I am. It's funny because my CO calls me number 1.
Oh yeah.
Because we're both Star Trek nerds, so he calls me number 1.
Nice.
But I do, again, I showed up to DSA and ended up executive steering and running a subcommittee and running for delegate. I showed up to this group. 3 months later, I'm in leadership.
Yeah.
What do we say in this community, Jack?
I mean, 90% of the work is literally just showing up to the meetings. Like that.
Yes.
That is, it is quite like, I'm not bullshitting you guys when I say, like, if you are motivated and you show up to these meetings and you put in the effort to like actually show up and engage, you can literally be in leadership within like, I don't know, a couple months. Yes. That's not an exaggeration. Lady Raincloud literally, I think on my advice, like after hearing about that, you took initiative and you started doing this shit.
Yes. Yeah. When on your advice, like it was because of you, I went to DSA. Well, you and Gamergy.
Yeah, Gamer G too. Of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta give Gamergy roses.
No,
on that.
number one DSA uh proselytizer. I'm trying to think of the right word. That's not even it, but you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Advocate. There we go.
Advocate. Let's do advocate. Yeah. Because anything else is like weird. But
Yeah.
I ran for co-chair. Did not get it. But got elected as the technology coordinator. And it's funny, like my very first DSA meeting, I showed up as not a member and then immediately paid my solidarity dues, joined, and then immediately proposed they adopt a trans rights and bodily autonomy working group. It got passed, and then the co-chair was like, okay, well, you're in charge because you proposed this, so bye.
Good luck.
Good luck. So I'm still in charge of that. I've got that working group meeting on the 24th. My DSA executive steering committee meeting is tomorrow. And then I'm meeting with people from a group called PSL, People's Socialist Liberation or something. They're a political party for DSA and PSL cooperating for Pride stuff in June.
Okay.
That's on Friday. And then the protests are on Saturday. And I think I'm not doing anything on Sunday.
Well, I hope you get plenty of rest because that's gonna be a lot.
Yes, it is, and yes, that is the channel. That is Sons of Liberty. Admin Tim right now is doing a Confederate Heritage Month, where he every day he does a quote Confederate Heritage video, which is probably not what you think it is. It is not positively talking about the Confederacy.
I'm guessing that the Confederate heritage is shitting on the Confederacy at every turn.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It is shitting on the Confederacy. So, like, I understand
the true heritage of the Confederacy, just abject failure, and
Oh, I see. I see aliens. Yeah, wait for the sentence to get finished. Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, if you watch the videos, it's like, when he talks about quote Confederate heritage, he's like, yeah, here's your heritage flag, and it's a white flag, the flag of surrender.
Just a flaming bag of dog shit.
Yeah. So it's shitting on the Confederacy, not supportive of it. So yeah, which God, that's why I was afraid to talk about it, because the naming and the way, like,
when you frame it with upfront, it's Confederate Heritage Month. It's understandable that a lot of people are going to go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is not pro-Confederacy.
If anything, it's to bring in people who are pro-Confederate to shit on them more effectively.
Yes. I would think so. I would like, yeah. Like Sahi said, it sounds like a MAGA safe zone, and then you click and he rips them a new one. Yeah,
yep.
Exactly. That's what he does. Yeah. So I've got to be, yeah. That's why I didn't really want to talk about it, because it's hard to, like, how do I explain this to people and not get accused of things or
I think
canceled again?
I think you've done a good job.
Good.
And you're also yeah, you're also looking into running for other things, right?
Running for city council.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that? It's okay if you're not ready to.
Yeah, I have until August to get my petition in. I did want to run for county commission, but was told in no uncertain terms if I tried to run for county commission and primary the current Dem, I would be blackballed and my political career would never start. Because that's how the Dems are.
Yeah.
But that, well, you should run for city council. And so, even though my city went 51% Republican, but whatever. Basically, well, we would rather beat fascism with a known candidate we know we can win on than run you and you lose. And I'm like,
Yeah,
well,
they're kind of cowardly.
yeah. I'm like, the thing is you don't know that you can win this candidate just because she's won already and has been around. You know, it's. I'm sorry, she's like old and needs to go, I think, but it was basically told to me that if I tried to run for county, that it would be a mistake.
Well,
And it's a $200,000 race to run for county too. So
oof.
yeah,
Well,
250, give or take.
also, going a bit smaller at first to build up some of your chops, to build up like your bona fides and build up kind of your own power base will
Yeah.
make it more effective to unseat a Dem potentially in the future.
Yeah, I think so. And I have to figure out like, because like city council has like districts and then members at large, and then you've got 2-year terms, and you've got like a group of 3 that are up for election, and then another group of 3 is up for election the next year. And so again, I've got to get, I think it's 250 or 500 signatures. I've got to get that turned in by August, and they all have to be registered voters here in my city. And if I get enough of properly registered voters that don't get tossed out, then I go on the ballot, and then we'll go from there, I guess.
How are you going to get those signatures? Have you
So I have discussed with a lot of the organizations. So I am a member of the League of Women Voters here in the Dayton area. They are a 501(c), so they're not allowed to endorse me. That doesn't mean they can't help me. So there might be some people I can talk to there. I'm close with a group here in Dayton called NCCJ, which is the National Conference on Community Justice, that might be willing to help. I have another 501(c) who might be willing to help with like volunteering and getting people out and door knocking and getting signatures, called the Gatlin Dam Group, which is a trans peer support group here that I'm a member of. Wow, the more I list off everything.
Yeah, you do a lot. I do hope you are taking enough time to rest, and I know you're not. So please
I am not.
take a bit more time to rest so you don't just like break down.
Do you know what it's like to be one of those people that if you're not doing a dozen different things, you're like, I'm not doing enough.
Yes.
I'm not doing enough.
Yes.
I could be doing more.
Yes.
And then you like drop dead.
That is basically what happens with me. I push myself too hard, and then I have a mental breakdown, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's why you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like, still a lot of planning. This could fall through completely. I don't intend to win, but I want to try and run anyway. I will say in my corner, and I sent you these 2 people to see if you would be interested. I know we talked weeks ago. 2 very close. Well, one is very close friend. Her name is Bobby Brooke. She ran in a different county. There was a news article about her here in Dayton about the party, like, because she, went on the ballot under her, proper name, and they dead named her and forced her to like do some stuff with her dead name and things. She got like 26% of the vote. She's going to be helping me. There's also Ohio's first trans city councilwoman, Ariane Childre.
Oh, awesome.
Again, I sent you their information and their websites.
I do want to talk to them.
Yeah.
I just I've also been doing a lot, and it's just,
yes,
my mind is like a sieve. It's just everything's going through.
Yeah. I know I need to poke you, but I always worry about being too annoying.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Because I'm like, Jack. But I'm worried if I do that, then, so I poke you like, I try to poke you like not more than like once a week.
My bad.
No, it's okay. No, we're both way too busy. But I know that both of them are going to be helping, and then a lot of other friends have talked. So there's Another friend of mine who's one of the Indivisible organizers, DIFA, District 10, Indivisible for All, a veteran, lesbian, cis lesbian, good friend of mine. She is going to get me in with an activist group that's trying to push in new candidates here to see if they can help with the campaign when we decide to kick this off. And then,
to be clear, like, you're doing almost all of this with no actual funding, right?
I have none. Yeah, I'm unemployed.
Yeah, like this is all like you just getting up, putting on your walking shoes, and doing the work. Like I do want to emphasize, because I think a lot of people, when they hear like, oh, doing stuff, you need to have funding, you need to have XYZ, you literally do not need any of that. You just go out, you need the information, you need obviously to make me able to meet your basic needs, but like you do not need like $1 million in funding. That'd be nice though.
No.
If you can get your hands on that, do so. But like,
I mean, if people want to support me, I do have a PayPal.
Exactly.
But I don't want to take away from your income on your stream, so you know. But it is what it is. So
you can post your PayPal. It's fine.
Okay. I might steal your sugar, not your sugar them. What does Paladin go by?
I don't know. Just sugar. I don't know.
Yeah, your
sugar chatter,
sugar them, or sugar they, or I don't know. I don't know what Paladin's pronouns are.
Let's go with sugar chatter.
Sugar chatter, gotcha. I do kind of want to steal your sugar chatter. Be like, can I have some money to help? I will say that, obviously, like Jack said, you do need, like, I need gas and food money, obviously, right? Yeah. To be able to drive myself around and do stuff. But, like, so does everybody, right?
Shoot me a link to your PayPal, by the way, while you're talking.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. So like you said, with the whole funding thing, people think you need lots and lots of money. You don't. And sometimes if you manage to, I will say this is not something that I like. This, where I am, is taking me years to get to, right?
Yeah.
Not like a decade, but like years to get to. Building up friendships and relationships and showing up.
Yep.
Got to keep harping on that. Showing up, being there, having people know who you are, continuing to show up. You don't just show up once and be like, hi, I want to do stuff, and then leave. And never show back up. You keep showing up. And it does take a while before you can get to this point. But I would also say that now, in the situation we're in, not so much. It's going to be much, much quicker. If you show up and there are empty spaces for you to fill, and you ask the people that are organizing for things to do, they will find you things to do.
Oh yeah, I can attest that there, like, if you go to your local Dem party, if you go to your local like DSA, there are gonna be people right now, because political times are tough. They're usually older people are in these positions of leadership, and a lot of them are looking for people that they can hand power off to. Just straight up.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's that. I mean, my DSA chapter went from like having 5 people show up to their meetings to having like our last general was over 80.
Hell yeah, that's great.
And because our current executive committee is, like, again, we're meeting tomorrow. Our current executive steering committee is everybody on it. Most everyone on it's new. One of our co-chairs is brand new to DSA. She joined a month before I did. And our other co-chair has been around forever. And then our treasurer was the last co-chair, but became the treasurer. And then most everybody else is relatively newish. Except for, I think, our secretary has been around, and our campaign coordinator There's a whole lot there. But for me, like, it's literally I showed up and got involved, and you also need to not be afraid to just Kool-Aid man it, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Right? Oh yeah, right? You just show up. Oh yeah, and I'm here and I'm doing stuff. I want to do stuff, and people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, thank God, I'm so tired."
Yep. Take my burden.
Yeah, take my burden, or like half of it, or whatever. Like, do something. And I think I admit I am in a unique position because my wife works from home, my little one's in school, I am unemployed, so we are safe enough financially that, and by safe enough I mean, I think we make like around 40 to 50 a year together. Which if the VA goes where it's going, I'm going to lose my disability anyway. I do bring in some money from disability. But it's enough for me to be able to, like, okay, I'm going to 3 protests in one day. I'm going to eat. So I'm going to spend like $20-30 on gas and $20-30 on food.
Yeah.
Instead of people thinking, oh, well, to be doing all of this stuff, I need to be spending thousands of dollars a day to go out and do things. And
Yeah,
that's
you
just
need.
not...
Where's all the money going to your campaign ads? How much are you spending on your campaign ads?
Right now, big old goose egg. Because I'm not even on the ballot yet. I have to get my my petition in. I've got till August 26th, I think, is the deadline. So I've got some time. And I know some people that are like, I'm just going to do this the week before.
Oh, God.
That's not me.
Nope.
So, yeah, God, what else? Sorry, you wanted to, yeah, I'll...
No,
back to you.
I was just going to ask, like, if you could give, like, one piece of advice to folks, what would it be?
I'm going to be a real dork and a real nerd.
Go for it.
And I'm going to quote The Lord of the Rings. And I'm going to say, courage, Mary. Courage for our friends. And I'm going to say, you need to have courage. Courage is not the absence of fear. I go out every day terrified. Is this the day I walk up to somebody with a gun? Is this the day somebody comes knocking on my door because I'm loudmouthed and my wife's an immigrant? Is this the day that I'm trans and I walk into the bathroom thinking everything's fine and it's not? Is this the day I just get into a car accident, drive into a protest? I wake up every day tired and sore and exhausted. You have to have courage for your friends, your people, and realize that you are not alone. You are not. I think all the pictures I've shown of the protests I've been to, the pictures I'm going to be taking, shows we're not alone. And it feels small and it feels insignificant. 70, 80 people showed up at this last protest. That's nothing. Except it's something. So you just have courage. Have courage. Be courageous. That's probably very cringy and very, I don't know, but that's what I would say. Just find your courage and realize that the strength of your courage comes from your friends. The power of friendship.
I mean, unironically, like that.
Yes.
That is what makes great protest. Great protests strong, effective.
Very.
And I think that's very valid. I think it speaks to where a lot of people are. A lot of people right now are scared. They feel alone. They don't feel powerful. They are aware on some level that individually they are not capable of solving all of these problems. And so I think a lot of people freeze up. And I think telling people to be courageous, to go out there and meet the world head on, I think that's good advice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like the Dayton protest pictures I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
When we talked about that, where hundreds of people were out in the rain and the cold and the wind. Hundreds of people. at the old Montgomery County Courthouse in Dayton, Ohio. And there were some agitators, but hundreds of people stood there for 2 hours in the rain, in cold rain, and did it anyway. People that are old enough to be my grandmother. People with their kids. And don't get pedantic on me, Chad, about bringing kids to protests. I'm not in the mood for it. People like me, plenty of trans peeps, plenty of veterans, plenty of disabled people in scooters and wheelchairs and walkers showing up to protests. People who'd never protested before. And what made it strong, what made it powerful, was all of those people having the courage to show up together and be there together. Because as Cory Booker said, and yes, he is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, before anybody gives me any shit for bringing him up, the power of the people is greater than the power, is greater than the people in power. Right? Is what he said, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Sorry.
No, I think that's great. I don't, Cory Booker might be cringe in a number of different ways, but like he's good at a turn of phrase, and I think on a number of things he is very correct. And I just want to commend you. Thank you for getting out there. Thank you for kind of leading the charge in a lot of ways and getting involved in a lot of these endeavors, especially as far as like this community goes. Like you've been one of the first people into the breach to kind of do something about it, and I really appreciate it. And I also really appreciate you taking the time to come on and talk to all of us about it and talk about your experiences and talk about how like important this is to you and to kind of the wider problems that are affecting everyone. So just thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for being my friend.
You're welcome. Speaking on that, I do want to get something off my chest real quick.
Go for it.
You and I consider each other friends, like friends, not like
Yeah.
parasocial, like
Yeah.
friends, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Two things, and this is apropos of nothing, and if you're concerned about it, you and I can talk about it off stream, but two things in regards to Jack and I being friends and me being on. One thing you don't get to do is come to me and ask me to handle Jack. Never do that. Ever do that. Don't ever do that.
Have people done that?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work.
That's not gonna work. I have known you for over 4 years. One, even if I thought, if I had the lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch in me, if I thought that I could quote unquote handle you, which is not even remotely a thing that exists in my mind, don't ever do that. Don't like come to me and be like, Jack did a thing. Can you like handle it? No, no, fuck off. And the other thing is also that also, like, how do I put it? Don't ever come and tell me things on her behalf that she hasn't actually said either.
Wait, what does that mean?
There's been like one or two instances where it's been like, well, I think Jack thinks this about what you said or did. And I'm like, oh, really? Because I could just go talk to her and find out.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
What?
These things are not, they're rare, but they've happened and I've never talked about them. And I just want to be like, it's out here. Don't come to me. If you get banned, don't come to a blue name. That's any of the VIPs and any of the mods. Don't come to a blue name and be like, can you do something about this? Don't do that shit. Don't do it.
I mean, I guess if you get banned, you could reach out to a mod. Like, that's not...
Well, yes. But like, don't reach out to the VIPs.
Yeah, don't reach out to some... Yeah, no. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, yeah. No, those things
I'm
have
sorry.
happened.
I'm sorry on behalf of this community that people have been doing that to you. Don't do that shit,
it is
folks.
Rare. It is rare. I just have never had a chance to talk about it and be like, hey, just for future reference, don't ever do this.
Yeah.
It has not happened within like the last few months, I will say, but it has happened. And I wanted to get it off my chest for a couple months now. Like, don't do this. Just don't do it.
Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Anything else, or is this we head now?
I think we're done. I have so many other things we need to cover. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jack. Love you. Love you, chat. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Love Lady Raincloud. I used to cop that before I was even a mod. Yeah, people need to don't do that shit. Like, it's not a good look. Like, you can try reaching out to me, I guess, but like, it's also generally not the best way to go. Usually you'll have better luck. By the way, just as a favor to all you folks, if you ever do get into an interaction with me that's kind of spicy, or with a mod that's kind of spicy, just take like the time out and then stop being spicy. You know, like just take the time out, minutes to chill, and you're gonna be okay. All right, like most of the time we just time people out and then you guys can come back. If you have been banned, you can reach out to mods to be unbanned. But if you are like trying to like reach out to like people you know I'm kind of friends with, like, or I am friends with, or like I have people who are like super, I know that there are people in chat who just like chat a lot and folks will reach out to them. Like, don't do that. That's weird. That's weird as fuck. All that does is reinforce like the banning decisions we make. You know? I got auto-modded once in once in a chat. Well, true. Auto-mod will happen over on Twitch just because like it's on. And honestly, I should turn it off because fuck auto-mod, but also whatever. They forgot to say thank you to you? Who did? Are you trying to make a joke? Because if you are, it's not Landon. I did? I don't think you do not have to say thank you to me for anything. Are you guys memeing right now? Because I can't tell. Doing that stuff feels like social manipulation. Yeah, don't get the parasocial. Don't get weirdly parasocial. Okay. Okay, that was a joke. Gotcha. Yeah, I have trouble understanding those sometimes. It failed? Gotcha. We need a cop emote in site chat. Don't we have one? I thought we did. Like, I don't know. Like, there are just some people who keep doubling down and doubling down. Like, I don't know what possesses someone to come in and just be like, yeah, I think killing all trans people would be good if we got like a ceasefire in Gaza. Like that what is wrong with you? You know, like what's happening here? You know, on Twitch you can appeal your ban. You can send in an unban request. On YouTube you can send I'm gonna just say you can message mods to get an unban request, perhaps, but like being weird and like going trying to go over their heads or go to my like it's stop it. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Also, when has capitulating to fascists ever worked?
Literally never. All of the law firms that bent the knee to Trump are now being like Darth Vader. The deal is getting worse all the time. He's now asking for more and more shit. And it's just like, stop it. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs earlier. Why is she called Riley Gaines when she should be called Riley Loses for tying for 5th? That's an excellent question. I do vote on the motion that we rename Riley Gaines Riley Loses. All in favor? Aye. Even Jack has said it herself. She's not a friend in the same sense someone IRL is. Yeah, like I'm a friendly person, but like I don't know each and every one of you personally. You know, like I haven't done, I don't know you guys. Some of you I do know, you know, but not most of you. There's only one person who handles Jack, and her name is Clarice. That's so true. Riley Coyote going out of her way to catch the bird just to run into a well-painted brick wall. Hey, I love it. I love it. Howdy, Sweet Myths Music. How you doing, lovely?
It just reminds me of Lauren Welker telling Blair White to grow out a mustache and live as a man. That much pick-me effort did nothing.
Wait, I thought that was Lauren Witzke. Is there like is there another Lauren? There are so many Republican Laurens. It's hard to keep track of them. They're multiplying too quickly. They're like tribbles. Happy news from my part of the world. The far right dropped about 7% in the local election. Hell yeah. Lauren Witzke. Ah, ha ha ha. I was correct. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. My ex-wife name is Lauren. See? Point to me. Also, just real quick. Okay. All right, folks. Went to Anza Borrego the week before, a much needed break from all the madness. Got some pretty pictures. Yo. The desert is such an underrated landscape. It's so beautiful. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah! Cool ass motorcycle pics. Fucking gorgeous. Love that for you. Thank you for sharing the pictures. Get more jacked. My spine. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right, toning these guns. She don't need firepower power when she's rocking these guns. True. Okay, folks. Let's talk about tariffs. All right. Let's talk about tariffs. You guys ready? You guys ready for a segment? Some seggies. Boo. Dude, why? Yeah, Nightbot does not like you, Jakar. Have to go, but please take care of yourselves and each other. Absolutely. Maybe undo the timeout? I don't know. I forgot what the command is. Ready for a seggy? I think you mean you're all reggy for a seggy. Jesse Gender made an interesting video about the tariff, saying that the suffering they cause is the point. Does that sound right to you? No. I like Jesse Gender's Star Trek takes, but that doesn't at all sound right to me. I at this point, like, I understand that cruelty to liberals is the point some of the time, but in this particular instance, no. In this case, it's like rampant thievery and ego and ignorance. Those are the three things that are kind of at play. It's not so much to cause liberal suffering. So let's get into it. So, folks, you guys may have heard that there are these things called tariffs. Now, as we have discovered over the course of our extensive research, tariffs are, in fact, shuffling notes sound, a tax on people here in America and not actually a tax on other countries. Now, usually how you would do a tariff is you would invest in building factories in your own country, and then you would set up tariffs that help. After that factory is done and up and running, you would then put in tariffs that protect your nascent industry of whatever, batteries, solar panels, thingamadoozits, whatever. You'd put a tariff so that your thingamadoozits made in your country become cheaper in comparison to the thingamadoozits made in another country, so that you can build up the industry here naturally and kind of like have your own domestic production of goods. In the case of Donald Trump didn't do that, and instead pitched this idea that tariffs are what other countries pay on goods, which is not the case. Other countries do not pay tariffs. The importers here do. So you need to understand that when he imposes a 10% across the board tariff on every single country, not only has he not built up the manufacturing capacity of the United States, but he has also not encouraged people to invest in the United States, and also isn't doing it for any given field. It's just broadly on the entire world's imports. So it's just a 10% tax paid flatly by everyone in the United States. And this is going to disproportionately impact poorer people. And as I say all of that, there's a gigantic asterisk at the end of this, because it's not just the 10% on the world, because eventually he plans to jack all of those up, apparently. But he has also today announced that there will be a 245% tariff on China. And this is, I mean, he previously had upped it to a 145% tariff. Now it is 245%. This is in response to China retaliating to the trade war that Donald Trump started. And China has been retaliating by raising their tariffs on American goods. And those tariffs have hit 125% on American imports to China. And they also have begun shutting off the flow of rare earth metals and magnets from China, which basically the United States needs to manufacture a lot of high-tech components, both for the military, for our auto industry, for a lot of other parts of our domestic manufacturing that we already have. So this is not great. It's not great. Now, a 10% tariff on the world broadly would be bad, but it would be manageable. It would be relatively dependable. It would be like kind of the wet dream of all of these conservatives to kind of like do a flat tax on everyone instead of a progressive tax structure on income. The general idea for a lot of these conservative types is that, oh, well, just have these broad tariffs on importation, and then you can replace the income tax with just tariffs. That's kind of their way of getting around income tax, replacing it. It's kind of their wet dream scenario. But Donald Trump isn't doing that. Okay? And when we take a look here, what is actually happening with the tariffs, right? So, and I have to emphasize this a lot. There is no plan when it comes to the tariffs. The Trump administration does not understand tariffs. Trump has never understood tariffs. In the 1980s, he was saying all of the exact same things he was saying about tariffs as what he says today. He just does not understand what they are and does not care to learn what they are. He just doesn't know. He's dumb as shit. And all of the people around him are sycophantically enabling him to do all this. That's it. That is the only reason this is happening. So in response to the rare earth metals being turned off, essentially they are, Donald Trump is saying that he is going to increase tariffs by 100%. And that brings us to a total of 245. I believe the 245 may only apply to some goods and industries. At this point, I'm just going to throw this out there. At this point, it does not matter what kind of numbers he's throwing out there, because 245% may as well be 20,000%. You know, it may as well be a 1,000,000% increase in tariffs. Like, it's not. We're basically just doing number bigger than yours. It's a dick measuring contest, essentially, and it could be in place for months. It could be gone tomorrow. Who knows? Both sides are saying that they're willing to negotiate, but neither one wants to call the other first because they are like teenage lovers, you know, trying to make the other one confess first. It really is wild. And yeah, the Trump administration does not have the ability to inspect every single import from China to impose these duties. So what has been happening is that anything that is arriving from China is having its duties waived and sent through, and then like people are being told, figure it out later. Is there a limit Trump can reach? No, there is not. But it's basically just at this point, it's not real in a sense. And if it stays at 245% long enough to be real, like the suffering that will ensue is going to basically get people pitchfork and torching it. Okay. People are already furiously mad about this prior to actual materially being impacted by this. And once they start getting hit by the price increases that a 245% increase in tariffs actually entails, things are gonna get really bad really fast, and people are gonna be mad as shit. Okay? It is bizarre. Newsweek here compares what China is saying, and when asked, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jiang said, "There is no winner in tariff wars and trade wars, and China does not want to fight, but it is by no means afraid to fight." And then Donald Trump on Truth Social said, "Nobody is getting off the hook for the unfair trade balances and non-monetary tariff barriers that other countries have used against us, especially not China, which by far treats us the worst. We're looking at semiconductors and the whole electronic supply chain in the upcoming national security tariff investigations. What has been exposed is that we need to make products in the United States, and that we will not be held hostage by other countries, especially hostile trading nations like China, which will do everything within its power to disrespect the American people." Like, one of these people is sane and the other one is just absolutely off the wall insane. And I think it's pretty easy to tell who is who. Okay? So this is wild. And we have additional bad news kind of leaking in as the days go by. Here's from CNN just earlier today. Hong Kong suspends postal service to the United States after Trump's tariff hikes. And that is bad because Hong Kong is one of the biggest, port cities. It's one of the biggest ways of exporting and importing things into China. And, that's bad. That's real fucking bad. And it gets worse. Because as the days go by, I mean, cancellations of Chinese freight ships begin as bookings plummet. Basically, the raw number of ships transporting goods has gone way, way down. Yeah, let's take a look. We won't go to zero containers, but we will see a decrease in containers, and as a result, in the future, we will see a massive raft of blank sailings announced, one freight expert told CNBC. A total of 80 blank or canceled sailings out of China have been recorded by the freight company HLS Group. It wrote in a recent note to clients that with the trade war between US and China leading to a demand plummet, carriers have started to suspend or just adjust trans-Pacific services. Major online freight alliance One has suspended until further notice a route that had previously been planning to bring back in May, which would include ports of Qingdao, Ningbo, Shanghai, Busan, Vancouver, and Tacoma. Basically, this is where the rubber meets the road, guys. Once the shipping containers stop, once the shipping routes have changed, this is I mean, this is when we start getting fucked, and when we start seeing things not on store shelves. Okay? Yeah, this is buckle up. We're at the top of the roller coaster. You're about to start getting hit by all of the beams on the way down. This is, you're not going to be able to find things at the grocery store. You're not going to be able to find machinery is not going to have replacement parts for anything less than 10 times what it used to cost to fix them. It's going to be really bad, and I just don't know how to emphasize that enough, because none of us have really experienced anything like this. I mean, it could be I think it's going to be worse than COVID, frankly. And a lot of people just don't get it yet. So, yeah. The impact of the diminished freight container traffic to North America will be significant for many links in the economy and supply chain, including the ports and logistics companies moving the freight. If each sailing was carrying 8,000 to 10,000 20-foot equivalent units, that would equal a decline in freight traffic of between 640,000 to 800,000 containers, and lead to decreased crane operations at the ports, lower fees that could be collected, and declines in container pickups and transports by trucks, rails, and to warehouses for storage. 640 to 800,000 containers less. That is a lot. Luckily, I took the cannibal perk when I hit level 8. I knew it would come in handy one day. Yeah, it's to put this in perspective, chat, China accounts for approximately 30% of all US containerized imports, but accounts for approximately 54% of all US containerized imports from Asia. So we're talking like real economic hardship. We produce a lot of food here in the US. Yep. A lot of that food is not going to get bought. This fucks over farmers. It fucks over basically any industry that has mechanical parts manufactured abroad, because most of those parts manufactured in China. It fucks over our auto industry. Like literally so many different things are going to be hit by this. Clothing. If you want the underwear, it's all going to get way more expensive. Way, way more expensive. And it's going to hit everybody. And again, just to really emphasize that this is not going to bring back manufacturing to the United States, I want to interest you all in this graph. Okay? Wait, can't the farmer just sell it domestically for a lower price, thus lowering the price of food? I may be wrong. I'm drunk as hell right now. Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way. A non-economist recently insisted that manufacturing employment only began declining in the 2000s, so I drew this graph. And this is using Bureau of Labor Statistics. Manufacturing employment as a share of non-farm payrolls. So, if you were to bring back manufacturing to the United States, you would expect there to be a spike somewhere in here. When the tariffs were implemented, or when subsidies were implemented to build factories that would then benefit the American people. But I'm just pointing out here that this does not seem like it's going to bring back manufacturing. And again, you typically implement tariffs after the factories are already built. I live rural. Farmers markets always end with a lot of stuff thrown away. Yep. That farmer took loans for seed and equipment. He can't afford to sell it that cheap. Exactly. When farmers need to, farmers need to invest in their field. And they need to be able to make that investment back in order to pay their workers, in order to pay themselves, in order to continue to buy seed for next year. Yeah. We forgot to plant the factory seeds. Exactly, Sweet Blasphemy. You get it. So this is, in the words of one economist, not great. And it's so not great that we have seen a raft of different folks come together from all different sectors of the political playground to try and put a stop to this. The initial push to stop Trump's tariffs came in the form of a lawsuit from a legal group backed by Charles Koch and another billionaire named Leonardo A. Leo, which is maybe one of the most obnoxious names I've ever seen in my life. But that is true. Legal group funded by conservative megadonors challenges Trump's tariffs. So they represent a small paper company in Florida, and they are suing the Trump administration to take away his tariff powers, arguing it is unconstitutional for him to take that power from Congress. Additionally, the other day, I talked about another think tank-driven lawsuit against the Trump administration being pushed by libertarians in the name of 5 small businesses that are suing the Trump administration. Again, they're suing also on a few other grounds as well. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Why is the one industry you never hear them call for manufacturing to return to the US's consent?
Well, we're already the world leader in manufacturing consent, so, you know, we're number 1. USA! 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 Is that the same libertarian group out of Texas? Yes. And just today, just a few hours ago today, another contender, just keep in mind, those first 2 are deeply, deeply conservative organizations. And now the entire state of California is also suing Donald Trump because, hey, guess where a lot of those shipping containers go? Guess where those big shipping industries are that receive all of those Chinese goods? It's in California. California and Washington. That's it. All right? They want their tech treats. And they're suing to get it. So a not insubstantial amount of legal and political power is now backing some challenges to Donald Trump wielding this power like I don't know, some child in Fortnite managing to hack the game and have infinite health. You know, it's just that's kind of where we're at. Like, everyone hates this. It does not benefit anyone. Okay? Like, Donald Trump here is making everyone angry, and the reason is he's fucking with the money. Okay? 1/3 of all shore imports come through Long Beach. Damn, I did not know it was that high. But, like, this is where we're at. Like, everyone is coming together around this, and it is reaching a point where, again, the Wall Street Journal the other day called for Donald Trump to be impeached. And you want to know something else? Democrats are starting to talk about impeachment again. Here's MSNBC talking the other day, just 3 days ago, rather, about impeaching Donald Trump for a lot of different things. But a lot of this is fueled by the fact that, like, big business backs Democrats and Republicans. You know, there's a lot happening here, and there's a new movement called I think the anti-King movement or the no King movement, and it's backed by Ilhan Omar for one. And they're calling for people to amp up pressure to push for impeachment. He's not going to get impeached. It's a cult. I think if you have billionaire Republicans now pushing for you to be stripped of your powers as president, I think the money is more powerful than the cult. Let me put it that way. The moneyed interests here are more powerful than the people who are within his cult. Most of these big money people they think he's a moron. They think he's a moron that they can control, and the ones that have already found out that they can't control him like Charles Koch, are now putting their money into getting him stripped of his powers. Okay? And I do think that this is going to come to a head relatively soon. If a 245% tariff goes through unchallenged, I think the amount of economic suffering unleashed by that, just on a tariff from China alone, we're talking like factories close down. We're talking like small businesses find it impossible to operate. We're talking like the lifeblood of the American economy dying. And that is just facts on what a 245% tariff from China does. Okay? And so that's, I mean, like, if depending on when that economic pain hits, maybe impeachment will happen. Maybe Republicans will look at it and think that they can just ride it out until like 2026 and then paint the Democrats as the bad guys again. I don't know. But all I'm saying is that the kind of economic suffering that people are going to go through, I think it wakes up enough people from their cultish stupor. What would happen if they were successful in impeaching Trump? Would Vance wind up being just as bad or worse? Well, I mean, if they impeach Trump, they also have the votes to convict him in the Senate. So Trump would go to jail. And then Vance would be in power. But Vance, again, is a Rizla ghoul. I do not think that JD Butterfinger... I don't think JD Butterfingers Vance has the ability to command the Trump loyalty. You know, something tells me that he just can't muster it, you know? I think JD Vance, in all likelihood, would be much better for the business community. I think he'd probably be like a more pro-business, more stable, more known quantity than Donald Trump. And in that regard would be preferable for everyone involved, and also eminently beatable in any kind of presidential election. So that's just my general take. Vance would try to bring on the Handmaid's Tale IRL. I don't think he can do that. Again, genuinely, I do not think there are the time and logistics just aren't on his side, even if he wanted to do that. Wouldn't Vance pardon Trump? I don't think you can pardon conviction by Congress. Miss Machine, thank you for subscribing.
Wouldn't Vance pardon Trump?
And One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. I do not believe a president can pardon someone convicted by the Senate. I mean, also, JD Vance just like does not have the Republican loyalty that Donald Trump does to be able to pull off like a Handmaid's Tale situation. Keep in mind, folks, like even Donald Trump during his first tenure in office couldn't undo Obamacare, you know? Like he couldn't do it. We need to do something about China's pilfering of our intellectual property. I mean, to be fair, we also pilfer intellectual property from every other country. Yeah, also JD Vance fucks couches, and that's just a fact. And no one wants to listen to a couch fucker. Vance has scarier ideas, but he does not have the ability to carry any of them out. Especially not, again, to understand the scenario, if Donald Trump gets impeached, we have one of the largest mass movements in American history pushing for that. If Donald Trump gets impeached, it's because mass mobilization has occurred. Everyone is paying attention. Everyone is activated. JD Vance cannot get away with doing shit under those conditions. You know? It's not about the single personality anymore under the Republican Party. It's a monolith. I do not believe that is the case. Like, again, if that was the case, you would not see Republicans starting to rebel against Trump as the tariff. Like, oh my God, like, just real quick. Like, remember last week, just less than a week ago, Republicans were on the point of like pushing legislation that would require would strip Donald Trump of his tariffing powers. Like, there were something like a dozen or more Republicans publicly coming out against Donald Trump because of the tariff pressures. And that was, well, like, they got a small reprieve, but that pressure is going to be jacked up again. Like, in the span of like 4 or 5 days, you had Republicans openly contesting the president of the United States and saying we need to take back this power. If these tariffs actually hit, you are not going to see loyalty. If you see people actually suffering on the mass scale that these tariffs would do, like, these people are all sharpening their knives. The second Donald Trump or JD Vance is not useful to them, they will betray them because they have no loyalty, really. All they have is fear to the amount of power. And if their constituents ultimately are hardcore suffering and demanding something be done about it, they are going to listen. They are definitely not a monolith. I can tell you that much. Did you look at the Senator Grassley meeting? No, but we will. We'll eventually get to that. One of the things to mention here is that we've been looking at these Republican town halls, and Republicans are going to those. I know that the popular narrative is that they're all full of like paid protesters or whatever, but like, no, a lot of those people are Republicans, and they're fucking angry as fuck. You know, like, it's not. The spell is not impenetrable, and treating it like it is frankly doing no one any favors. Also, just a thought, if Trump goes, then so does his cabinet. Yeah. Literally the only thing maintaining any amount of like loyalty is fear of the Trump cult. And if the cult leader goes, other people can't just step in to fill those shoes. It'd be up to the Justice Department to bring charges. Against whom? If I'm JD Vance, I send out a check to buy loyalty, call it grief aid. Yeah, and like that might help him a bit, but I genuinely, that is not going to change the amount of anger people have towards this administration. The mass mobilization is going to continue until we have new leadership in every position in 2028. Like, we aren't going to stop protesting. You guys get that, right? Like, even if we got Donald Trump impeached, that would just empower and spur on more protests. Also, JD Vance is not he's got none of the riz. He just can't do it. There's a very small, infinitesimal chance this whole thing has been a ruse by JD Vance to get power. No, that is not a thing that has happened. Peter Thiel did not invest as much as he did in Vance for it not to pay off for him. Oh, yes. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if JD Vance is in charge, is the president, Like, Peter Thiel will profit from that. But there's a big difference between one billionaire getting richer and we live in The Handmaid's Tale. I've watched some of that show now. I know how that society is. You cannot tell me he would be able to do that. Sorry. I suspect Mike Johnson more of the long game villain strategy. Absolutely. But also Mike Johnson is the kind of guy who jerks it with his son watching. So like, you know, he's a fucking freak. And you guys might think I'm joking. I'm not. Dude linked his porn account to his son's so that they could be accountable to each other and see each other's pornography. That's a real thing. You can look it up. Mike Johnson, yes, Mike Johnson is the accountability guy, and his accountability buddy for jerking it was his son, who was 17. Anyway, tariffs are not doing Trump any favors. You've got libertarians, you've got billionaire conservatives gunning for him. I think that if this pain continues from the China tariffs and people actually begin materially feeling that, what happens after that politically, I think is predictably going to galvanize people against Donald Trump. He's already at like record lows for his handling of the economy. People do not think they're going to benefit from this. And they're right. They're about to get fucked. Every single one of us. So thanks, Donald Trump, for the economic recession, depression, whatever happens. Thanks. There we go. Like, I don't know, guys. If you ever want to, like, see why Republicans are freaking the fuck out, you need to look at the bond markets. The bond markets are terrifying right now. If you have any amount of money invested in America, the rich assholes are freaking the fuck out about that. For good reason. It's basically the end of American economic dominance. Hey, buddy Lewis Acker. How you doing? This is why hitting the debt ceiling is going to be so terrible. I wonder if Chuck Schumer is going to do anything about that. Like, U.S. will breach the debt ceiling between July and October unless Congress acts. That was 3 weeks ago. Could run short of money to pay its bills in August. That's still a ways away. Also, it's another week and a half until Congress returns from its recess. So make sure you're going to those town halls, folks. Protest. Ask them why they're fucking over the American people. Well, yeah, the debt ceiling is always one of the battles to watch, but the budget battle is done for now until September. Now the debt ceiling is the next one. Whew. Okay, folks, we've been going for over 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not do it without you folks. Thank you so much. And just as a bit of an update here. I believe you guys are at 46 out of 100 subs. You guys are getting close to the goal. And who knows what will happen when you get to the goal. Trick question, I know. And you guys are going to like when we hit that goal, because it's going to be a change of pace, and it's going to be fucking weird in a fascinating way, I think. At my Barnes & Noble, I saw Melania's memoir front and center, and it was so full. No one is buying that book. Yeah, who gives a shit? Weird, you say? Let's do this? Well, we got to hit 100 subs first. What is weird in 2025? Oh, just you wait. Hello, Cool Cat Paul. One question for you. Do you do charity like wigs for kids? You know, I haven't had a haircut like that in a long time. More spirit science? Nope. This is something I've never talked about on stream before. How could things get much weirder? Oh, don't ask me that, Velvet. All right. Done with tariffs. Also, just one last thing worth talking about with tariffs and impeachment. If Congress has the votes to override a veto and take tariff power back from Donald Trump, they have the votes to impeach. And that is worth noting, especially because if they can impeach Donald Trump, they might do it if like the economic circumstances of America get bad enough. Largely if the bond market like buckles too much, because if so, it might be the last thing that could restore like faith and trust in like investing in American bonds. So worth noting that detail. I'm getting the feeling kink might be involved somehow. You might be right. But how do we get Mike Johnson to comply? Well, that's easy. If Mike Johnson is literally the only barrier, all that needs to happen, frankly, is one Republican to have a vote of no confidence. Mike Johnson is only speaker due to an agreement he made with the Republican body, and that agreement is still in effect, and that is that any single Republican can have a vote of no confidence in the speaker. So if we get to the point where there is truly mobilized enough people to have a veto-proof majority in the House and Senate, like I imagine either Mike Johnson goes along with that or he loses his seat. How much further are tariffs as an economic tool going to get discredited after Trump? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by the wording of your question, but like as an economic tool, they're not a particularly useful one outside of a handful of like pretty specific cases. And most people know that. Like the tariff the tariff policy of the United States is one of the things that led to the Great Depression, which is why historically people have understood that and not done a ton of tariffs. Donald Trump is just a moron. So, what's weirder than the cult? Oh, if you guys want to find out, drop some subs and donos. All right. Okay, I think... How long is this? Ba-ba-da-ba. Now, folks, if... I'm trying to figure out if we should do the Canadian Prime Minister debate or the Australian Prime Minister debate. I'm thinking we do the Canadian one first, specifically because Australians will be awake later. Late Bloomer, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, getting us over that 50% mark. Let's go. It's in French? What?
To Quebec now, where candidates to be Canada's next prime minister.
Points that only serves the...
Oh, okay, but it's translated. Don't scare me like that. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Tristan MB. Are you so confident the Reich has not solidified by now? I would say January 6th was comparable to the beer hall push. We are at the people going to camps phase, as you have covered a lot of late. Yeah. I do not think it is solidified. If it was solidified, I do not think you would see people having the ability to come out and protest like this. They do not have the power. They do not have the logistics. They do not have the mobilized troops. They do not have the mobilized forces. They do not have any of the things that would be required to do the things you are alleging that they would do yet.
I passed out for a bit. Did we talk about Scott potentially being a death camp? Kyle Kulinski did a segment.
No, we did not talk about that yet. We'll get there later. But I mean, I agree with you that it's a very dangerous phase, but like to characterize the Republicans as united is not the case. It just is not. As somebody who pays attention to this all the time, no.
As competent as their predecessors.
I mean, even the Nazis were not competent. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Von Tux, thank you for the $5 dono. Tristan MB, thank you for the $2 super chat. But yeah, no, this, like, again, Donald Trump is trying to be an authoritarian. It is very scary. In a lot of ways, in a lot of areas, he has succeeded, but we are still able to protest. We are still able to do a lot. And we are going to do a lot. We're going to continue to do a lot. We're going to continue to mobilize. We're going to continue to get bigger protests. Good night, Crochet Whimsy. Our country is less half-baked than they were. If we were Germany, Trump would have been officially declared king by now. I mean, yeah, kind of. I'm not saying things aren't bad. I'm just saying, like, genuinely, if you're in the we're Nazi Germany phase, you should not be watching this live stream. You should be, like, in the woods prepping, you know? Like, prepping for, like, partisan warfare. I genuinely, like, if you believe that we are that far gone, then everything I'm doing here is pointless. And I do not believe we're that far gone, and I do not believe what we're doing here is pointless. Other people can disagree with that. That's fine. Yes, Hammock, again, one of the number of things we're going to be talking about today. Yeah. Also, like, Canada has to start accepting refugees if we want to pop across the border. But, you know. Republicans haven't passed their tax cut yet. They're dysfunctional. True. True. All right. Let's see what this debate is. Okay, let's see how the Canadians doing. Also, can I speed up the playback? Yes, I can. Cool, we're gonna do that. 1.5 speed. Here we go.
We have one tax system that treats everybody the same, and the very wealthy need to pay their fair share.
First of all,
to give live
Resistance
from Maison
is
Radio
never
Canada.
pointless, even when things are super fucked.
True, Vera, but also, like, I mean, we get into a very different kind of resistance if we're talking like we're already in Nazi Germany, you know? Also, I would definitely be in prison if we were already in Nazi Germany. So if I'm not in prison and I'm still in America, we're not there yet. We're not cooked yet. At least not that cooked. It might be like kind of cooked, but not fully cooked. Canada's election is in 11 days, folks. We're diving into the debate between all of our fine contenders in this race. And that's right, it's me, an American, lording over knowledge over Canadian politics. I do not know what I'm doing, but I'll do my best. Here we go.
In Montreal, this is the Leaders Debate 2025 with Patrice Roy. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the French Leaders Debate. We are joined by Mark Carney, leader of the Liberal Party, Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative.
Okay, now I do have to say,
Mark Carney, leader of the Liberal Party, Pierre Poilievre, leader of the...
I know that this guy is a fucker, a fucking snake. I know that he is a smarmy little turd who licks Trump's boots. And I don't like him. I don't know anything about his policies, but I do know he deep throats Donald Trump in his spare time, and I do not care for that. Boo! I also heard he has a tiny penis. Boo!
Conservative Party, Yves-François Blanchet, leader of the Bloc Québécois, and Jacques Meeting, leader of the...
I think this guy's pretty cool, and he has a good beard. I like him.
The New Democratic Party. Good evening to all four of you.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 6 p.m. in a few seconds. This important event has been moved forward to give as many people as possible the opportunity to tune in without missing a decisive moment for another one of our passions, hockey. And by the way, I'll go off script here for a few seconds and say that...
Can I just say real quick that, like, I really like this debate setup? Like, damn, compared to like how America sets up our debate stages, this is so good. It looks like they're literally debating in like 3075 over here. And like, meanwhile, we in America are still using wooden podiums like we're provincials.
The Montreal Canadiens, you'd better win. I also would like to say that the leaders' invitations were managed by the Leaders' Debates Commission, and the podium places on the set were designated at random. But the questions, subjects, and editorial choices are ours. I'll be managing speaking time fairly, within a fair limit. There are 5 themes tonight. Obviously, the trade war...
Yeah, in all seriousness, folks, if you're in Canada, please do not let the conservative... turd win, please. Poilievre, please don't let him win. He's bad. And I would really, really, really like to have a place I can flee to if things get really bad here in America.
War with the United States, the cost of living, energy and climate, immigration and foreign affairs, and finally, identity and sovereignty. And I'll also have a few rapid-fire questions at the end of the debate.
Register to vote in the Canadian election. Go!
As much as possible. The only rule that I ask of you is not to speak at the same time. If you start talking over one another, I'll ask Pascal, our sound engineer, to turn off your mics. So let the debate begin, or I was going to say good game. So we'll move on to our first opening question. You'll have 45...
Good game. I see he's a gamer. I bet he played StarCraft. I bet he was really good, too.
5 seconds each to answer. This election, according to many, has been hijacked by Trump. So to assert our sovereignty early in this debate, I'll ask you to name 2 things you'd put forward, concrete things that will change the lives of Canadians, but that have nothing to do with...
There's Mexico. Yeah, but the issue with Mexico is I have to drive across the entire country to get to Mexico, and I'd rather just have to drive across one border instead of a dozen.
The United States. 45 seconds. Mr. Carney, you're first.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Lewan. And I'd like to thank everyone watching at home for joining us tonight. And I'd like to thank the other leaders for your service to Canada. 2 things.
This guy looks like a combination of like that droopy cartoon dog and Mr. Rogers. It's kind of uncanny.
That don't include Mr. Trump. First of all, we need to double the rhythm of construction of new homes here in Canada. That's absolutely fundamental. And the second thing, we need to promote and strengthen our cultural institutions in Canada.
45 seconds, Mr. Poilievre. 2 things that you would promise Canadians to change their lives that have nothing to do with the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, and thanks to my...
Notice that he had to ask that has nothing to do with the United States because this guy's such a bootlicker. Canadians, don't lick our boots! Stop! They're not tasty!
colleagues for being here today. Clearly, life is no longer affordable. The promise of an affordable life is broken. I have a plan to make life more affordable by cutting taxes by 15%. That's one thing that will reward work for the middle class and for seniors who've already worked. Second thing, we're going to scrap the GST on new houses, and we're going to incentivize cities to reduce their taxes too, so that our young people can save up to $100,000 on a new home and restore the promise of Canada.
Mr. Blanchet.
I would like to come back to something that I do all year long. First of all, thank you for having welcomed us. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I'd like to insist on two things for Quebec. That was talking about...
I always love that in the Canadian elections, there's just like the Quebec party that is just like, what can now? Sure. All of you other provinces, you have your concerns, but what about Quebec though? What if Quebec was the only province? What if it was the only territory? What if Quebec was all of Canada? Have you ever thought of that?
Before the Trump crisis is Quebec's right to have a different and open economy, open to the world, based on its own natural resources, on its own attachment to a green economy, but also Quebec's right to be different, to have a different language, to have a different culture, to have different values, to have different immigration models that need to succeed. These are elements that should always have been mentioned, but that have a particularly new sense with this new crisis.
Great. Mr. Singh, 45 seconds. Two things that have nothing to do with the American.
Thank you for the question. Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to talk a little bit about values. What are the values that underpin the answer to this question? Canadians and Quebecers like taking care of one another. We come together. That is what we believe in. That is a basic value for us. And this value is embodied in our public healthcare system, which has nothing to do with the U.S. And we want our healthcare system to be nothing like the American one.
Thank God.
We will expand pharmacare so that everyone can access the medications they need.
Yeah, don't be like the U.S. when it comes to healthcare. It sucks. I pay so much money per month, and it's so terrible.
And I also want to talk about dental care. I also want to expand that program, which owes itself to us.
Thank you. I'd like to reassure you, Mr. Singh. I think you were disappointed. We are going to talk about health as well, and I'll ask questions about that later. First theme, therefore, obviously, the trade war.
Right to have a different language. What language is this debate in again?
Look, you don't understand, Sake Tanuki. There is a language-eating disease. It's coming for the French. Okay? You know what killed all the other languages on Earth? It was the brain disease that eats languages. They have to have this right, otherwise the language disease will eat French. The last holdout of the French language, Quebec.
Trump is going to be tough. We don't know what's in store with him. I don't think any solution is going to be...
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. You pay $2,400 a month for health insurance? Damn! Okay. Fuck. My condolences. That is, that's rough. 2 separate policies? Fuck.
Possible. We always thought they were our ally. It doesn't make sense. You can't reason with him. The government will have to stand firm. Stay firm. We have to put him in his place. Otherwise, he'll destroy us totally. The answer should be pragmatic. It would be good to pause some of our services to the U.S. They need us. An eye for an eye. No messing around. Get us out of this mess. We need a leader who can make decisions to destabilize Trump. And
fuck yeah. I like this guy. Yes, destabilize him. Destroy Elon Musk's wealth. Do it. Help us, please, for the love of God.
make him respect Canada. What does he plan to do with the new president of the United States? What do you plan to do with this president? That is the elephant in the room. So for your information, there are 1,073 days left in Donald Trump's term. Why do you think that you're the best person here tonight to negotiate with Mr. Trump? Mr. Poilievre, 35 seconds.
First of all, we will never be an American state. We will remain.
First of all, he really likes me, and he'll give me anything I ask him because, well, you all know what I do to his boots.
Sovereign. On my first day as Prime Minister, I will restart negotiations to accelerate a deal that will put an end to the tariffs and protect our sovereignty. We can't control Trump, but at the same time, we have to.
You can't say that you're going to get a deal that will drop all the tariffs when you say, and then follow it up by saying, we can't control Trump. If you can't control him, then you cannot get him to lower the tariffs. Also, like, Donald Trump has already said there is no negotiation that could get him to drop these tariffs. And granted, he's probably lying, but also, he's just going to do what he's going to do.
Control what we can control. We need to reverse liberal economic policies that have weakened our country. We need to unleash our resources.
This is sped up and translated.
Cut taxes and bring jobs back home so that we can face Trump from a position of strength.
All right, well, first of all, in a crisis, you have to plan for the worst possible situation, and you have to have a plan to build a strong economy here in Canada. And we need to react with strength. And those are the elements that will allow us to succeed with Mr. Trump. He respects strength. He respects people who understand how the world works and who understand how the private sector works. And
also, props to you, Knifeiest Duck, for making a Pontypool reference, and thank you for understanding what I was referencing. I thought it was going to maybe be too deep of a cut. Thank you for understanding my reference.
And Canada needs to create other options, new, reliable partnerships around the world, and that's what I'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Mr. Blanchet.
Mr. Trump will hang from his own noose because their economy is dependent on ours. But there will be a lot of harm done to Canada.
God, if only. If only.
What if we gifted Mr. Trump Canada as a 51st state? Poilievre.
I mean, unironically, that is kind of where they're at, you know.
To Europe, to Mexico before then. We have to realize that our joint GDP is bigger than the states. Our population is bigger than the states. And so retaliation is going to hurt the states. But we have to negotiate in a rational way. And we shouldn't fall to fear. And we shouldn't spin fear for political reasons.
Conclusions?
It's all about priorities. For me, now is the time to invest, not cut. It is the time to protect what we hold dear, our farmers, our culture, the French language. These things should not be sacrificed. It is time to defend who we are, what our values are. And we believe in helping one another. That's what we will do. How? We will strengthen our healthcare system. We will not let it be Americanized. That is crucial. We must defend who we are.
So, open debate.
Right? Isn't Pontypool such a great film? It's so fun. I love it. I thought I saw a question in chat. Where is it? Canadian politicians tend to be smarter or afford. True.
To begin now for about 15 minutes. Mr. Poilievre, you have called Carney a political grifter, a globalist banker who is disconnected from reality.
Jesus Christ. A globalist banker? You can tell, like, this is the one time during the debate he's getting hard because he's thinking anti-Semitic thoughts.
And Mr. Carney, you said Pierre Poilievre is a career politician who knows nothing about how the real world works. So I ask you the question, which of you first is capable of standing up to Donald Trump? Mr. Poilievre.
I am.
Yeah, this man is the living embodiment of the triple parentheses. It's true.
All joking aside, if Canada was a state, it would asterisk over the GOP. A state larger than California in population, larger than Alaska in size with 55 plus Dem reps.
It is that is true. Like that is a true statement. However, they would never ever make Canada an actual state. It would just be a territory. They would never allow any Canadian territory to actually like have representation or vote or have a say in their affairs. Like it would just be what we do to Puerto Rico, you know, and be what we do to Guam. And, you know, I think generally that's like, we would have to invade them if they were to become part of the United States. And that's awful. And we shouldn't do that. But like, that's the only condition under which Canada would ever be a part of the United States. It'd effectively be a colony. And frankly, I think Canada would probably kick our asses. Invading somewhere that cold is not generally a great idea.
Because I'm going to put Canada first. I will never compromise Canada's interests. And I will control what we can control here. Obviously, no one will be able to control the decisions of Donald Trump, but we can control our economy, our domestic economy, by overturning liberal economic policies that have weakened our country and made us more dependent on the Americans.
Mr. Poilievre, you would make Canada more like the United States. You would Americanize our healthcare system, privatize it. Everyone knows that's what conservatives do.
Mr. Carney, you said that you're better?
All right. First of all,
it is fascinating to see like Canadian conservatives and like how they're like, no, I love socialized medicine. I love socialized medicine. I love it. Like it's such a like I wish we can. I hope one day we in the United States can get our conservatives up to your level. You know, we need to move them so far. Hopefully, after all this chaos, we'll be able to do it.
I know how to negotiate, and I agree with Mr. Singh. We need to start by saying what's never going to be on the table. The French language, Quebec's culture, and supply management will never be on the table. Our resources, that's the first thing. Second, in terms of Mr. Blanchet's point, the opportunities that we have with the European Union are there, and I've already started building new relationships with the European Union. As Prime Minister, I met with the President of France and with the President of the European Commission.
There's a lot to unpack in there, let's be honest. And perhaps it's right. You say that you're an expert in managing a crisis, but you say you're a negotiator, but, well, perhaps negotiating with tax havens. But when it comes to trade agreements, I haven't seen the proof. We apparently have to believe you with no political experience. And so I find it's kind of funny because people say we have to unite and work together. On the one hand, you have never spoken to me before this evening. You're not trying to figure out how to collaborate between equals, Quebec, Canada, Mexico, European partners.
You've never reached out to me or Quebec. How dare you? How dare you ignore the great country of Quebec?
You're trying to score divisive points that only serves the United States of America.
All right. I've just started as Prime Minister. I've been Prime Minister for a month. In the first week, I signed an agreement with the premiers of all the provinces, the Premier of Quebec and the premiers of all the provinces and territories concerning free trade within Canada. It's also an agreement that deals with trade corridors. That's an example. That's an example.
You haven't sat with any premiers. You've sat with MPs that will be elected at the same level as you if you're elected.
The problem, Mr. Carney, is that your party has been in power for 10 years. And in that time, it's not meetings that are going to change things. It's your policies that have blocked resources. C-69, which blocks not just pipelines, but also dams, mines, and liquid natural gas exploration. We have a deal with Europe, a trade deal. The Conservatives negotiated it, but liberal legislation has prevented development, and you continue to support those laws. Those laws need to be repealed and replaced with laws that will unleash our resources and allow us to export abroad and allow us to become truly economically and
talk about that later.
Sovereign and have energy.
Damn, that was a sassy way to pull off his glasses right there. How would you feel about American debates being in both English and Spanish? I feel like we should do that. Like, that'd be pretty cool.
Determine your priorities.
Mr. Carney. Yes, this is Canada, yeah.
Unfortunately, your priority is, well, you had time to meet with the king, but you did not increase the amount of money people receive when they lose their jobs due to the trade war. These days, people receiving EI get maybe half of their salary. For people who have already lost their jobs, that is not enough. It won't cover the bills. It won't cover their rent costs. That shows your priorities. For me, workers are number one. We need a system to support our workers.
We'll hear some in a few seconds, but Mr. Carney, response, and then I have another question for Blanchet.
Well, first of all, we need to fight in a trade war. We need to fight with counter tariffs. And all the money collected from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers and the businesses that are the most affected by this trade war. They won't be used for tax cuts the way that Mr. Polyev is going to do.
You always want to increase them. You're a liberal. We want to cut
just
taxes.
Started as Prime Minister.
For a fourth liberal term.
I've just started.
You were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. Have you forgotten that?
Honestly, let me cut in here. Both of them would cut taxes for billionaires and millionaires. They have already done it in the past. Your first step was to reduce taxes for the millionaires. Pierre Poilievre would do the same thing.
That's not
You're
true.
not thinking of regular people.
We've cut the consumer carbon tax. That's
Mr.
what we
Singh,
did.
Mr. Blanchet, you're telling.
God, there's so much happening right now. The interpersonal drama that is actually playing out on the stage, but also the translators like desperately trying to keep up with what is being said. They're all doing such good jobs. I'm always rooting for the translators in any of these debates because they're just hanging on by the seat of their pants, trying to do well in the heat of the moment. It's so good. Also, Dead Domain, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're covering the Canadian debates, and it is at 1.5 speed because we also want to get through the Australian debates. The elections are coming up in other countries here, and we want to do right by our fellow folks around the world. So let's go.
Canadians for several days that it would be better to have a minority government. You said it clearly. With Trump, can Canadians not want a majority government that's stronger?
I don't know where that reasoning comes. The minority government would be weaker than a majority government. Go tell that to the Germans, who have only governed through coalitions recently. Many countries have coalitions, and if that is the population of the people, then great. At this point, it's possible that Canadians and Quebecers, perhaps, choose to trust in someone who has the least experience in politics.
Hey, Kalishna. Hello, Espirate
Quebec has a
Corps.
different economy, different interests, different everything.
Will the Australian debates also be translated into English? See, that's a common question and a common misconception. They're already in English. You just have to flip them upside down. It'll all make sense. You'll see.
We want a parliament where our economic difference is taken into account.
Let's talk a little bit about
Mr. Singh, in terms of minority government.
The whole point of a minority government is to help people, to make a difference in people's lives. But honestly, Mr. Blanchet, unfortunately, in the last minority government, you showed that you were as useless as the monarchy is. You did nothing for people. What is worse, you voted against measures that would help Quebecers. Dental care, pharmacare. These are measures that have helped hundreds of thousands of Quebecers.
Quebec jurisdiction, dental care, healthcare,
people in Quebec,
pharmacare, money that we send to Ottawa. Ottawa does not have the expertise or the jurisdiction. Quebec does.
Mr. Roy,
please let me finish one sentence.
Please wrap it up.
When we want to be effective, we give the money to the experts, those who have the legal jurisdiction to spend the money, and that is Quebec in this case. The NDP gave $2 billion to an insurance company.
Giving money to
going
Quebec seniors.
fine until now, but Mr. Carney, in terms of the minority government.
Mr. Roy.
Can you rank these guys from worst to best? Let me give them.
In terms of the minority government.
Okay, my understanding is this guy, kind of shit, but like, kind of okay. This guy only cares about Quebec and kind of a shit. This guy, probably the best one on stage. And then this guy only exists to like live in Donald Trump's meat crevices. Nailed it.
Mr. Roy, we are in a crisis, the most serious crisis of our lives. We need to react with resounding, overwhelming strength.
I got it.
Yes, we need to cut a few taxes.
See, I nailed it. I understand Canadian politics. It's me, Riverboat Jack, the Canadian politics understander. I'm definitely not out of my depth.
Yes, we need to cut bureaucracy, but the government needs to act in a time of crisis. So we need to have a government ready to act.
But when you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, you weakened our economy. We need economic sovereignty, and that means bringing back production to Canada. And I would reverse Liberal policies around development. I would expedite construction permits. We would have pre-approved permits. And that...
Wait, why would you want pre-approved permits? Wait, that sounds like a really bad idea, actually. Wouldn't you want to take the time to actually make sure that, like, construction should be done in a given area? Like, that seems like... That seems like a bad policy, actually. Mr. Singh? Yeah, his name's Jagmeet Singh. The guy right here. The goat.
And I would also make sure that we could send our energy to Europe to break Europeans' dependence on Putin, and to break our dependence on the U.S.
Conservatives and the liberals both prioritize the ultra-rich.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do Canadians pronounce Putin as Poutine? Do they do that? I need to know. I know some of you are Canadian. Jugmeat Singh? Ah, sorry. We do? No? I'm getting conflicting reports from people on the ground. Yes? No shot? No, that's awesome, though. My dad does. Okay. It seems like the consensus is yes. And no? Okay. All right.
Not you, not
We
regular
do have a
Canadians.
segment on that.
That's the difference.
We have a segment on energy and pipelines, so we'll come back to that later. There are people who are watching us who are concerned. There will be negotiations with the Americans, obviously.
It's me. I'm watching. I'm concerned. Please destroy Elon Musk. Thank you.
What? Well, you'll all say supply management here, but I'd like to say that Canada gave up market shares during the last 3 trade deal negotiations. We're talking about more than $450 million a year in losses for Canadian farmers. So what is something you wouldn't concede in a negotiation?
I will defend supply management. I will defend the French language. I will defend our healthcare system. I will defend our decisions and our laws. We will always be sovereign. And the way we're going to restore that sovereignty, Canadian sovereignty, is by making our economy stronger. We need to cut red tape by 25% for businesses. We need to
make our economy stronger by partnering with Donald Trump, the guy who's cratering the global economy.
Reduce development charges, taxes on housing. We need to support labor and energy and domestic production. That's how we can be more sovereign in the face of the U.S.
It's nice to say supply management, but we've said it 3 times and it hasn't been done. So.
Well, this is the first time that I will be at the table if I'm elected as Prime Minister. I've said a number of times, and since the beginning of my campaign in Mauricie, we'll never touch supply management. We won't put Quebec culture or the French language on the table. And I think we all agree on that point. And that's important. We have to be very clear from the beginning when talking to the Americans.
One area that we don't agree on is that Pierre Poilievre would cut our healthcare system. You said it, everyone knows it. You said that you want to cut, you would cut dental care.
Not true.
Pharmacare, you called them bad ideas. And unfortunately, Mr. Carney's plan to budget the operating budget in 3 years would lead to $43 billion.
Also, Jagmeet Singh is very handsome. This is my in-depth political commentary.
In the next segment, cost of living. We'll talk about tax cuts later and choices, and we will underscore that none of you has tabled a costed plan. These are just
not enough people talk about how Jagmeet Singh is hot. I'm sick of it. Everyone always talks about Canadian politics here, but no one talks about the elephant in the room. God damn it. I'm disappointed in all you Canadians who haven't talked about how hot he is. He's like a 7 out of 10 at best? What? All right.
Promises. Mr. Blanchet on...
We've tabled a program, first of all. Second of all, we are not the ones who decide what's on the table. If Mr. Trump says, I want to talk about this, no one will be able to stop him from at least talking about it. We've never sacrificed...
Look, no one can stop you from talking about Quebec, okay?
Don't the French actually consider French Canadian and Creole, not French? What's this language solidarity nonsense?
Look, it's only French if it was grown in the French vineyards. We all know that.
The principle of supply management. So it's empty words. Little bits have been sacrificed every single time at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars every single time. All Mr. Trump wants is a wave of Wisconsin milk with hormones with no protection against antibiotics.
So what would you do?
A wave of Wisconsin milk with hormones. They're gonna set up the trans milk farms? Question mark? Or is this the equivalent of the Biden feminization camps? Like what's happening here?
We will bring back an act that everyone approved. The Liberals before Carney approved it. Everyone had approved it, but then there were certain intrigues with unelected senators. There's a number of unelected members of Parliament that seem to be making decisions.
What would protect better?
Well, maybe I agree with that law, but my point is that we need to invest in Canada.
My point is we need to invest in femboy milk. Instead of just relegating it to camps, we need to sell femboy milk to every single supermarket in Canada. We will put it into feminine pink bags. We will instill estrogen into every bag. Feminine boy milk. Femboy milk. Estrogen in all the milk.
Our plan, which will be unveiled this weekend, will catalyze $500 billion. $500 billion.
$500 billion for femboy milk? Incredible. This is one of the most successful economic plans I've ever heard.
Dollars of investment in Canada over the next 5 years. And that will...
They just tell you it's strawberry milk, LB. Soon enough, the conspiracy will become complete.
Be important in our negotiations with Mr. Trump.
I'd like us to listen to a worker together from Stellantis. For him, this crisis with the U.S. is very clear. He's just lost his job.
I was laid off by Stellantis because of the trade war with the U.S. How will your government stop Mr. Trump from attacking our industries one by one? And how will you protect our jobs? Concrete measures. How will you help workers? You all have different proposals. Mr. Poilievre.
First of all, I already announced a fund to help companies keep jobs, to keep workers in their jobs, because the priority of workers is to keep working. Secondly, there will be EI to protect people who have fallen on rough times. I will be there for people who've lost their jobs. At the same time, we need to stimulate investment to strengthen our economy and to encourage new companies. We need to unleash our natural resources, and we need to create more jobs.
In Quebec, their French is mostly unchanged from the fur trappers. French in France is affected far more by other languages in the area, so there is some weird differences between the two.
French, you say? I suppose that I suppose like the languages have been separated for long enough that like they've developed their own syntax. Language is really fascinating. I do love how people play with language. People just like combine things, they slap it all together, they make it work. And like truly one of the reasons I love English and studying English literature and stuff like that, why I loved that in college, was just it's so fun to see what people do with language. It's like a game. It's like toys. People mash them together and they come up with their own rules. It's very fun.
Resource industries. We also want to create more jobs for tradespeople at a time when they need work to build new houses.
Let's stay on workers. Mr. Singh.
If a business wants to sell cars in Canada, they should be required to have a factory in Canada, a presence in Canada, and I would put this in a law. We are a major market. If you want to sell here, you should create jobs here. And let me add, the first thing Mr. Poilievre said in 2022 when he became Conservative leader is that he would cut EI contributions. So it is not credible that he would increase support to people when he talked about eliminating contributions.
Mr. Blanchet, for workers, you've said you want to go back to a pandemic-style wage subsidy.
The principle of that. We said that even before the campaign. To paraphrase Mr. Poilievre, EI is fairly broken. People have difficulty accessing it, and I disagree with Mr. Carney's suggestion to say that money will be invested in training. You've lost your job, but we're going to train you, and you're going to have another kick at a can at the age of 55. Not a good idea. The idea of the wage subsidy was to allow the worker to have a link to their job by giving them a subsidy so that the employer, should they want to, could rehire them, someone who had the skill to do the job. So there would be a transitional period where there could be temporary job losses, like for the case we just heard.
That seems like a terrible idea. Like a link, you say, like some kind of shackle, perhaps? You would be shackled to your job?
Well, first of all, three things. All the money from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers. Second, we have a strategic fund for manufacturing in Canada, specifically for the auto sector. And third, our counter tariff system for the automotive sector contains an incentive of $7 billion for the automakers to keep production and workers here in Canada. That's very important. But the reason that we've done all of this is so that we can have strong positions to negotiate with Trump.
Just to conclude, I think we need to encourage Canadians to buy Canadian-made cars. And that's why, as long as there are tariffs, we will scrap the GST on cars and trucks that are built here, mainly built here in Canada.
I think the tariff is a good idea. What allows companies to buy and sell more? Then yes, I do agree with that approach.
70%.
Mr. Poilievre copied our idea. We announced the GST lifting for Canadian-made cars before him.
Now, there are a lot of things that are in all of your platforms, so we'll come back to that. Now, 70% of Canadians say that they're buying fewer...
I'm sorry, did the translator for this guy change? Did they swap out translators mid-debate? Also, can I just say, as somebody who does not know French, seeing in the lower corner "La débat des chefs," I like that. It makes it sound like a food wars situation.
For American products. It's a big number. You leaders,
Good night,
could you please
Dr.
name me
Skylord.
one made in USA product that you no longer buy?
I buy my own strawberries.
So you don't buy strawberries
I
anymore?
buy Quebec strawberries, and I do my own shopping, by the way.
What products have you not bought, Mr. Carney?
No more wine, no more alcohol, no more American alcohol.
I do my own shopping, and I cook at home. Lots of products. Fruits, there's a lot of Canadian
So
apples.
you're making an effort.
A man of the people.
Yes, I'm making an effort with apples, other fruit, strawberries.
Strawberries. Everyone is eating a lot of strawberries these days.
Would Clarice like your French? Only, La Petite Morte.
I bring it up because I do my own grocery shopping, which Carney does not.
This is a delicious conversation. It's beef in my case. I buy Canadian beef. It's the best beef in the world. But I never buy American strawberries either.
Okay, hot take. Canadian beef is not the best beef in the world. All right? Not like, sorry, it's not. American beef, also, I don't think the best beef in the world. Just like
Organic beef from Quebec is also not bad.
Well, let's share some of that.
All right.
Konami the Alpha, thank you for understanding what I dropped.
It's very beautiful to see. Our next theme is the cost of living. He can manage our money. Oh, we're having a hard time here. I hope they'll be able to balance the budget and maintain the same quality of services. Inflation, lower taxes. I earn a good salary, but it's hard to pay for groceries, for childcare, for our kid, for everything. Education is expensive. Prices keep going up. The middle class is hurting. And for the poor, it's worse. We're retired and we're counting every penny. We're getting poorer. I feel like no one really listens to young people on housing or the cost of living. So what does the future hold for us young people? What does the future hold for young people? I'll give you a few figures here very briefly. I'm sure this won't come as a surprise, but in Montreal, housing prices have more than doubled over 10 years, from $300,000 to $671,000. Remarkable growth in Toronto and Vancouver as well. So my question, and you'll have 35 seconds, first of all, how can we improve access to housing, for example, for this young woman that we just heard from, Mr. Blanchet?
Clearly, it's through the starting capital and another GST-based policy. There needs to be access to capital for their down payment. My children can't pay for a house. A lot of them have jobs, good jobs. It's essential that we give them a little boost. Using public money, for example, and it's not during a crisis and in cutting budgets that we will be able to do so. We need to reduce speculation on house prices. We need to invest in affordable housing, social housing, student housing to...
Oh my God, that wasn't actually a terrible idea. Good job, Quebecois guy.
give a good price and reduce pressure
Thank you,
in
Mr. Blanchet.
the
Mr.
residences of
Poilievre,
Canada.
I'm with you, with all those who are having a hard time affording their groceries, or young people who can't buy a house. After a decade of liberal inflation, liberal policies have increased the cost of living the most in 40 years. I will cut your taxes for the average worker by 15%. We will scrap the GST on new homes, and we will incentivize municipalities to speed up permits and construction so that young people can once again buy a home and restore the dream of home ownership.
In order to fix this crisis in the cost of living, we need to make sure that Canadians have more money in their pockets, and they need to have more Canada in their pockets. So that means a tax cut for the middle class, and our plan is almost $800 per family, cut the GST on first homes, and increase competition. And in Canada, we have dental care, pharmacare, and daycares. We need to protect that, and we need to double new housing construction in Canada with our plan.
Very good, thank you.
I mean, I think doubling housing construction is good, but like, man, these policies do not excite me. You know, like outside of like, man, I wish we had Medicare for all and dental for all. Like, these policies do not excite me. Like, they're pretty neoliberal boilerplate.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you. When I talk to people and the cost of living comes up, there are two main topics. First, grocery costs. Second, housing costs. For groceries, major grocery giants are gouging us. We saw this with the price of bread, the price of meat. They drive prices up, and they are gouging the Canadian public. We would put price caps on essential groceries. We would also stop corporate landlords from buying up affordable housing and apartments. We are in it for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. 245,000 housing units were built in 2024. You've all promised to massively accelerate.
Did Jagmeet Singh mention the price of bread? Did he mention the price of bread?
The pace of that construction. The Liberals have said 500,000, the NDP 600,000. Mr. Singh, you're going to start this part of the open debate. How's this grow on trees?
We have a clear plan for how to make this happen. First, we would not sell off our federal land. We would keep it and we would build affordable housing on it. 100% affordable. We would train Canadian workers to build more homes. We also must keep the affordable housing that we do have. And unfortunately, the two major parties have let rich speculators buy up affordable housing. And now we have no more. That's a major issue. We need to keep our affordable housing and build more housing in general.
Yeah, I mean, Jagmeet Singh is the only one here who actually has policies that are worth a damn, you know? Also, just in case any of you did not know what I was referencing there.
The front lines of corporate downsizing. You've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing. You've been on the front lines of our misadventures.
I'm sorry,
of our misadventures in foreign policy. You've had direct experience of many of the things that make a lot of young people very angry about the way that this country is operating right now. You don't seem to embody that anger.
So the proposition that I've been on front lines of corporate price fixing is just to get that out of the way.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
Got his ass. And that's why you should never trust Pete Buttigieg.
A couple of ideas. First of all, I would like to talk for Quebec. There are delays of hundreds.
I believe fixing bread prices in Canada, just as an FYI.
Of thousands of houses to be built, and we don't have the human resources to do so, but there are initiatives for small housing, for social housing, modular housing, that would allow us to build quicker with fewer resources and cheaper to accommodate as many people as possible. But I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's financial framework because the Conservatives want to cut.
Modular housing. Oh, boy. Okay.
They're going to have to cut spending at some point as well. The Liberals want to cut in revenue but increase expenditure.
Okay, but also fuck McKinsey.
There's some financial magic that's in there somewhere. I would like to hear their financial framework or even their electoral platforms. That would be nice.
Plan. But Mr. Carney, 500,000 housing units.
And we need to get started so that we can get the housing market working better with a reduction in bureaucracy at the municipal level and in fees. But we are proposing a new institution,
is literally
Build
a
Canada Home.
rat-faced batard.
Truly a batard.
Which is going to build affordable homes.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Saka Tanuki.
Using lumber from British Columbia, using Canadian wood, and using new Canadian technologies. We are going to create a new industry.
How can you say 500,000 units? I mean, I could say 800,000, 400,000. Where's this coming from?
You know, if I can have 35 seconds, we need to add funding of $25 billion for the development of affordable homes and $10 billion for...
Mr. Poilievre, you haven't costed your objectives.
Yes, we will, in our platform, which is going to come out in a few days. But Mr. Carney, you're repeating exactly the same promises that Justin Trudeau has been making for 10 years. During the Liberal decade, when you were the economic advisor, the cost of housing has gone up. England, and you inflated the cost of housing then, too. You have a terrible record in England for real estate costs there, real estate prices. The problem is that the Liberals want to build bureaucracy. They want to balloon bureaucracy by creating new departments, new...
Hey, question. Will housing prices go down if you just cozy up to Donald Trump, a guy famous for not bringing down housing prices?
Bureaucrats. We don't need more bureaucrats. We need more homes, more new doors on new homes for young families. The reason why housing has become so expensive today is because of taxes and bureaucracy. I will eliminate the GST on new homes. I will incentivize cities to free up land and accelerate permits so that we can build your home.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
Let us talk records. Mr. Poilievre, you were a housing minister. How many homes did you build?
Over 200,000.
I'll tell you, 6. You built 6 homes.
200,000.
6.
200,000.
We cannot believe what
you
you're
asked
saying.
the question. Can I answer
We cannot
it?
believe Mr. Poilievre.
Get his ass.
He only built 6 homes.
200,000.
He was in power.
Can I answer?
We know the answer.
Can
It's
I
6.
answer? It was 200,000 that year, and the cost of the average home was $450,000. So thanks very much for reminding everyone of my record. It was a good record.
During the 10 years the Conservatives were in power, rent doubled, housing costs doubled. And then, when the Liberals came in, they doubled again. Unfortunately, Mr. Carney benefited from the housing crisis when he was the board chair at Brookfield Investments. His company benefited benefited from the housing crisis by buying up affordable buildings and tripling rents.
Okay, Mr. Poilievre's approach is everyone for themselves. In the COVID crisis, he said, okay, let's cut taxes, let's cut bureaucracy. This crisis now that we're facing, the greatest crisis of our lives, he's saying, cut taxes, cut bureaucracy. In a crisis, you have to do that to a certain point, but you have to act as a government. And if I may, you need to have capital to catalyze investment. And with a small amount of catalyzing investment from the government of Canada, we can create huge private investment and a new Canadian industry.
Mr. Blanchet, then Mr. Poilievre.
Another proposal that I find interesting is to allow parents who have money in savings for their retirement to take the money.
Okay, both figures aren't entirely accurate. Sing's claim that Poilievre only built 6 homes as housing minister refers only to nonprofit community housing units built exclusively by the government in 2015. When you include nonprofit housing built by others with federal government help, it's more like 3,742. But it's hard for Poilievre to take responsibility for the 200,000 homes he says were built when he was minister. In the 2015 to 2016 fiscal year, 194,461 homes were built in Canada in total, including by private developers. So really, it's neither, but it's much closer to 6. Like the 6 homes were the only homes built by exclusively by the government, which is kind of that's kind of crazy to me.
Poilievre won a cracker? How many subs left for the funny segment?
I believe we are at boom. We are at 89. So we need 11 more subs by my count. Poilievre won a cracker. Jesus. All right. I don't know that we're going to get through 2 hours of this, but if we get through 1 hour, I think that will be sufficient.
Temporarily to help for their kids' down payment. That's not $500 billion that will be required. These are not.
Does the funny segment involve a cop? It does not, as far as I know.
Civil servants that will be fired. This is a logical decision made by
Ram
parents like myself
Survivor.
who want to help their kids without money from the state, with a tax measure that helps retirees who want to help their children. Would that not be more concrete than programs after programs that are just empty words and for which there's no financial framework?
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute, but let's let Mr. Poilievre.
All you have, you politicians, all you have are your words. Who will face me in the arena of combat before us? We have a circle. Let us fill it with our blood. For mine runs hot.
Conclude, because you were having a conversation
Yes.
with Mr. Carney.
Mr. Carney, in 2020 and 2021, you said that inflation wouldn't happen and that it would have been a good thing if it did. You were quoted in the media, and you even advised Justin Trudeau to print money, and that's what
Are you
caused
not
our inflationary
entertained,
crisis.
eh?
You're just like Justin Trudeau. You have exactly the same policies, the same approach. We need change, and you, Mr. Carney, you do not embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
Mr. Poilievre is not Justin Trudeau. I'm not Justin Trudeau either, okay? In this election, the question is who is going to
And none of us
succeed?
are wearing blackface.
Who is going to face
Clearly,
Mr. Trump?
none of us are Mr. Trudeau.
Same parties, same ministers, same caucus, same ideology, same hostility against Quebec. It's not just because the leader changes that the philosophy will magically change overnight.
You are all proposing, or just about all of you are proposing tax cuts. We'll see them up on the screen here. Mr. Carney announced that on the first day of the campaign. Mr. Poilievre's been announcing them for a long time. So for a couple earning $90,000 a year, you can see the numbers up here: $1,299 in savings for the Conservatives, $1,011 for the NDP, $577 for the Liberals. And the cost of those measures is really what I want to underline here. Mr. Poilievre, you're spending more on tax cuts than the NDP or Liberals. Now, you've all arrived here this evening with no costed financial plan. It's been a long time since we've seen that at the time of the leaders' debate, the leaders don't have a costed plan. So we don't know how you're going to pay for these tax cuts. Now, I'm going to be careful how I word this, but don't you think it's irresponsible to Canadian voters to do this? Mr. Carney, you said you've got the numbers, but where's your costed plan?
As I've just said, we'll be presenting our costed platform this weekend.
But why not earlier at an event?
There are 10 days left in the election campaign.
How is Carney different from Trudeau? Genuinely, I have no idea. He seems identical to me.
It's about the same thing as Mr. Poilievre, as I've seen. And it is going to be costed, and the operational budget will be cleaned up. We'll balance it in 3 years, but at the same time, we will be investing in Canada and in Canadians.
Mr. Poilievre, where would you make the cuts? This comes back to my earlier question to Mr. Carney. In terms of the cost of plans, what do you have to hide? Will transfers to provinces go down, for example?
We're going to cut consultants. Believe it or not, a Canadian family is spending $1,400 in federal tax just to pay for consultants. That's been a 100% increase. I'm going to cut consultants. Secondly, we're going to cut the cost of bureaucracy through attrition. People will be retiring, and we don't need to replace all of them. We can slowly, gradually reduce the cost of the bureaucracy. Third, we're going to pass a dollar-for-dollar bill. For every new dollar in spending, there will have to be a dollar in reduced spending. And we are going to generate $70 billion more in revenues.
Mr. Carney don't have a costed plan that we've seen.
We are the only party that has talked about ways to increase government revenues. We have talked about closing tax loopholes, getting rid of tax havens, empowering the CRA to go after corporations that are not paying their taxes. These are not...
You know, it's kind of crazy that, like, this guy, like, every other voice is just kind of like, yeah, we're going to build more homes and then everything will stay the same, essentially. Or like, none of you will do anything. Not a single one of you does anything. It's all words. What about Quebec?
Carney is to Trudeau as Poilievre is to Le Pen?
I believe so, yes. I think that'd be I think that would be a good comparison. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. 6 subs till our goal. Like, and then Poilievre's just like, what if we became more evil? And then this guy's like, what if we had like this policy that like to remove tax havens? What if we, you know, improved our health insurance? What if we, you know, built more like homes specifically by the government? What if we, you know, what if we did good things instead?
Tax increases. These are taxes that are already supposed to be paid. The CRA has said that tens of billions of dollars in revenues are being lost. Pierre Poilievre has been very honest with Canadians. He will cut healthcare. He will cut
That's false.
EI. He said this back in 2022 when he became leader of the Conservative Party.
That's false.
And Mark Carney has also said...
No, quickly, use patriotic words, not mean words. Use patriotic words. Tell them you're angry. Tell them you're angry about the Constitution. That will carry more weight than you being mean on the phone.
Very clearly that he would make massive cuts.
Be polite.
He would cut $43 billion worth
for the first time.
Mr. Carney, Mr. Blanchet.
No, that's not right at all. I've said there is an operational budget that's over $200 billion a year, and that budget has grown 9% year over year over the last 10 years. We need to slow down that growth, and we'll do that with technology, we'll do that with attrition, as Mr. Poilievre has suggested, and we can do that, and we will do that, and it's necessary, but we're not going to cut transfers to individuals, nor transfers to provinces.
So the provinces will not get less money. Mr. Blanchet, is that what you believe?
Well, I've an issue with this. These are Harry Potter financial frameworks. You need a lot of magic to make it.
Stop. Stop. Stop putting Harry Potter into everything.
Work. There needs to be more money, but we're going to do cuts. They want to be more conservative than the Conservatives. Basic economic state that when there's a threat of recession or slowdown, that is when the state, well, that's why we're not saying cut taxes, we're saying make good investments. We want to invest in our military forces. It's the time to...
This guy's the wild card. Most of his policies are bad, but then sometimes he has an astute observation, and it's just kind of like, oh, where the hell did that come from?
Do so with Canadian companies, the Quebec Tramway that Mr. Poilievre doesn't want to do.
Like the libertarian
we have to have
of the
targeted
group.
investments, health transfers so that the Maison of Rosemont Hospital can be renovated. It's time to invest in infrastructure, public infrastructure with public money so that everyone can keep their jobs.
So no tax cuts?
No, there wouldn't be a tax cut. There would be a specific budget for it.
It's necessary.
We have to keep going. They want to do one thing and the other. Cut, but somehow make more money. Something doesn't work.
We've started with the cost of living. We have to cut taxes for the cost of living.
What Mr. Blanchet said is true. You were talking about a magic spell here, Mr. Carney. This is one rare moment where we agree. On February 16th, you sat down with Rosemary Barton and you said that you would cut spending in
Yes,
the operational budget.
operational spending. That's different.
said
One at a time, please.
that this would affect transfers
Get his
from
ass.
healthcare and to individuals.
Mr. Watt, no,
I have a question.
that's not right at all. That's not right
Please.
at all.
Mr. Carney, you'll have the opportunity to answer later. The question that people are asking
Good night,
themselves,
grandson.
and you may have heard this, Mr. Singh, you've promised that every Canadian will have a family doctor, that there will be vastly more nurses. Does the federal government need to continue developing more national plans like pharmacare and dental care? Or, option two, should they be giving more money to the provinces for healthcare? Mr. Carney, you'll start off. More programs or more money?
First of all, the priority for the federal government is to invest and to catalyze investment in the most serious crisis we're facing in our lives. We need to catalyze private investment in our economy to create new and good jobs. That's the first thing we need to do. In terms of transfers to provinces for healthcare, yes, there are limits to the federal government's activity. No new programs. No.
Mr. Blanchet?
It's easy. All premiers from the provinces and territories unanimously asked for a 35% health transfer. I would like to re-explain it. The federal government receives...
How do I explain this? Okay, so you all know Harry Potter, right? Well, how many of you know about Artemis Fowl economics? Okay, because I'm a fan of the young adult series Artemis Fowl. All right, the movie did not do it justice. Do not watch it. All right, but I'm proposing a policy much like the Artemis Fowl books, where we use fairies as cops. What do you guys think of that idea?
More money than it needs. It needs $10, it gets 12. Quebec needs $10, but it only gets 8. So the federal government could take its surplus and say, I would like to invest in your jurisdictions. The Liberals and the Conservatives agree on this, and the NDP loves butting its nose into provincial jurisdiction. The Constitution sets out jurisdictions. The easiest way is the Constitution sets out jurisdictions. The easiest way is to give the money
Mr.
without
Singh,
conditions.
you've said that we do need to step in, that we need to have more programs like this.
Let me explain. Absolutely, we need to increase health transfers. Absolutely, in order to help out the provinces. What is more, we are now in the midst of a crisis, a healthcare crisis. It is being felt here in Quebec and all throughout the country. We should recognize that a leader is someone who looks for solutions, not excuses. I believe that we should be investing more in fixing problems. And yes, we can work with the provinces to hire more healthcare workers. We can work with them to get through this crisis. Pharmacare is one area where everyone can come together to bring down the cost of medication. We believe in helping people.
Deciding Quebec's priorities isn't your jurisdiction. I don't go to your house and tell you how to paint your wall, do I? It's money that you would refuse to give Quebec.
We can do two things at once. We can transfer money and then work with the provinces on other solutions.
But you want to give the Quebecois health care? How dare you? How dare you? This is just like that time the RFK Polly betrayed Artemis Fowl in my favorite book, Artemis Fowl in the Thieves' Codex.
Mr. Poilievre, more money to the provinces or more federal programs?
I think the federal government is taking too much tax revenues and delivering too little, and that's the Liberal track record after 10 years. And the question for Canadians is, you can't afford your groceries and you can't afford your rent or your housing because it's too expensive now after 3 terms of Liberal government. Will a 4th Liberal term change things for you, enough for you to be able to buy a house and have a beautiful life?
Okay, for the health program, I didn't
understand. No. What I propose on that is a program that the federal government could coordinate, and that is to do with licenses for doctors and nurses. It would be a voluntary program, as has previously existed, to allow immigrants to be licensed and be able to work in our hospitals to reduce your wait times.
So everyone agrees on health transfer. The question is, the 13 premiers of the 13 economies of Canada doesn't have one economy.
Wow, a lot of you read Artemis Fowl. Damn, I was going for a deep cut.
13 economies. These requests were made to stop the deterioration of the healthcare system.
Next theme. Energy and climate.
All right. I think that's a good spot to break. Folks, we have been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Folks, we are only 6 subs away from our goal. Sake Tanuki has been pulling a massive amount of weight, okay? We're at 94 out of 100. 6 more subs, and you guys will unlock our special segment for the night. I'll even let my hair down for it. I don't see it. Terry Pratchett did have the best ideas about economics. There is no white name to give a sub to. There's literally one right above you. I'm not really doing my part. That's okay. Did someone just die? I mean, statistically, probably. It's... Oh, is Bastion just, like, arbitrarily not able to get subs? Spitfire, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Look at us go. Bring the... You guys did it. You guys did it. Spitfire, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Salty Turtle Cupcake, thank you for the 6 tier 1 subs. Bring the hell. Sat, you tried 3 times to give Bastion a sub? Oh, Bastion, reach out to the support. If you click the support tab, you'll get an email. Reach out to that email and they can fix your account.
Bring the hell.
The Vimes boot theory of economics. I need to get more into Discworld. I've read like 1 or 2 of those books and they were all amazing. I am going to pee, and when I return, we are going to begin a very special segment, and it is a descent into utter depravity, kink, and the conservative mindset. Get ready, folks. We're this is gonna be maybe one of our deeper cuts. Is it Australian politics? No, it is something else. If we need to, we'll do the Australian debates tomorrow. I just thought I was really unlucky. Oh. Special segment. Here we go, folks. I'm going to go to the bathroom. BRB. Wait, are we... Did Salty Turtle Cupcake, did your I don't think it got read yet. Do I need my Killstar bloodletting boots? Always. Always. What Artemis Fowl movie? Okay, just real quick. Just real quick. This Artemis Fowl movie.
We want to know everything about the man you work for. The man? Oh no. This isn't about the father. This is about the son, Artemis Fowl.
You've grown strong, son. And smarter than I ever imagined.
Then take me with you.
You're all I have now, Artie. There's just one very important thing I have to do.
Authorities launched a worldwide manhunt for the famous collector. He is suspected to have been behind some of the biggest robberies ever.
Dad. Hello?
Your family has taken something of great value from us. Return it to me or I will destroy everything you love.
You weren't supposed to see this yet. Your father is in a complicated profession. For years, he has protected powerful secrets that have kept mankind safe from the dangers of another world. It's time to face your destiny.
It's a little suit. He has a little suit.
In this.
Perfectly sized.
Just a talented giant dwarf.
And I'm Holly Short, your ally on the other side. It's real. All right. Save my father. Save the world.
Jesus. The rating is so bad.
Artemis?
I'm first scared to death. An army is coming.
Judi Dench is too good for this shit.
You think you can beat us?
We'll see.
Who do you think you are?
I'm the next criminal mastermind.
Now look around, this is what they call greatness.
I didn't read much on trolls. Anything I should look out for?
The teeth.
They eat people. Good to know.
The writing is so bad. It's so bad. Anyway, be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. We gonna have some sweet myth? Sure. Here we go.
So this is a song.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing? Are you guys ready to descend into myth, legend, into maybe one of the weirdest and wildest segments I've ever prepped? Now, I will point out, one of you did correctly guess what this segment is, but I don't think you understand the extent of the segment. So here we go. Let me get it set up. Do, 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 do. Gotta do one thing. Okay. I've been going back and forth on which to look at. I think I know which one to look at. Okay. We got it. So, folks, many of you may have, through various just chance, happenstance, have been exposed to the idea that there is a global decline in birth rates. And essentially it's, well, it's led to a lot of folks with a lot of interesting ideas about how to deal with this global decline of birth rates. And there is a segment of people who call themselves pro-natalists. And basically, their entire political philosophy is have more babies. And it is not, it is not like a political philosophy that actually embraces, policies that we know increase birth rate. Things like universal basic income, or universal health insurance, or universal pre-K, or policies that bring down the cost of like daycare, or it's none of these different policies that we know have a direct correlation to making being a parent easier. And that's because these people are very interested in only having a certain kind of baby. And we're going to begin this segment by taking a look at one specific window into this experience presented to us by CNN. For whatever godforsaken reason, CNN decided that they needed to take an interest in essentially a breeder convention, a pro-natalist convention, to discuss how to increase the amount of babies people have. How do we get people to have children? Say the very rich and out of touch people of these movements. Let's take a look.
This message is gaining steam.
Is it though?
So let me say very simply, I want more babies in the United States of America.
Well, it's led to what's called the pro-natalist movement, and it's getting more popular because of messages from Vice President Vance and Elon Musk, who, of course, has at least 13 children with multiple women. CNN's Mina Durson is out front at the...
no one ever mentions... I feel like we forget so easily. Elon Musk tried to bribe a woman he had sex with a horse. Like, he tried to give her a horse. Like, we act like that's nothing, but like, that's such a freakish thing to do.
2025.
And like, I'm sorry, just real quick. Imagine you are trying to present someone with a bribe, and it's a horse, and they have none of the infrastructure to take care of a horse. They don't know how to take care of a horse. They don't have a stable. They don't have horse food. Like, if you accept that, like, you're accepting a huge ongoing expense into your life. It is not actually like a decent gift. And like, yeah, you look, even if you like if you like horses, that's great, but like, you don't have a stable just hanging around. If I recall correctly, the lady was a flight attendant. She doesn't have a fucking stable. I would say nay to that proposal. Hey, this is why I read all the chats, okay?
5 natal conference, because yes, there is a conference.
Raise your hand if you are a...
I'm sorry.
Conference.
What? Why are you wearing a bonnet though? Why why are you like this? You do realize the year is 2025, right? We're in like the Jetsons timeline and you're over here cosplaying as an Amish lady.
Raise your hand if you are a mom or a dad in the room here tonight. This is the war for civilization, and we are going to win it one life at a time.
We're here at NatalCon, which is a gathering of about 200 people from all over the world who have come here because they all feel very strongly that the world needs more babies.
There's a civilizational catastrophe coming, and the way to solve it...
I'm sorry.
The world needs more babies.
Addressing the global fertility crisis, major drivers of birth rates, and a fertility stack. Ew.
Civilizational catastrophe coming, and the way to solve it is to have sex. Like, that's got to be the easiest pitch in history.
Birth rates around the world are plummeting, and they think this is the issue of our time.
It's a massive conversation, and that's why we're here.
We need to encourage more people to get married.
You know, I'm noticing something about all the people here. I wonder if you guys are noticing it as well.
Have kids. We need those people to be the people of the future.
Many countries are no longer...
Wait, I'm sorry, what was on his shirt?
Married and have kids. We need those people.
If nothing we do matters, then all that matters is what we do with the time that is given to us. You know, paraphrasing Lord of the Rings for your shirt, maybe, look, I don't know if this guy has children or not at this natal conference, but like, that is not the most, people aren't going to be throwing pussy at you, okay? I'm just throwing it out there, all right? You're not, like, people aren't going to be doing that. Unless this guy is wealthy beyond all reason, which is very possible.
To be the people of the future.
Many countries are no longer having enough kids to replace their populations. Some experts predict this will cause labor shortages and inflation, permanently changing the economy. The people most passionate...
Oh my god, you actually found the article from morebirths.com. What the fuck?
Like, listen, me and my boyfriend have a breeding kink, but we acknowledge that it's a kink. Also, it's based because we're both genderqueer.
Well, also, like, yeah, it's very clearly like a kink. Like, these people do not really care all that much about actually raising the birth rate of the world. They're in it for, you know, the easiest proposition. Hey, baby, you want to help me save the world? We'll have a couple babies together. Like, genuinely. At least, you know, like when gay people are like, oh yeah, make me pregnant. Like, they're at least, you know, like, we're at least self-aware about it. At least we're like, yeah, it's okay. Go for it. How to become Gregnart? You know, like, it's hot. That's hot. But like, that proposition for like, yes, let's have 20 children together. That is not something most people can afford, you know? Those eyes were extremely effective. Thank you. But like, presented at the Natal Conference in Austin, Texas. I do not want to download this. But you know what? Let's read this first comment though. A masterful tour de force covering nearly everything important in the space. I particularly like your heavy indexing on Garuso 2023 fertility statistics, the strong support on income impacts by gender on fertility, the effect sizes of marriage and coupling, and the cuts by religion. The only important part of the argument I think you left out is dependency ratios, the number of working adults per children or retired. I've found this line of argument useful, particularly when talking to people aligned more towards the left, because they want to provide welfare and SNAP and Medicare and Social Security and ideally universal health care. But this is going to be exceedingly hard, and cuts on all these fronts are extremely likely, specifically due to our fertility gap. You touched briefly on the demographic pyramid mismatch, but for America, it's something very significant. Going by memory here, there were around 2 workers per dependent in 1980, and now it's around 1 worker per dependent now, and the ratio of retirees in the dependents is way higher by now. By 2060, it's going to be around half a worker per dependent, with a crazy amount of retirees all using Medicare and Social Security. The math just doesn't work. And this is for the USA, which is much better off compared to most of Europe and East Asia, who will correspondingly have a much bigger problem. Another thing I enjoy is a set of proposals for what you think might move the needle. You call out things like work from home being a really strong effect, and male income and lack of income, while young with all fertility front-loaded there per Grusso, but there's no policy or legislative proposals to move the needle on those. And I just want to say, like, I'm not going to read the rest of this because, like, holy shit, look at that. Too long, didn't read. Some of my own favorite ideas: federal income tax breaks for either spouse for each additional biological kid. Brain trust bonuses. 2 STEM masters holders get a $50,000 non-tax bonus for each non-adoptive kid they have together. 2 STEM PhD holders get $100,000 bonuses. God. Childcare, greatly expanded and subsidized nanny/au pair programs. These are like the richest, most out of touch motherfuckers. You know? Like that's why they're like, oh, Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid will run out. Those programs only run out if you stop taxing the wealthy. If you remove the cap on Social Security, it's fine. It is solvent for the foreseeable centuries. If you raise taxes on the wealthy and switch to a universal healthcare model, it's fine. We can afford that, actually. That it is okay. But what really gives away the game here is that they're like, oh yeah, we want income taxes breaks for each biological child. So like if you have a kid, you get a tax break. Each kid you get gives you more tax breaks. If you I wonder if you have a certain number of kids, if you just pay 0 income tax.
These folks must have seen that just vid on low birth rates in South Korea, because they aren't really talking about immigration or better work-life balance as a solution to falling population.
Oh, again, I need to really emphasize this. These people do not care about a solution to falling birth rates. That is what they say to get people in the door. These people only want a certain kind of baby. Rich babies, predominantly white babies. You know? This is why they're saying income tax breaks for, you know, per child. Because then the rich are going to have more children. They're going to be able to have more kids. This is why they're saying brain trust bonuses. If you have a PhD, well, then you're just having the smartest, you're having the smartest babies, because it's eugenics. You see, if you have two PhDs together, then you get $100,000 like bonus from the government for each kid you have. That's that's insane. But it's eugenics. Childcare. Notice how the childcare is not, you know, child daycare programs or, you know, anything like that. It's, we're going to give each person a government subsidized nanny or au pair because, you know, you're wealthy as fuck. That's the only thing that they can think of. You know, free daycare is the real answer. Absolutely. Also, We haven't even gotten to the weirdest part yet. Number 4, age gap relationships are the smart thing to do for both genders. I have a whole post on this currently scheduled for 2 weeks from now. The main concern is usually widowhood. Compton et al. Basically shows us that relatively long widow and widower spans are the norm and are the baseline expectation, even with minimal gaps of around 2 years if you predecease your husband. If she is the surviving spouse, her survivor life expectancy is 12.5 years. If the husband is the surviving spouse, his survivor life expectancy is 9.5 years. This is just a simple function of survivorship and selection effects, i.e., the spouse that outlives is likelier to be healthier and longer lived overall, regardless of gender. In my upcoming post, I also argue that actuarially, the positive effects of selection in choosing known healthy men 10 to 20 years older more than offsets any prospective mortality gaps from choosing a same age spouse. You know, it's not weird if I'm 40 and I'm marrying an 18-year-old. You know, I waited until she's legal, and you know, statistically, it's the only moral thing to do so that we both die at the same time. It's the only moral thing to do. To groom children, you see. Like, that is the subtext here. Oh, it's going there? Oh boy. Number 5, one of the biggest problems is the mismatch between fertility windows and early career demands. But if we look at the larger picture of a human lifespan, there should be no mismatch. Lifespans are longer and getting longer, while fertility is fixed and front-loaded, and we could basically entirely fix this with a simple timing shift. Given the male income things you also point to, we see a cultural norm where men speedrun education to get a well-paying job sooner, and a dynamic where women marry younger and have some children while fully supported by the hubby, but while still planning on college and grad school themselves and shooting for beginning their own high-powered careers around 35 when the kids are old enough. One of the carrots for encouraging that scheme could be income tax reductions per child that apply to the husband's income for the first 10 years, then switches to the wife's income after that. As a woman, if you start off your career at 35 instead of 25, it should literally not matter at all. You have another 50 years of life and expectation either way, and the 30 to 40 years of effort put into careers before retiring fits neatly into the either window. Then we all get the best of both worlds. Nobody wastes their talents, but we still get to have a bunch of kids raised by talented dual income parents. It's basically shifting marriage and kids from the capstone to a foundation, which is closer to what it was in the 60s and 80s. Like, these people are fucking insane. Okay? God, it's crazy. But we'll get to it. We'll get to the rest of it. Don't you worry. We're going somewhere with this, okay? We're going somewhere with this.
About this, call themselves pro-natalists.
People are like, why are high fertility people always so weird?
I'm sorry.
Pro-natalists.
People are like, why are high fertility people always so weird?
Why are you always so weird? Why is your wife? Question mark? Dressed like an Amish peasant? Why are you wearing a leather jacket of a style that went out of fashion like 30 years ago?
Malcolm and Simone Collins have 4 kids, soon to be 5, and are some of the loudest advocates for pronatalism.
What we've seen is pronatalism and demographic collapse have become the global warming of the right. Some of the first people who really recognize the scale of the problem are major players in the White House right now.
Well, wait a minute. You can't call it the global warming of the right when, like, global warming is happening. The worst case scenario for these guys is that the birth rate declines until it is supporting itself, or even declines below support rate, and like the global population actually goes down for a bit. And like, sure, would that be bad economically for a while? Maybe, yes. but like, it's literally not the end of the world.
You know, like J.D. Vance and Elon Musk.
The birth rate is very low in almost every country. And it's something, unless that changes, civilization will disappear.
Elon Musk.
That's literally not going to happen. This is the same concept as like Malthusian economics, where people were like, well, some people will keep being born, and then we'll have too many babies, and the globe will be overpopulated, and then everyone's gonna start dying in chaos, and that, oh my god, like people, it's just the flip side of that. It's just the much weirder flip side of that.
Fixation with population collapse has pushed pronatalism into the spotlight. His tweets about NatalCon helped double attendance for this year's event, where the tickets cost $1,000.
Every single person here spent $1,000 to go to this event. Every single person here is wealthy enough to have the time to take off of work to come to an event that costs $1,000 per ticket to discuss how they're gonna make other people fuck. Because keep in mind, this isn't a conference about them fucking, though I imagine some of them really want to do that. But at least in their mind, in their view, this is a conference about getting other people to fuck, and that's really weird. Right? Like, if you think about that for a little bit, like that's bizarre. And this event went from having 100 attendees to 200 because of Elon Musk supporting it. It's really weird. Okay, that sounds like a scam. It sounds like a scam, but we're gonna get to that.
Yes,
I can assure you it's not.
All of my savings coming here, actually.
Do you want to have kids?
Yes.
You don't have kids?
No, not.
How many do you want to have?
Well, minimum 5. I want to have my first at 22, and then I want to have.
You gotta get on that.
Yeah, I know.
Organizers said they heard a lot of interest in matchmaking, so they gave yellow wristbands to singles to help them find each other.
You have a yellow wristband?
Yes.
So you're
and
you're open to mingling.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Have you met anybody good?
I'm not sure if you can tell.
Yeah.
But like there's a lot of lads here. There's not that many ladies.
The speakers are.
Oh, really? That's so strange? Not the ladies weren't flocking to your pro-natalism event about trying to get more of them pregnant? I can't think of another event where, as a woman, you would need to make sure you never accepted a drink from a stranger. Like, holy shit. This is a high danger environment from these types of guys.
Largely dry economist types, focused on tweaks.
I just want to throw this out there. Worth noting, Jeffrey Epstein was one of these guys. Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with women being impregnated by his seed. He was obsessed with that. He believed that he was capable of kind of fathering an entire generation of like Ubermensch. And I'm not kidding about that. He was one of these folks. These people are deeply weird. And that is the nicest possible way I could say that.
To boost birth rates, from tax credits to housing. But politically, the vibe is firmly right-wing.
The marginal people need to go.
It's Sargon of Akkad. You know, speaking of Jeffrey Epstein, wow, what goddamn timing. Just real quick, can I find it? Oh, someone privated the video. Oh God. He is on audio, by the way, for talking specifically about the circumstances under which it is okay to have sex with a child. Just as an FYI, that's this guy. Yeah, I'm not kidding about that one. One of UKIP's lead candidates for the European election said it is acceptable to rape young boys in one of his YouTube videos. Police are investigating Carl Benjamin, better known as the YouTuber Sargon of Akkad, over the remarks. In the video from 2014, Benjamin said, "I can be quoted as saying, 'You can fuck young boys.' It's actually not as controversial as you think. Depends on the child, doesn't it? The ancient Greeks were pederasts, and it was considered to be normal. It was mentoring." So, yeah, that's a thing. You know, I just want to point out that's the kind of guy who comes to conventions like this. Just throwing that out there. Good morning. Hello, Secret Exister. Good morning from Estonia. Been watching your stream VODs for a little while now. First time catching you live. Hell yeah. What the heck did I walk into? You walked into a prime segment about the pro-natalist movement and how they are deeply weird. And by weird, I mean many of them are pedophiles and many of them are deeply, deeply sick people.
Back to the margins.
We want to raise families. The left is raising pride flags over cat shelters.
In 2024 actually did have a slight uptick in births. Bad news. It was just the anchor babies from the illegal immigrants.
It's pretty difficult.
Oh. You see what I mean when I say that, like, they only want a certain kind of baby. They only want a certain white kind of baby. And also, I think it's maybe a mistake to even say they want a white baby, right? Because that's not even accurate to, like, their eugenicist beliefs. When we talk about the racism of this particular type of person who is in this pro-natalist movement, we're talking about, like, the Benjamin Franklin kind of racism. And if you don't know what I mean, you can go back and you can find writings by Benjamin Franklin talking about how America was only for the Anglo-Saxons, because only the Anglo-Saxon white race was capable of civilization, unlike the swarthy Swedes and Germans. Literally, Swedish people, Norwegians, Germans were like subhuman categories of white people to, you know, certain racists in early America. And yes, the Irish also were not considered white, but, like, worth pointing out, the Germans and the Swedes and such, not white enough to count. And, like, when we're talking about these people wanting white children, we're talking, like, that kind of racism. Like, these people don't want, like, poor Appalachian, like, folks having more babies. These people want, like, their rich tech commune friends having all the babies. All of the people who make over, like, $100 million per year, you know? Isn't the Saxon part of Anglo-Saxon from Germany? Yeah, but racism is never sensical. Like, racism is not ideologically consistent. It's bigotry. Most bigotry is not ideologically consistent at all. It's irrational. You know? Yeah, they think they can breed their way to a superhuman race of people. Exactly. Exactly. They want rich, white babies, like rich, super white babies.
To draw a neat, tidy circle around everybody here. The far right or the extreme right, like, we would like to have more babies, but we would like to have more of our babies. On the other end, people like, more babies are always good, whether it's baby.
You know, I love that they're talking to this lady who's like, yeah, you know, there's the far right, and then we have all the lefties here at this convention. And it's like, where are all of the leftists at this convention? You know, where are the socialists advocating for like pro-birth policies? You know, and the weird part here is that socialists do advocate for pro-birth policies, just not because it leads to people having more babies as an end goal, but because it makes people happier. Like, people want free childcare. People want universal healthcare. People want, you know, stability and community, like, security and stuff like that. They want agency and they want freedom, all of which is conducive to having more children, you know? But they don't want those things for the end goal of having more children, you know? Not to be rude, but why are they so bad looking then? Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd think, but maybe the sex having is for other people. Maybe they just like to watch.
Or immigrants. And the other axis, you know, trad Catholics, Mormons, and then like a kind of tech bro or tech futurist genetic selection of embryos, trying to refine the quality of the babies that are born.
Because
that's eugenics, by the way. When you're talking about like refining the quality of babies that are born, that's just straight up white supremacist eugenics. You congrats, you fucking Hitlerite pieces of shit.
Collinses are building their family through IVF, using experimental testing to rank embryos for traits from health risks to intelligence. They get one of the biggest criticisms of pronatalism, that it's code for eugenics.
Eugenics?
No, it's not code for eugenics. It just is eugenics. That's what you're doing.
Is when you say, these are good traits, these are bad traits.
This is just people choosing among their own embryos.
That is still eugenics. You can argue that like your version of eugenics isn't bad, but like just definitionally what you're doing is eugenics.
We're not talking about sterilizing people or all the classic problems that are out there with.
I mean, you only want a certain kind of baby, and if you were to have political power, I imagine that eventually you would be talking about sterilizing undesirables who have those undesirable traits.
Congrats, sir, it's a racist.
Aw, he has my bigotry. And your slurs.
Eugenics.
Ahead of the conference, press coverage called out some speakers as race science promoters and eugenicists, and students accused the event of hosting Nazis.
Good on those students.
A criticism organizer Kevin Dolan dismissed.
You can't be governed by people calling you names. I think that these ideas, they're not going to come from people who don't.
Can I just say, oh my god,
people calling you names. I think that these ideas, they're not going to.
This guy is like one tuft of hair away from looking like a literal skinhead. People are always going to call you names, tattooing a swastika on his arm, but you can't let that hold you back. Starts like getting putting the SS pin on his lapel. You know, you have to go out there and achieve greatness with your seed. Fucking disgusting.
Come from people who don't want to hurt any feelings.
Yeah, you also, can I just say it's insane that CNN has multiple clips of Sargon of Akkad and doesn't mention once that this guy lost his UKIP election because he was outed as being pro-pedophilia. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. also, like, people are always going to call you names, you know, but these ideas are really important. Cut to shot of Sargon of Akkad. Fuck, man.
Do you feel like there's a risk of alienating people with the kind of speakers you've
The tuft on top of his head makes him look like a turd emoji. The tuft on top of his head is the last shred of plausible deniability he has left. Exactly, secret exister. Liz Brunig was there. She said there were 3 factions there. The tech bro factions, the ones with the money, were pretty open about supporting eugenics through lots of IVF. Yeah, I mean, like, these people don't give a shit. They're rich enough that, like, in their circle of friends, they don't have to deal with what normal people readily understand about their horrid policies.
selected in that tenor?
Of course.
And is that a risk for the larger cause?
I mean, yeah, some of those people are polarizing. They're my friends. And you know, I'm not going to chuck them under the bus.
We can't let the right...
Yeah, I mean, some of those people have said it's okay to rape children, but, you know, I'm not going to chuck them under the bus for that. It's just words. Like, it's just, you know, a provocative idea. I'd never throw someone under a bus for an idea. They're my friends.
Own things that are that.
Like, I'm sorry, but like, if any of my friends ever talked about wanting to rape children, they would not be my friends. Like, that's a pretty hard red line for me. I feel like there's so many other red flags before you even get to that point. But like, if it did, you're done. Yeah, those are my enemies. I'll fight them. I'll bite them with my teeth.
Fundamental.
Paul Constance was the only liberal we met the whole weekend.
I'm here because I think it's a really big topic, and progressives need to be in the conversation.
Why is this such a big deal to you?
So I have kids in their 20s. Young people today feel very hesitant or unable to form families. It's very easy to talk about cat ladies and to imply that people on the left don't care about.
I have kids in my 20s and they haven't procreated yet, and I'm very anxious about it. I think about how they're not spreading their seed and eggs all the time. I just really want them to spread their seed. And by extension, my seed. You know, like that's what this kind of guy is like, you know? Guys like this view their children as outgrowths of them, and like their children's achievements are their own, and that it is up to and including having sex and procreating, you know? It's weird, and that's unfortunately more common than folks might think. This guy's just willing to go to a natalist conference about it, you know? The trans sewer slide rate is 41%. Man, are you literally such a pussy ass bitch you can't even say suicide in my chat? Like, you can't even be bigoted without hiding behind, like, euphemisms? That's weird as fuck, man. If you're gonna be a bigot, at least, like, own it. At least, like, say it with your chest. You know, you use some slurs. Like, why are you being a pussy about it? Why are you being like such a weak, pathetic individual about it? Like, if you're coming into my chat to be like strong or something about, like, it's bizarre that you choose to be so weak. You know, like, come in and drop an F slur. Come in and drop a T slur. What are you doing? It's so bizarre. And like, that's like every single one of you like pussyfoot around calling someone something, because like in reality you're too cowardly to even do it in public, and if you did, you know, you'd have your ass beat, right? So like, you're just trying it out here, and you look like a bitch. You look like a bitch. That unfortunate jaw is never going to go away, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, the horror. Oh, my God. My jaw. My horrible jaw. Oh, my God. You're right. You're attacking me on one of my biggest insecurities. Oh my God, I always think about my jaw and how terrible it makes me feel. You guys like take shots in a target-rich environment and you lose every single time. It's bizarre. It's bizarre, man. Like, I'm insecure as fuck. Imagine walking up to me and not being able to, like, figure out what I'm insecure about. This is like walking up to, like, I don't know, who's a lady who's famous for big breasts? Dolly Parton, and being like, oh yeah, Dolly Parton, I bet you feel bad about your big boobs. It's like, bitch, no, I don't. Like, what are you doing? Man, I don't know. Like, you got some kind of limp-dicked issue here. And I don't know if it's because your dick doesn't work. I don't know if it's because you don't get laid. I don't know if it's because you're just like, I don't know, not loved enough by your mom. Or maybe you were beaten by your dad. I don't know what your issue is, but like, I don't know, dude, go to therapy. Like, you fucked up somehow, but like, all I can tell you right now is that I'm not your therapist, and you look like a bitch. Anyway, see ya, asshole. Better luck next time.
Kids, it's much harder to actually put forward policies that would make everyone of any political stripe be more inclined to form a family.
I think that one of the things that often gets skipped over in any discussion of natalism today is kind of the actual lives of women who make decisions about whether or not to bring a child into the world. Don't forget about the ladies. Don't forget about the people who have the babies.
Man, it's almost like they have to plead with all of the men around them to not forget that women make babies at the natal conference.
And I think you can see that crowd is pretty homogenous, very white, largely male. You know, we heard many of the speakers had to drop out because they were pregnant, so lost a lot of women that way. A lot of men told us they were there.
A lot of good women were lost that day in the pregnancy wars. A lot of them were lost. They couldn't be found. Yeah, a lot of the folks who try and but just as an FYI, if folks do try and come in and troll, I don't recommend it. There's a non-zero chance that I will find your mom and message them about your behavior. I've done it before multiple times, and it resulted in at least one occasion one of those moms calling me in tears on the phone and talking about the numerous affairs they have had, and how they once had an affair with a woman, and so they understood the plight of LGBTQ people. So, like, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Unless you want me to have a therapy session with your mom about how she's fucked ladies, don't come at me. That is a true story, by the way.
Repping their wives because, you know, when you have a big family like that, you can't travel to a conference. It becomes very expensive and someone has to do that childcare. So I think this lack of diversity kind of shows this is a self-selecting group.
I was nice to the mom, for the record, but like her son disappeared off of social media.
You know, this message is kind of staying within these bubbles for now. And while these people are quite panicked about this, you know, a lot of experts we spoke to for this piece said collapse is really a little overblown.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't really an issue. Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, you have global warming, a phenomenon that will cause entire nations to sink underwater and displace hundreds of millions of people over time. And on the other, you have a thing that isn't really a problem. It's true. It's true. That is basically the long and short of it. However, folks, you might have recognized a couple in that video. You guys might have recognized a couple in that video. And I have to say, I recognized them too. And I thought I'd dig a little bit deeper because, you know, they're just a bit weird about this natalism thing. And, well, they're the Collinses. In fact, their names are Simone and Malcolm Collins. And, folks, they have a YouTube channel. And it's weird as fuck. Now, let me check one thing. Ah, yes. So, for a little bit of information, Malcolm here, Malcolm Collins, is a Republican mega donor and is the great-grandson of one Carr Collins Sr., who you might not know about, but you definitely know the company he founded, Fidelity Union Life Insurance. And as a result, Malcolm here has a sizable fortune that he uses to donate to various Republican causes. His wife Simone tried to run as a politician in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives and lost by 17 points. So she did not do very well. And, well, let's take a look at how's their podcast going? How's their show? Oh, it's that bad, huh? Based Camp with Simone and Malcolm Collins. And yeah, I think you can tell by some of these thumbnails that maybe, you know, let's zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. You know, I think you might be able to see there's some racial and homophobic undertones here for a lot of these. We replace teachers with AI for our kids. Population collapse drives monarchy. Wired's unhinged article about us and NatalCon. Why are progressives less happy? You know, you got some interesting takes here. And we're gonna take a look at one of their videos, maybe two of their videos. We'll see. I didn't know this about them, and this is why I come to the Riverboat Jack show to give us the deep dive. That's right, folks, because it's not enough for me to just be like, these people are weird. I want to be intimately familiar with their weirdness, but not like that. Are they actually brother and sister? You know, genuinely, you would be forgiven for thinking that because they do look like they're related. But let's take a look at one of their videos, and you will never guess what they believe about gay people. Let's take a look, shall we?
Hello, Simone! Today, we are going to be talking about a study that came out recently titled, What Do Two Men Kissing and a Bucket of Maggots Have in Common? heterosexual men's indistinguishable salivary A amylase response to photos of two men kissing and disgusting images. This is going to be one of those days where we're going to go a lot into disgust, sexuality, and point out that yet again, I called it. Everybody said that I was wrong. Everybody said my ideas were crazy. Now everyone agrees with all of my genius.
I think that Donald Trump, for some of his press conferences, has like an I was right hat.
Yes, this is my I was
and
right hat.
And I think you need to put on your I was right hat. Yeah, we need one too.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore.
Am I ever going to get credit for being so effing right all the time?
No.
So I wanted to present that opening minute of this show. This guy is literally the reincarnation of What If Alt Hist.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
But like, genuinely, I watched this far. This is as far as I've gotten into this video. And I thought to myself, this is something that chat needs to see.
He looks like someone I could convince to shove himself into a locker.
Yeah, he would shove himself into the locker, exactly. Oh God. It's really bizarre. I have no words for that reaction. Also, he's still wearing that god ugly, out of fashion jacket. And she's literally dressed like one of the enforcers from A Handmaid's Tale. Or The Handmaid's Tale. Like, the vibes here are so rancid. The vibes are so goddamn rancid. Like, I don't know what to do with this. But I figured we'd watch one of their videos and see what we could get out of this.
Like, is there ever going to be like the scientists? I love it that like with AIs, they literally coined the same term I coined, which was utility convergence. And they're like, so we found this weird thing in AIs where we get utility convergence and nobody predicted this in the space. And I'm like, I predicted it like literally 10 years ago. What are you talking about? I wrote many papers and things on this.
Yeah.
And this is something that in our, we talk a lot about human sexuality. I'd predicted this. And you're going to be shocked. You're going to be shocked by this, but it says a lot about one, arousal and disgust work.
Also, can I just like throw this out there? Like, this is a video from 2 weeks ago, right? And they're like throwing up this paper being like, I was right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This study was published in 2017. Like, I looked it up, and this is just bizarre behavior, frankly. This is not new information.
Progressives tell everyone about it. So, to read part of the abstract here, participants in the current study viewed 6 different slideshows depicting same-sex PDA, that's public displays of affection or kissing, mixed-sex PDA, everyday items, and disgusting images. This is like bowls full of maggots, okay? While providing saliva samples in the lab. A series of paired sampled t-tests were performed and found that SAA, this is saliva amylase, which is produced by disgust responses, like neurologically, it triggers the release of this enzyme. Responses to images of same-sex men kissing and universally disgusting images were significantly greater than SAA responses to a slideshow depicting everyday items. So basically,
you so called it.
Hold on, it gets better. The results held across the full sample, regardless of individuals' individual level of prejudice, specifically prejudice against gay individuals. The results of the current study suggest that all individuals, not just highly sexually prejudiced individuals, experience psychological responses indicative of stress when witnessing male same-sex couple kissing.
No, wait, did they also try this on gay men?
Not in this study.
Basically, guys, they're really, really excited about this because their theory is that people have a natural disgust response to gay and bisexual people. Hold on, is that a sword behind him? Yes.
Possibility of socialized disgust response to same-sex PDA is discussed. Basically, let me lay this out for people who didn't catch what this means. It means that the disgust reaction that we being most straight males have when watching two gay men kiss.
Just throwing this out there, most straight men don't have a disgust response when they see two gay dudes kissing. Like, that's not... Also, just throwing this out there, disgust responses vary from culture to culture. They are culturally constructed. What might be considered disgusting in one culture would be considered acceptable in another. They are constructed. They are not inherent in any given way. And that seems to be quite interesting to me. Now, one can, take this study, obviously, and run with it. However, if you actually look at what the study says and what a lot of the subsequent research says, it does not support the idea that, like, all people just have a natural, inherent disgust response to seeing men kiss. It just isn't that, frankly.
Which is a strong reaction. I've talked about it myself.
Sorry, I didn't finish my thought. The study encourages people not to jump to any conclusions about this particular thing. The very thing they are doing, the study encourages them not to do.
And I could get blowback for this. Like, I had a gay roommate all through high school, okay? Because I went to a boarding school in college. Like, I had friends.
Whoa, what? Wait, what?
A gay roommate all through high school. Strong reaction. I've talked about it myself. And I could get blowback for this. Like, I had a gay roommate all through high school, okay? Because I went to a boarding school in college. Like, my best friends were gay. I hung out with gay people all the time. I am not.
My best friends were gay, but I find them disgusting is like one hell of a take, man.
Like an anti-gay person. I have an extreme disgust to seeing men kissing men. Extreme disgust reaction. And what this is showing is that your acceptance of this is not tied to your disgust reaction. This has multiplicative downstream implications. The first being is that, one, this disgust reaction is not socialized. This is not because of your religiosity or anything like this. Mm-hmm. Something that you are born with. Mm-hmm. It makes it much more likely that gay individuals, and I've noted this in the Pragmatist Guide to Sexuality, because I think one of the core mysteries of human sexuality is why male gayness does not appear like female human sexuality. It appears like the exact inversion of male straightness.
Yeah, it's not like, so they're not sexual like a woman. They are gay. They're gay like a man. Yeah.
Yes. So.
How is it 2025 and you're just reaching this conclusion? What the fuck? Oh yeah, they're still men? They aren't just women? Oh, okay. The video's off screen. I'm sorry.
What I mean by this is
I robbed you of your precious time with these very attractive people.
Men your average straight man has an aversion, a disgust response at the idea of man kissing men. Like
Yes.
that grosses them out.
Yeah.
And they have an arousal response to the idea of, you know, them kissing a woman. Sometimes they actually have a disgust response to seeing other men kiss women. We'll
This
get
guy
into that
is
later. But the point being, but they'll always have an
like
arousal
closeted Mike Johnson levels of homo.
I mean, yeah, it does come across like that. Yeah. Yeah.
response to a woman kissing a woman. Basically, more guys in a situation, typically the worse it is for your average straight male. Now, this isn't always true, but this direction the gay man is going. Women do not have this response. Women, it is actually fairly rare for a woman to have a disgust response to seeing two women kiss.
Yeah, I mean, welcome to the world of yaoi. That's
right.
Surprises no one.
Obviously, you know, women who are consuming that. But you mean two men kisses yaoi? Or
I'm saying.
I'm sorry. You look like this. You don't know what yaoi is? All right.
Women are not turned off by men
right,
kissing.
but men are not turned off by seeing two women kiss.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Men,
No.
The point I'm making is women are not turned off by seeing two women kiss. They do not have this same disgust response.
Yeah.
Now, what's really interesting so far is that they haven't mentioned how this study actually measured a disgust response. And the only way that they measured a disgust response in this study is by taking saliva samples. Now, specifically, they measured for a substance called, can I find it real quick here? Salivary alpha amylase. Now, what's really interesting about salivary alpha amylase is that is produced anytime your sympathetic nervous system is activated. And that can be activated by a number of different emotional states. It is not merely a disgust response. It is a response to most kinds of alertness, actually. So while, yes, it could be activated by disgust, it could also be activated by, say, interest. It can also be an arousal response. It could also be a surprise response or a fear response. It is not merely related to disgust. Just throwing that out there, right? Now, this study was about prejudice and like how to figure out men in Utah, their reaction. So you had just a random sampling of men from Utah, and regardless of their prejudice, their self-reported prejudice towards gay people, they all had this response. And I mean, the methodology here is just sloppy as fuck, but like basically all this says is if you show them stimuli of sexual or sexual light activity, they pay attention to it and register it. Yeah. Now, they were shown same-sex PDA, mixed-sex PDA, everyday items, and disgusting images while providing these saliva samples, right? And the finding of this study was that these salivary alpha amylase compounds were about the same between same-sex kissing and disgusting images. And the study labels these images as universally disgusting, though I don't know that a bowl of maggots would be considered universally disgusting. But that is what they list in their study. Yeah. And the mixed PDA also produced this response. However, everyday items did not. So, concluding here that men are just inherently anti-gay by nature to justify his own hatred of gay men is bizarre. This is weird behavior.
Yeah. Seeing people of their gender kiss.
Which you also call.
And frankly, there's just not enough data here to really come to the conclusion that he's like dancing around and yelling that he's right about.
Because women don't really.
Do you know how this couple met? I have no idea. I imagine it's fucked up beyond all reason.
Oriented. This is something that, so if you haven't checked this out.
Like maybe she was presented to him as a child bride. I don't know.
Read The Pragmatist Guide to Sexuality. In it, Malcolm posits that not only is sexuality oriented on
I honestly don't know if men are anti-gay inherently. I genuinely don't think that's the case. I believe that, like most bigotries, if not all bigotries, they're socially constructed.
Arousal to disgust spectrum, but also that men's
like one might think that the concept of like, I don't know, what might be universally disgusting. I can't think of something off the top of my head, but like something that might be disgusting, let's say mealworms or grubs in one culture might be, and that like a grub might invoke some degree of disgust in someone in America as like a food. If someone presented you a grub, you might have a disgust response. But if you went elsewhere, there are places where grubs are considered great delicacies. So like these are not inherent disgust responses. It's socially constructed. Yui, go back to jacking off to whatever loli you enjoy.
Sexuality is more oriented around primary and secondary sexual characteristics like boobs and like things signaling.
That has very little to do with what we're talking about right now.
Well, but I'm just summarizing really quickly, and that women are not actually that attached to gender or sex. It's more about power dynamics.
Yes. Oh, also, chat, I'm having a little bit less fun. Mods, you guys can go wild in YouTube chat.
More about dominance or submission. The dominance.
So they wouldn't. It doesn't really matter to them if it's like women on women, men on women, women on men. Like any mixture
is more tied to.
You see what I mean, though, when I talk about how this is a kink for them. Like this breeder shit is like a kink. They're like obsessed with it. They're obsessed with like sexuality and like who bangs who and who like makes babies.
Arousal than males. So one of the big mysteries of human sexuality is men, when they're born gay, do not appear to have the standard arousal pathway of a woman, which honestly,
I love that you, like they're just like jumping to conclusions based off of this. Wait, are they really a couple? These two are really a couple. They're not brother sister. I thought they were related for a while. They're not. They are not even a little bit.
It makes more sense because that, I don't know, it just seems weird to me.
It doesn't make more sense. It's
really
weird. They appear to have an exact inversion, and you can see this when you survey gay men. Yeah. Gay men actually, not as frequently as straight men, but fairly often have a disgust reaction to females. They have a disgust reaction to vaginas.
Yeah.
Again, socially constructed. This is not, gay men don't naturally just like hate vaginas the same way lesbians don't naturally hate dicks. They might not be turned on by them, but that's a far cry from hatred, you know, or disgust.
They have a disgust reaction to breasts.
A lot of people have a disgust
reaction. A lot
reaction
of people, but I'm pointing out that they have disgust.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
To breasts.
A lot of people have a disgust
reaction. A lot
reaction
of people, but I'm pointing out that they...
Did he say breasts? All right, whatever.
Have disgust reactions to females.
Mm-hmm.
That is effing. Why are they getting an inversion of a disgust reaction instead of the disgust reaction of the other gender? Like, it would almost make sense to me. I could be like,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. This the way things are makes more sense to me, because if you develop as a male, you're developing like all of the mechanics of the sort of male sexual orientation. It just happens to be that there's a sign flip somewhere. That seems more simple to me and more likely than somehow you having like become exempt from all of the other elements of male sexuality.
Right. Well, this provides evidence for this, showing that the disgust reaction in males is biological or like inbuilt.
Yes.
Straight males.
Yes. So this is much more proof of you are born gay.
Yes, it also adds evidence to the you are born gay or straight idea. If
No, it doesn't. There's a huge difference between like feeling revulsion and disgust towards people who are gay. There's a huge difference between that and just being straight. Straight people like do not go around constantly just being like, ugh, gays. Ugh! Like that's not happening internally to every straight person. This is I believe that these people are just projecting how they feel onto everybody else and trying to make it everyone else's problem.
if a male is having an active, and this is why I've said this, and males who may not have this response or males who may be gay don't understand, why can't you just power through it? The response my body has to males kissing is the response my body has to a bucket of maggots.
Like,
Jesus Christ. No, it's not. I mean, like, you might genuinely feel that, but like, that is not built into you, my friend. Like, that is like, there's a big difference between not getting a boner and wanting to throw up. You know, like there's a big difference here.
Why don't you just stick your dick into a bucket of maggots?
You can learn to like it.
These people are so fucking vile. The fact that anyone treats them on like CNN or any other like news station or like interviews them, there have been think pieces about these people in like the New York Times. The fact that anyone treats them like they deserve any amount of attention for this that is not like critical as hell is insane. These people are fucked up. What? They're weird. I mean, they're a bit more than weird. They're like colossally bigoted, but you wouldn't know that from reading any of the lengthy think pieces that just give them so much benefit of the doubt. Even that CNN video didn't mention that these people are white supremacist pieces of shit, you know?
But what's important from our series, so people know this, is we argue that anything that has a disgust reaction, and it happens more frequently in males than females, can have a sign flip and accidentally become, due to something during our biological development, become an arousal pathway. So there is actually an entire fetish category called creepy crawlers tied to stuff like buckets of maggots being like poured on you and stuff like that. And we point out in the book that you do not see sign flips tied to any other response. You don't see sign flips tied to fire. You don't see sign flips tied to height.
Wait, what? Wait, no, there are absolutely people who are turned on by both of those things. The fuck are you guys on about?
Anything else that has a
breeders, man, they're fucking weird.
Strongly charged emotional response, you don't see a sign flip with an arousal response unless that response is disgust, like dead bodies, infants, all of the things that would cause disgust in a normal person, you're going to get some small portion of the population. And we also argue that the sign flip, the volume stays the same. So if you have a really high disgust towards something, normally the volume of arousal to that thing is going to be really high if you get a sign flip. But this also has implications for like progressive culture more broadly.
I'd love if he presented any citations for any of this, So far, everything in here is I made it the fuck up as far as it seems to me.
Broadly. So one, it adds evidence to the theories that we have.
Check their basement for real. These people have unspeakable things on their hard drives.
That this is inbuilt and progressives were just lying when they're like, I don't get disgusted by this. But it also shows that when
Wait, I'm sorry.
To the theories that we had that this is inbuilt and progressives were just lying when they're like,
oh, they think that they literally think that like progressive people are lying when they say they're not disgusted by seeing gay men kiss. They oh no, they literally just discount the idea that people aren't as disgusted as they are. That's crazy, dog.
Like, I don't get disgusted by this. But it also shows that when progressives, and I thought maybe progressives have like maybe somehow trained themselves, because like I've been like, you can't get rid of arousal patterns, but maybe you can't get rid of disgust. Well, no, I know you can't get rid of disgust patterns either if they're working on the same circuitry but with a sign flip. That would mean
dog. Okay. First of all, you can find out new things that you're aroused by, for sure. Second of all, like, you can unlearn bigotry. This is not a new thing. People have been unlearning bigotry since like society has existed. The idea that you can't is just weak-willed bullshit. Like, honestly, it's just a gigantic neon sign blaring about how weak-willed this man is. Like, I'm sorry, but if you think like this guy, you're a weak-ass pussy bitch.
That when progressives are like, well, thinking fat women are disgusting looking, which, by the way, that's the reason there's a portion of men who are into fat women, because generally fat women create a disgust response, and anything that creates
No, they don't. Oh my God. Okay, as somebody who has studied history, this is my wheelhouse, okay? Fat women have not always generated a disgust response. Fat women were historically considered the most desirable and attractive women, not because of anything inherent to our biology, but because desire is socially constructed. And one of the aspects of being able to be fat historically is that you were very affluent and powerful. Historically, attraction, culturally constructed, a lot of those attraction signifiers are culturally constructed. Like, we culturally constructed a world where fatter women, larger women were considered more attractive because it meant they could sit inside and had access to food that was secure and could eat sweets and stuff like that. And like the idea that like, oh man, the beauty standards of like the 1990s have always been the case is wild to me. Let alone the fact that you can literally find like fertility idols from like 15,000 years ago that show that like this is not an inconsistent thing. So like this idea is bizarre, it's weird as fuck.
The disgust response, a small portion of the population is going to find arousing. But anyway, so women who are obese and create this, there is like this thing that's like, oh, well, you've only been socialized to feel that way. You don't actually, like, that's a cultural thing.
Yes.
And we see here, no, it's not a cultural thing.
They measured one element of saliva that is produced anytime the sympathetic nervous system is stimulated. Like, what? This is not evidence of like everyone has an inbuilt aversion to gayness. This is just not that
thing. Now, here I note, and we talk about this in the book, is people will say, oh, well, aren't there cultures like random island cultures or wherever where like obesity in women is seen as an arousing thing? No, there are not.
That's just not true. Like, we have documented evidence throughout like the entire feudal age. We have documented evidence going back anthropologically in basically every corner of the world. Like, this is not a controversial thing.
A complete fiction. Let me explain. There were cultures where it was reported that people chose wives who were more obese historically, but in every single instance, when they've gone back and measured those cultures after they became wealthy, that has disappeared and inverted. So what we were seeing there was just obesity being a indicator of wealth.
Yeah. It was an attractive quality. People were sexually attracted to larger women. It's not like, this is not controversial. Him saying like, oh, well, they're only attracted to wealth. Can I here just real quick. It's the same with the body standards we have now. That it's the same thing. If you are able to be like skinnier, that's seen as like an element of wealth because you're able to afford the cosmetic surgery. You're able to afford, the personal trainer, the exercise routine. You're able to like get all of the supplements. You're able to like do this and that and the other. That all takes money. It all takes time. And frankly, like those are signifiers of wealth. And like, there are different ways wealth is conveyed, and they are not static across all cultures at all times. And like, this seems pretty bare bones obvious to me, but I don't get the sense that these people are big on critical thinking.
It was not correlated to the other parts of arousal. And so men were basically like, I'm choosing this woman because she's wealthier. There do not appear to be, and this is also, we've argued in other videos that arousal.
It's crazy to me that he's like, socially constructed attractiveness isn't a thing, because then he gives an example of socially constructed attractiveness and how it changes based on material circumstances, Additionally, just want to throw this out there, but like a great way of like understanding how like attractive and what is or is not considered attractive changes over time is looking at medieval fashion trends and like how fashion changed throughout the feudal ages until like, the end of monarchy, essentially. And like, you can see how different body parts were considered more or less sensuous over time, and different like art showed different like beautiful women and how that changed over time. You can also look at how different, for example, how men were perceived as attractive in different lights and times changed as well. For example, the adoption of the male high heel derived from the use of high heels in cavalry. The high heel was designed initially for horse-based combat. People would ride either the Prussian cavalry. No, I predated that. Might have been I forget who started it. I'll have to look that up again. But it then gained, at the very least, gained prominence in the Prussian cavalry. And then from there grew in popularity across Europe. But like, you had King Louis wearing high heels in like portraits meant to like display his wealth and power and attractiveness. You had people wearing gigantic penis cod pieces to like show how they like had all this wealth and gigantic dicks. And these are measurable across time. Prussian? Yeah, Prussia was a thing. Don't worry about it. Don't get sidetracked. Yeah, for stirrups. The high heels were for stirrups. I got distracted. Anyway, beauty standards changed over time. It was considered at one point beautiful for men and desirable for men to be wearing high heels. Now, not so much. Who knows? It may change again in the future. But like, all these things are variable. What is attractive now is different than what was attractive 30 years ago. And like, that's going to continue to change because we live in a society.
Likely is correlated to like, I'd say ethnic and cultural groups in a way. So it's not even like, it wouldn't even go against our theory that in some weird culture on some weird island, they had developed an arousal pathway that had evolved, right? And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. But it appears that this is such a strong signal that no culture has ever evolved a genuine sign flip on this at like a mainstream level, which is really fascinating.
I also imagine that a lot of these historical cultures that had interest in rotund women were just not emaciated women at this time. And they were seen as fat because, you know, wow, you can afford a few excess calories. And that meant that they were slightly more rounded than the average woman. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't think the level of overfeeding that we see today is as common. Though I also think that the sign flip issue that has led to fat enthusiasts today would have led to some in the past. And it could be that there were some fat enthusiasts in the past.
Just, I don't know. I'm sorry, but like, yeah, these were considered desirable body shapes. All right, you can't tell me that this. Sorry, like I'm sorry. This is just what is depicted in the artistic and historical record. You can't really argue that this is what you just said.
Past who are also.
Oh, they're the famous fat enthusiast artists who a lot of people use to argue
Rubens?
that, like, I wouldn't say it's starts with an R.
Rubens, isn't it?
Rubens, yeah. And it's very clear he had a fetish. Like the women.
These aren't even women that are that large. Yo, what the hell? Dog. They're like fat enthusiasts. It's just like, okay.
Who he chooses, they're the same one who fat fetishes choose.
I'm just Googling.
Did you just type fertility idol for an actual body type? Have you not seen women shaped like that? Are you blind? Have you never been outside in America? Like what?
Imaging. Peter Paul Rubens. And I'm looking at these images. Are they chubsters? Not by modern standards.
Not by modern standards, but his contemporaries talked about him as if he was a fetishist. And famous people can be fetishists. One of the things I always point out is...
Well, I grew up in the 80s. Okay, well then you should understand that like there are larger women that exist. That this is not controversial. And in fact, those types of women of that shape have existed throughout all of history and have been desirable at different points in history as like an ideal body type for a woman to have. Now you can say that wasn't the case in the 1980s, 90s, but like that, yeah, no one's arguing that it was. Just arguing that this is socially constructed.
He was a chubby chaser.
What was the famous Irish writer who liked women farting?
You know, notice how they're like just obsessed with sex, like all the time. They're like, yeah, this guy was really into like fat women, chubby chaser.
On him.
Oh yes,
delightful. I like your cute little tootsies or whatever.
Yeah, the letters that he wrote to his lover. Just so.
What was his name again? This was.
God, we're so bad with names.
I'll find it in post. But yeah, you see these in the past. That doesn't mean that they were normal. They were still very obviously minority arousal patterns, and we're not arguing that these minority arousal patterns are modern. I do find the issue, and we talked about this in another video.
Yeah, again. All of this comes back to, that's not what I'm into. So clearly people in the past weren't into that either.
And it's something that like, you know what? I should ask Rock. But what is we've sort of debated on this. I assume that attraction to younger phenotypes is clustered in Japanese groups. Like that seems likely to me. There's some other ones you talked about, like attraction to like navels and armpits being clustered in Indian groups.
Yeah, there's gotta be a little bit of this going on, you know? It'd be weird if there wasn't.
But well, yeah, it would be weird if there wasn't. It would also be weird.
Yeah, kind of like how you two clearly have a breeding kink. It'd be weird if that wasn't the case, frankly, considering the relationship these two have.
So keep in mind, where we talk about like where dominance and submission gets pulled into this, is what we assume is.
So fetishes have phrenology now. Yeah, these people are race scientists, guys. Like these people, I'm not like kidding. These guys are eugenicists. I'm sure they have calipers somewhere in their home. Like, did they just racially correlate fetishes? Yes. These people like are fucking obsessed with like skull shape and shit.
Dominance and submission cause arousal because it was just a system that the brain used for dominance and submission displays that humans do. Dominance and submission displays are used very frequently in animal species to signal social status. Not animal species, mammals, social mammals specifically. So think of
these people have literally, yeah, exactly, Christina. They've never heard of mom bod or dad bod. Oh God. Like, I bet, just real quick, I bet they were like, oh man, I don't even understand that Thor character from the new God of War game. I don't even get it. Why are people posting about being attracted to Thor? Ugh, disgusting. And it's like, y'all just don't understand the things you're not attracted to. You know, you are not attracted to that, so like you don't get it. But like these people are so isolated. They are so absolutely ostracized from normal people in society. The only people they interact with are like their wealthy friends and sycophants who all surround them and like talk them up. But like they don't understand women who are very down for this. Okay? Very down for this. Like it's similar to this body type, you know? Like that guy's just strong as fuck. You know, similarly, guys who were Vikings who were shaped like this, it's similar concept to like a sumo wrestler. That guy could like flip you all kinds of ways. And there are women who are very into that. Okay? Just saying. It's not like super my thing, but it's like a little bit my thing. Like I'm not, you know, I'm this isn't about me. Anyway, moving on.
Of a dog like showing it's ready to be mounted as a way of saying I'm.
Oh God, why are you saying that in front of your child is on screen? Fuck, man. We've really just started playing it at why?
I'm submissive. And we know that this isn't a female male thing because in species where females are the dominant gender, like spotted.
Man, I love that he's like comparing human sexuality and like social interaction to how dogs fuck each other. That's super normal, totally not weird.
Hyenas, they actually develop something called a pseudopenis, which they can use an erection with to show when they're submissive. So in the same way, sometimes male animals will sort of prepare to be mounted as a way of showing submission to another male animal or female.
These guys elicit a disgust response from me, and I'm not saying that based on anything in my saliva. I'm saying that based on my gut feeling of extreme revulsion to their conception of a family where you talk about dogs fucking each other in front of your children. So
Animal, even in cases, in species where females are the dominant, erections are the way that you show submission, which I just find absolutely fascinating. Okay, so here's what Grok.
Oh God, fucking hell! I'm sorry, we're getting Grok into the mix here. Okay, yeah, all right.
Which I just find absolutely fascinating. Okay, so
just real quick, I'm sorry.
Or female animal, even in cases, in species where females are the dominant, erections are the way that you show submission, which I just find absolutely fascinating. Okay, so
this man would grovel at the feet of any femdom who has even a tiny bit of experience. That man just laid his kink out for the entire world to see. Yeah, no, it's totally natural for someone with an erection to be the submissive one, because women are naturally more dominant. You know, step on me harder. Oh, not until you've been a good boy. Yes, mistress. Like, it's really that kind of dynamic, and like, it's wild that he just openly said that on a show with his wife, and she didn't even fucking blink. And this is getting fucking weird. I told you, we are delving into the heart of conservative kink in a very disturbing way. But this guy is definitely like seeing like mistresses on the side if like his wife isn't doing that for him.
So here's what Grok says on this. Okay. Research suggests that fetishes may have heritable components with genetic factors.
Is she a top? Well, her name is first on the title of the show.
Contributing to about half of the variation in paraphilic interest.
She doesn't blink because she has the keys.
The evidence leads towards a genetic influence, but environment.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by that comment. I need to hear what Grok had to say, because of course Grok, Elon Musk's AI system, is going to have great answers for us.
Okay, so here's what Grok says on this. Okay. Research suggests that fetishes may have heritable components with genetic factors contributing to about half of the variation in paraphilic interest.
Okay.
Include fetishes. The evidence leads towards a genetic.
You know, it's crazy to me that instead of going out and finding studies to back up his point, he turned to an AI. You know, AIs, the kinds of things that just will tell you to eat poisoned mushrooms and drink bleach.
Stroll through hell, and I am scared. To umbu umbadai 5555.
Was it Tom Bombadil? Wait, you can retract a dono message? Well, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. God damn. This is weird as fuck.
Influence, but environmental factors also play a significant role, and more research is needed for specific fetishes.
Yeah, an AI owned by a fellow pro-natalist. How do we know that Elon Musk personally didn't program this response into Grok?
Well, most of your research indicated that environmental factors were not influential. Am I forgetting something?
They might mean influential.
They both look like the girl who made the super suits in The Incredibles. And got laid off. Oh my god. They do. They both look like Edna Mode. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Fuck me. Just holy fuck. Oh. Oh fuck, dog. Roasted alive. The difference is Edna Mode would actually be good at sex.
in terms of like
Whether they
randomly
show them.
changing outcomes, not influential in like I saw this, therefore I developed X fetish
Like
way.
I'm sure a lot fewer people are gay when that means that you get thrown off a building, for example. That's
Whew, boy, we're in some odd territory for sure here.
an environmental factor.
No, but I mean, they're still gay. They're still like in the population.
Yeah, but maybe that's what Grok is talking about, though.
Studies
Like,
on related sexual behaviors like PDA files show heritability estimates at 49.
You guys are talking about dogs fucking and like comparing them to humans, but you're not gonna say like pedophile? Like what the hell, man? You went to a natalist conference that had a guy who said it was okay to fuck children speak. Like, what do you... Oh, now you're gonna get back like that? Okay, whatever. Weird as hell.
Percent.
that's not surprising. No one would want to choose to have this arousal pathway.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sure if you could give any of these people who have that arousal pathway the chance to undo it, they would undo it so fast.
Are they talking about gay people? Are they... I don't care enough to go back.
Fetishes are specific sexual preferences, blah, blah, blah. Studies on paraphilias, which encompass fetishes, indicate a genetic component. For instance, a 2015 study in the Journal of Medicine found the heritability of sexual interest in youth was 49%, suggesting a significant role.
Oh yeah, Archangel, feel free to go hog wild with folks. Looks like we got some attention from somewhere.
A broader meta-analysis from Nature Genetics in 2015 reported the average heritability of 49% across many human traits, supporting the idea that sexual preferences might also be partially heritable. While direct studies on fetishes are limited, the evidence...
The guy on the left is Scott the Waz on Wish.com.
Paraphilias suggests that fetishes likely have a heritable component, though environmental factors like upbringing are also crucial. Disagree on that. Actually, in our studies on this, they were so shocking to us because
I love that he's just like, disagree. Moving on.
I thought that at least like being abused pre-puberty would have an effect on people's adult arousal patterns. And in our data, basically nothing that happened to you, even sexual abuse, affected your adult arousal patterns significantly. They may suppress them a little bit, but that was it.
I'm going to call bullshit on that data. The idea that trauma does not affect arousal patterns is just not true. Like in any possible way.
But genuinely, what's wrong with these two? Just massive projection on their part?
I mean, if I had to like dig into it a little bit, like I would probably say it's something like the fact that they're like they have like a hyper fixation on this because they're deeply insecure and frankly don't have any idea how to relate with other people and assume that other people must be exactly like them. So I think it is projection, but I think there's also like probably some kind of like, I don't know, maybe a combination of bigotry and mental illness going on. Genuinely, I don't know. All I know is that these people aren't right. Like you could literally make a horror movie about these two and it would be a hit Blumhouse film. Okay.
Most of what affected your arousal patterns happened after or around puberty.
Yeah, I think in over the long term, in terms of another you were right thing, I think we're going to find that the heritability is higher than that 40% range presented.
Here's an interesting thing. An interesting finding is that in twin studies, which compare identical and fraternal twins.
Again, I have to remind you all, they are getting their data here from Grok. Again, AI literally will tell you to drink bleach if you give it the right search prompt. These people are not serious.
I'm not sure we should be taking arousal evidence from people with such thick glasses frames.
Right? JK, people with thick glasses frames can be hot as fuck. However, I will say that if it seems weird to me that if you actually cared about this issue, you wouldn't have gone and found these studies, or at the very least directly searched out the studies, and instead they're relying on an AI to just feed them potentially inaccurate garbage.
Show higher similarities of paraphilic interests among identical twins, pointing to a genetic link, even though most research focuses on broader sexual orientation than specific fetishes. Well, I mean, this then would make fetishes less distant from the gay thing than people would say historically, because if you don't have a choice in what your fetish is.
Jesus Christ. Why would you record this? Like, why would you record this entire, like, this is like a rap sesh. This is like you both smoked a joint and you're just like saying shit like, what if the world was like a box of chocolates? Would you eat every piece or would you avoid some? Because some would include like genocide and you wouldn't want to eat the genocide piece of chocolate, right? Would you eat all of it and just know like the totality of human existence? Like that is the equivalent of what's happening here, except instead of having it be an equal conversation, they're just typing random shit into Grok.
Are, especially if you're born with them. Fascinating. Well, no, if you're
he's really giving off vibes that he's trying to justify his own feelings. 10,000%. This man is deeply insecure in his own skin and like just is looking for a way to justify himself instead of learning how to be confident in his ideas and skin, you know? In a way, it's kind of sad because, like, on an emotional level, that might be somewhat relatable, but like all of this intellectual bullshit around it makes it completely alien and fucking bizarre.
Born with them, then you can't say that being gay is any different from any other fetish.
Oh, Secret Exister, I looked up some videos about trans people from them, and honestly, they're just incredibly hateful bigots on trans issues. They hate trans people more than they hate gay people, and I just did not want to. I did not want to subject you all to that, frankly. Gay fetish, what does that even mean? They believe. Maybe I haven't made this clear. They believe that what makes someone gay is a fetish. That gay people just have a fetish for being gay. Meanwhile, straight people have the only true attraction. That's it. You know?
Oh, I see your point.
So people
like, why do we have to be so accommodating of
the gays?
Like
we're not accommodating to foot fetishes, right? We're not accommodating to any other fetish category.
I think the bigger
no, they're absolutely into the AGP shit. Yeah, they're just doing AGP, but for like gay and bisexual people and whatnot.
Issue is that most
like it's not particularly groundbreaking. It's just kind of boring bigotry.
One,
what's interesting about this all to me is that they're just like so hell bent on intellectualizing it to like justify their bigotry. This is, by the way, I think the same kind of impulse that people who created race science followed. They're just trying to do the same thing, but for like gay people.
Being gay is, I think, a very different kind of scenario because it typically involves a disgust reaction to a very, very common social institution that until very recently.
Gay people aren't disgusted by like straight couples. Like, that's not a thing.
Recently was kind of a default setting for people. And being forced into that is really hard. It's not like foot fetishists were also simultaneously disgusted by hands and forced to do, manicures every single day, right? So I think it's sort of a different level, and it has to do with major
I
societal
disagree.
institutions.
I think that there's a lot of fetishes that there is a real normalization around shaming people for having, even if they don't hurt anyone else. And that's a really
it's such a weird thing to like be putting your child in a YouTube video while talking about kinks and sexuality. It's very weird to me.
fair when you consider that
she just said that feet are the opposite of hands. They are. It's true. They're on the opposite side of the body.
People say, well, for example, I find people like pathetic and gross who have like, I don't know, like a maggots fetish. Remember I talked about like the creepy crawlies fetish.
I mean, like, the thing is, if you have a fetish for maggots, knock yourself out. That's no skin off of my nose. Like, I'm not into that. I'm not going to participate in that. But like, okay. Like, that's weird as hell, but like, I'm not going to ever see that or participate in that. And I didn't really want to know that, but like, okay.
Fetish, or like being farted on fetish, like James A. Joyce. That's who I think it was.
James.
Yes, the fart fetish.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I find that like creepy, weird, and pathetic, and I can mock somebody for that in public. And
if someone said trans is weird as hell, you would want them murdered, though. That's literally, I get that every single day when I stream. I don't want them murdered. That's literally never happened.
Somebody would say, well, it's okay because this causes a disgust response in most people. And then I would counter back. I'd be like, yeah, but so does two men kissing. So why does...
But again, no, it's not the same thing. Like, just because you feel disgust towards something isn't the same as like other people shouldn't do it or it is abnormal. Like, there are people who feel disgust towards like macaroni and cheese. That doesn't mean like people shouldn't eat macaroni and cheese. Like, you just don't eat the macaroni and cheese yourself because you're disgusted by it, and that's fine. Yeah, life goes on.
That get carved out as different than this getting carved out as different. Again, I'm not, I don't know how I feel across the board on this. I'm largely for people being like, look, if you have an unusual arousal pattern. I also wonder if communities consider something like this. Mormons, and we talked about this almost certainly in another episode, like the Mormon sharing partners thing, almost certainly have different arousal patterns than other populations due to their history of, one, how they recruited people, and two, polyamory. It's suspected that they likely have a lower disgust response to seeing their partners kiss other people because wives that had this response didn't have as many offspring likely. And that is why you see more Mormon partner sharing sort of things.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Where it's like, well, we share when we do everything but like the penetration or something, and therefore it's
yeah, no one outside the Mormon community engages in partner swaps. Don't look up what a key party is, folks.
It's okay. So here's what I asked it next. I asked it for ethnically tied fetishes because I was like, is there any evidence for...
Oh, good. Yeah, you're asking Grok for ethnically tied fetishes. Oh boy.
Oh, it's saying it can't find it. But it is saying that BDSM seems more common in Western countries, such as Germany and the Netherlands.
BDSM strikes me as so white and also so German.
It's not, though. And I'm not going to go into it. But there are a lot of other countries that participate in BDSM. Germany does have like certain aesthetic aesthetic commonalities that it kind of exported and were adopted by a lot of BDSM communities, but like it's not just a German thing. There's definitely a lot of other cultures that participate in BDSM.
Yeah.
It's so German.
It's extremely German.
And then you have the famous British Vice.
I do appreciate them, though, essentially doing like race science, but for kink. Like, that's so weird.
You know, which is a BDSM related thing, being submissive
No,
as a
more
male.
like school teacher spankings.
Very interesting.
It's very uncomfortable for her to bring up school teacher spankings while holding a child and talk.
I love what Grok says. Regional observation studies like Ayla's survey suggest that BDSM. I love it. Just like name.
Well, I mean,
drops
Ayla's
there.
big on X, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like maybe that should be a point where you start questioning how your data is being sourced here. Oh yeah, some random person named Ayla is big on X, and that's where that's where Grok is getting the data from. You understand how that's not scientific research, right? At all. This, if you tried to like submit this as like your research process in college, you would fail every single paper.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna see if I can find any other here. Evidence from cross-cultural studies. Research, for instance, a study from PMC on ethnic differences in sexual attitudes among U.S. college students found that Asians reported more conservative sexual attitudes compared to Euro-Americans and Hispanics, but did not address fetishes.
Yeah, it definitely has nothing to do with social construction at all. And I just want to point out, if you throw out the idea that attitudes towards sex or what is sexy is not socially constructed, if you throw out the idea that they are socially constructed, then you have to do what they're doing, which is they're biologically innate. Your fetishes are biologically innate. And if you accept that idea, right, that brings you to where they are, where they're talking about how, you know, Asians or Germans have like a genetic predisposition to BDSM or, you know, conservative sexual ideas. That's weird. It's deeply weird. Like, why do that? Stop.
Similarly, a study from HRAF on sexuality noted that societies vary widely in their tolerance of non-reproductive sex, but
like I'm sorry, what?
But did not address fetishes. Similarly, a study from HRAF on sexuality.
A study from HRAF. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Noted that societies vary widely in their tolerance of non-reproductive sex, but did not provide data on fetishes. A notable exception was Ayla's 2022 survey, which analyzed fetish preference by region, including North America, Western Europe, etc. The survey, with 10,000 responses from some regions, found that BDSM and age play were more popular in North America and Western Europe, while foot fetishes showed relative consistent prevalence across regions. However, this data is based on self-reported surveys, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you know, that might be relevant.
Pretty much all sexual data is. I love when it like dismisses Ayla studies. I'm like, where do you think all this other data is coming from?
Yeah, come on. She has amazing sample sizes.
Where do you think all this data is coming from? So I Googled what HRAF is, and it's called the Human Relations Area Files, an international nonprofit membership organization with over 500 member institutions in more than 20 countries, an autonomous research agency based at Yale since 1949. And yeah, basically it collects data from across the world and like synthesizes it into various like anthropological like purposes. But I'm sure Ayla on Twitter has better data sourcing.
Selection bias is quite low because she sources outside of just people who follow her. She uses Positly to get really good representative audiences. Ayla does not get the credit she deserves. Someday.
Oh, this is interesting. BDSM encompassing bondage, discipline, everyone knows that. Okay. Bell's 2024 report of over 12,700 individuals found 86% of Americans had either tried BDSM or expressed interest.
Well, I mean, yeah.
86% of Americans must be only a German thing.
Yeah, after 50 Shades of Grey taking off so much, can you be so surprised?
Well, yeah, I mean, 50 Shades.
Fuck, man. The entire argument throughout this entire thing is that this is not socially constructed, and yet they're like, well, yeah, 50 Shades of Grey came out and everyone had to try BDSM. It's like, you know, maybe that has something to do with the cultural construction of attraction. But okay. All right. Why is she wearing a fucking cloak? You know, don't be anti-cloak because of this, okay? Cloaks can be very cool. Cloaks can be very cool. Okay, I'll be right back. Cloaks are very cool, okay? Don't bring cloaks into this. They don't deserve that flack. All right?
Shades of Grey, I think, showed that was in Europe and America. This is a normal arousal pattern in women.
They may not be getting it, but they want it.
We've had other videos on this where I really get annoyed by the Perry stuff on this. He thinks men are driving this. Whenever somebody's like, men want to abuse us, and I'm like, you can look at the data.
Yeah, men actually don't, because it's a lot of
They
work.
actually don't. Well, so it's not that no men do. Actually, men do get aroused by.
Oh, of course they think BDSM is just abusing women. Oh my god, of course. Of course they're like, yeah, men just want to abuse women by choking them. And it's like, you vanilla motherfuckers, you don't even know what BDSM choking is. Okay, this actually might save a life. Okay, real quick. Folks, if you are choking someone in a BDSM way, your goal is not to crush their air pipe. They should still be able to breathe. Okay, your goal is to put pressure on the arteries in the neck in order to slightly restrict blood flow. You don't want to be too hard to like stop it. But that's the goal. The goal is to put light pressure on some arteries. That's it. Okay? You do not need a whole lot of pressure. You don't need to crush the windpipe. Do not crush the windpipe, and do not completely cut off the blood flow. Don't be too hard. There you go. That could genuinely save a life. Don't actually choke someone and kill them, please. Don't actually abuse your sexual partner.
Hurting women, subjugating women,
light pressure, firm
women,
hand is
but
excellent
they do
phrasing.
not get aroused by it as frequently as women get aroused by it.
Yeah, and the primary driver of demand for this.
Yeah, and consent. Yeah, that's also a very important part, is that BDSM is based on consent, where either party can stop at any time, which, to be fair, that should be all of your sexual encounters. And so, like, again, there's a lot of trust involved.
I think is men. Sorry, it's women. Women are the ones who are like, I want to see material like this. It shows up all the time in romance novels. These like power dynamics, these quasi-abusive relationships, these questionable behaviors. Like, not even in a, what
questionable behaviors. Oh my God. These people are fucking aliens. It's bizarre.
We would call like modern BDSM context, in which the sub is ultimately the one with all the power. Rules. So yeah, women.
What the fuck was that?
Not even in a, what we would call like modern BDSM context, in which the sub is ultimately the one with all the power. Rules. So.
Wait, but that's true though. It's based on consent. If you are not respecting the consent of your partner, you're doing a sexual assault. Like, she just sneered at the idea of having a consensual sexual encounter. That's really fucking weird to me.
Yeah. Women actually don't even want that. They're like, no, don't do that.
That's really fascinating.
Well,
I wonder.
What the fuck?
Like, I'd love for Ayla to do more on this to find out, like, because we've gone over the chart before.
Can I just say, who the fuck is Ayla? They've mentioned this person so many times. And like, I tried to Google Ayla on Twitter, and like, I can't find this account that they keep mentioning.
That shows when paraphilias or fetishes age of onset is. So that would be really interesting. I would guess that the age of onset of paraphilias likely correlates with how arousing they are. Actually, let's look up.
Why? Wait, why do you care when people start getting aroused? When they first start getting... That's a really weird framing of the question in a way that I'm extraordinarily uncomfortable hearing come from a man who calls himself a pro-natalist.
Ayla's age of onset of paraphilias chart. Gaps between trans and cis fetish onset. Oh, this is interesting. Here's a list of difference in years between. Okay. That's interesting. Age of onset. Okay, so if we're looking across here, which fetishes have earlier age of onset? Tattoos, body mod, skinniness, etc. Very young age of onset, 13.1. Body parts normal, non-genitals. So this is like knees, armpits, head hair.
Where on earth would you get this data? And like, genuinely, you're sourcing it from a random Twitter account? Like, this is fucking weird.
Etc.
Okay.
But then other ones that have a very early age of onset are things like brutality and violence. This has an age of onset of 14.2. So that's really interesting. Incest has an early age of onset, 14.4. I could see that being hereditary because you do see it occurring more within certain subcultures. And then some have very, I don't know, interesting.
You know, it's so interesting that he talks about it being hereditary and then immediately talks about it occurring in subcultures. You know? Kind of implying that it would be something that is culturally constructed. That it is created out of like the material conditions in which a culture may exist. I don't know. Like, that's really fucking weird, right?
The latest age of onset is reproduction, pregnancy, surrogacy, oviposition, etc. 16.9 is when that starts.
That's interesting. There does seem to be a bigger ick reaction among adolescents to anything child-related. So maybe that is connected. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at these here, and this doesn't ring true for me that age of onset is connected to how hereditary it is. But maybe, I mean, it would make sense.
Fuck, man. Like, genuinely, this is bizarro land where they're just like looking up what a random Twitter user said.
that incest arousal patterns in communities that relied on incest for reproduction would appear at a young age, because those communities would likely also begin engaging in sexuality at a younger age. But like reproduction almost certainly has some, like the people who get turned on by that, some correlation to genetics. I'd be pretty surprised if it didn't. And I'd also be pretty surprised if things like humiliation didn't, given, and that's one of the later ones, it's at 15.6.
I don't know. I don't know. Are you guys genetically predisposed to that? Because I feel like you should be feeling very humiliated right now.
I'd also note that
humiliation just seems to me to be like one manifestation of interest in power dynamics, which is extremely pervasive.
Anyway, very, very interesting statistics there. And
you must be so satisfied to be validated in your research.
Yeah, it's really cool that I make predictions years before.
It's so cool to be validated in your research, and your research is typing questions into Grok, I guess. You know, from what I've seen of Ayla, I don't find her all that problematic. I can't speak to how good her methodology is. You know, I'm just going to throw out there that I Googled, I now see the spelling of her name, and I Googled it, and I scrolled down past her pin post and to her first post that wasn't just like a retweet. And I have to say, I don't want to go deeper down this rabbit hole at all. And I know you might be seeing that you don't find her all that problematic. I find this to be maybe one of the most absolutely problematic things I've seen. So I'm just going to, I having known nothing about this person, this all, to me, adds up to just, again, why I am utterly disgusted with this entire conservative melting pot of like projection fetishism. You know, I'm not touching that.
Before they begin to become validated by the field, and then the field begins to validate them. And one day somebody will come out there and be like, I discovered that arousal and disgust are actually using the same fundamental system. And this is how, and I'd be like, Malcolm came up with all of this years ago. But it also shows that when progressives pretend to not be disgusted by something, when progressives pretend to not be like icked by something, it is just that. They are.
Yeah, this entire video is just to try and prove that, like, when progressive straight men say they aren't disgusted by gay men, they're lying. That, you know, that's the underlying message of literally all of this. That is what they were trying to back up. And genuinely, we're just right back where we started, where that study they referenced just measured saliva production, specifically an enzyme in the saliva that is produced when the sympathetic nervous system is activated.
Pretending this is not real. They are actually even the most tolerant person. And I actually think that this is a bad thing, because what it leads people to believe is I'm accepting of this population.
You produce more of a specific enzyme in your saliva. And they're trying to use that to say, yes, all straight people who are progressive are lying when they say they're not disgusted by gay people.
Yet I still feel gross when I see them do this. Therefore, there must be something wrong with this population. I mean, that's what disgust evolved in us to instigate, right? Like disgust at like a person with leprosy or something who's like falling apart.
It was about personal safety, and then there's this big problem with
disgust by dead bodies and poo and everything like that. Continue.
Yeah. But then there's also the problem of people intuitively, though it's not always correct, associating disgust with poor morality. And I think, I mean, you see this more with spoken versus unspoken progressive behaviors around race, where like they're like, oh, you know, like other races that are not white are really, really important. We have to protect them. And yet they don't hire them, they don't work with them, they don't live with them. And then, you know, on the other hand, like conservatives don't have
yeah, that was always lurking underneath all this too. It's I wasn't expecting it to come out this late, but like, damn. Okay.
Have anything to say, and yet they hire them, they work with them, they live with them. Like there's.
By the way, to get an idea of how bad this is, there was a recent study done on DEI positions, and only 3.8% of DEI positions are held by Africans.
Can I just ask where you got the study from?
African Americans. This is hilarious. That's well less than their percentage in the
Again, can I have where you got that from?
Population, and it just shows that this is like a white woman thing. The entire field of this progressive urban monoculture is white women. I love the white women.
But yeah, DEI benefited white women the most. But also, that's because it was a framework designed to prevent lawsuits against companies. That is what DEI was. It's a framework so that they can say, see, we don't have a racist company culture. We brought in Robin DiAngelo to lecture our workforce. And so you can't sue us for, insert minority group category, because you see, look at how welcoming we are.
Women for Harris.
DEI also has that A at the end for accessibility. And a lot of people forget that. And that's true. DEIA also benefits veterans and the disabled. But something tells me these people also aren't huge fans of the disabled and would probably yeet every disabled person into, the fire. Along with the gays. Because, they're hateful.
It's so good. That was such a moment.
Yeah,
amazing.
It turned out that they were the only ones who supported Harris. The Hispanics were not super excited. Blacks voted for her less than Biden. Keep on, blacks voted.
Hearing this guy say blacks with that amount of emphasis is alarming. To me, I mean, maybe people will get this. It reminds me of Piers's dad from the show Community.
Everybody, this is my father, Cornelius Hawthorne.
Oh, I always assumed your father was dead, just mathematically.
Well, Mom liked to pretend that was the case.
These are your friends, Pierce?
Hello.
Minorities, Jewesses, and the unseasonably tan?
That is inappropriate. And maybe you'll give that more weight since I'm white.
You've got a wide brow. What are you, Scandinavian?
Yeah, Swedish.
Swedish dogs. Your blood is tainted by generations of race mixing with Laplanders. You're basically Finns.
Anyway,
voted for her. They
that's
did not
these guys.
Like Harris.
Well, there was that famous black journalist meeting during the election when Trump spoke with them. Was willing to speak with what he expected to be a fairly antagonistic audience.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh yeah, now Kamala's black when it's convenient for her. And the progressive.
She was black the entire time, you ding-dongs. What the hell?
And mainstream media rolled that quote out again and again to act as though this was an outrageous thing, but you actually hear chuckles from the audience.
Yeah,
it's not dead silence. They're kind of like, I mean,
routine.
Yeah, very interesting.
I completely agree, and I think that was really interesting. So, do you have anything changed for you on learning this response that the progressive men who say they're not experiencing it are most likely lying?
That's just not the case. You can actually, like the authors of the study acknowledge the shortcomings of the study to actually prove the thing he is saying that this proves.
It just reminds me of how my progressive upbringing was, where there were a lot of things that secretly disgust me and I had to pretend that I was okay with them. And that was really, it was really tough. And it honestly led to poorer mental health because I felt there was a variety of things that I wished I could do something about. like, I really, I don't want to do this. I don't want to go here. But if I avoid going here, or if I don't do this thing,
What the fuck is she talking about?
will involve an admission, even if it's an unspoken admission, that I have a problem with this thing. And therefore I'm not, like, my values aren't right. I need to like correct myself. And it caused a lot of stress and a lot of cognitive.
Was there a part of your consciousness, maybe like a conscience, telling you shouldn't be bigoted towards people, and now you're feeling really relieved because you no longer feel like you have an obligation to not be bigoted? That's crazy.
Dissonance. And after meeting you and after sort of getting permission to feel what I felt, I just felt so much relief. And we just
what was it that you felt? Was it disgust towards gay people? Because I feel like that's what you're trying to say here.
Did another episode on mental health and progressives being poor, and I do think that's a part of it. Is maybe part of the reason why progressive mental health is worse is that there's more of them are forced to lie to themselves in a way that causes cognitive.
Again, the lie that they're talking about is saying that they're not disgusted by gay people. These people are horrid.
Dissonance and distress, and it prevents them from addressing problems that would be fairly easy to address.
Absolutely. Yeah. Anyway,
I love that, because they're basically saying the way to address being disgusted by gay people is just to be disgusted by gay people. That's how to fix it. That's how you should be, actually, scientifically.
What am I eating for dinner tonight?
Tonight is taquitos.
Thank you. You do great taquitos. Are you going to put some cheese in?
Obviously.
Make it extra sharp.
What cheese do we have? Ooh. I don't know if we have extra sharp cheese.
You can use the cheese I bought at the store.
Yeah, actually, so you didn't realize this, I guess.
Why isn't the video over? Why is the video continuing?
But you had an open one of those already.
We didn't use some of that.
You think it would be okay? It's a hard cheese, isn't it? I mean, maybe it melts. I don't know how it melts. Do you know how it melts?
It melts.
It does? Okay. I haven't worked with that kind of cheese before. I will finally grate it using a lemon zester.
And even if it doesn't melt, it doesn't need to be grated. I can bite into cheese.
But it's taquitos. If you can't roll them, if like a sharp shard of cheese breaks a delicate corn tortilla.
Whatever you want.
What the fuck is happening? This is like a bad acid trip.
How dare you? Oh, no. This has to be done right. We can't use American cheese, though, so we will find a way. We will find a way.
What a sweet baby.
She's very sweet.
Love you to death.
The only way he can connect with her is over the internet.
Yes.
I love you too. Thanks for being a shot caller. It's one of the things we respect most in this world, and I love it about you. Okay, Speaking of ozone, by the way, I was just listening to this Andrew Huberman podcast episode in which he speaks with a dentist, like a dental specialist, and she uses ozone in her dental treatments, which is really interesting. Like when she's putting sealants on teeth, she'll use ozone to make sure that there's no...
Yeah, by the way, there is literally no scientific evidence that ozone therapy does anything, and it could actually fuck you up. So don't fall for this ozone therapy shit. This is like rich people being conned into, like, I don't know, putting a jade egg into their hoo-has.
No, like bacterial growth or something.
Really? It's like that good at killing bacteria? We recently...
No, it's antiviral, it's antibacterial, it's antifungal. So it's the best. So the reason why people don't use ozone gas more in their homes to remove odors and kill bacteria and bugs and other things is, one, if you have houseplants, they're gone. Two, it can, through prolonged exposure, cause degradation of wires, rubber, and some fabrics.
You know, if you're pumping a gas into your home that can kill your plants, maybe that's also not a gas you should breathe. I'm just throwing that out there as like a, basic logical conclusion.
So it's not something you want to use every day, every week. It's maybe once a year in a room, once every 6 months.
But you had a bed bug scare because of a hotel we were at. You had bites that looked like bed bug bites, and then you just ozoned everything after that. You're
Nuked
like, "I'm not gonna deal with it.
Nuke it. Yes. And I'm so glad. Yeah, we bought ourselves an ozone machine on Amazon during the pandemic at the behest of one of our friends who thought that it would be really effective, and we kind of never used it. And I'm so glad we had it. And also our rooms really smell fresh now, so it's great.
If it kills bed bugs, why are you breathing it? An excellent question. Now, I would love to say that our journey here ends, but that would be a lie. That would be a lie, because chat has continued this journey with this incredible find over on the old Wayback Machine. And by the Wayback Machine, I mean Huffington Post. How I proposed to my girlfriend on Reddit. Yesterday, I proposed to my girlfriend of a year and a half. I didn't take her to a nice restaurant, on a romantic walk along a beach, or pop the question during halftime at a major sporting event. I proposed to her online as Sir Technocracy on Reddit by Malcolm Collins. That's right. That's the guy we just watched talk about dogs fucking each other and how males who get erections are naturally submissive. Anyway, also the founder of artcorgi.com, which I'm not going to touch due to the aforementioned thing that I just said. How I proposed to my girlfriend over Reddit. Yesterday, I proposed to my girlfriend for a year and a half. Okay, I'm not going to reread what I just read. I did so through 21 commissioned art pieces from 18 artists around the world, each representing different artistic styles or fandoms that play an important role in our relationship, which to a great extent grew around nerd and online communities. These commissions were placed through the popular online art community DeviantArt. After going through around 4,500 online artists, I selected those who I thought could add the most diversity to the collection and sent them an album featuring pictures of us as a couple, requesting that they use them for inspiration in proposal-themed pieces. Once I had commissioned the pieces, I had to find a way to get them in front of my girlfriend, Simone H. Smith, who uses her name Lady Technocracy on Reddit during her daily routine. My plan was to post them to r/pics. However, the subreddit has a rule against posts targeted at specific individuals. To reduce the likelihood of this important post being taken down or buried, I decided to post a proposal to r/advice animals as well. To post to r/advice animals, you have to use memes, advice animal image macros. So I created a proposal themed series of image macros early yesterday morning that would resonate with the Reddit community, linked to the series of illustrations I commissioned, and gain enough traction on Reddit to reach Lady Technocracy without being taken down for breaking the rules. I was going to leave as little up to chance as possible and had about 10 pages of pre-written replies and cross posts to other subreddits to ensure that at least one post would make it to the front page. Both of my initial posts made it to the front of their respective subreddit and one to the default front page of Reddit. After making the posts, I hid in the next room. We lived together and waited for her to make a noise so I could jump out and do the whole one knee thing. It took a couple of hours for the Advice Animals post to make the front page. After seeing the post and having me propose to her, Lady Technocracy, Simone Smith in real life, was completely overwhelmed. She ran up to me and hugged me, almost in tears, for what had to be almost between 1 and 3 minutes. I had to remind her she needed to say yes or no. She responded with a quick yelp of yes. I will marry you. Now give me the shiny thing. And yeah, this apparently got quite a bit of traction in a lot of places. Oh boy. I now pronounce you neckbeard and wife. He wrote this article, just as an FYI. He called himself a fucking neckbeard. Again, this feels like a humiliation fetish. Why spend money on commissioned art? Incredible stuff. I'm not reading the entirety of this article. I refuse. You cannot make me, and I won't. That being said, we've got one last post here. This is again from Malcolm Collins. And just gonna throw this up. Of all the TV shows, movies, and books I have enjoyed, one of the most engrossing fictional universes and passionate fandoms I've encountered comes in the form of a fan fiction. Not just any fan fiction, but one combining the universes of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, and the Fallout video game series known as Fallout Equestria. I am not the only one who's enamored by this epic work of fan fiction. Hundreds of fan fictions have been written about Fallout Equestria, along with thousands of pieces of fan art, a few dozen songs, and about a dozen fan-made Fallout Equestria video games are in the works. One still in progress, derivative of the original fanfiction, Fallout Equestria Project Horizons, is around 1.2 million words long already. Many of the fan art pieces in this article are of characters from Project Horizons. To put that in perspective, the word count of the entire Lord of the Rings series is 0.473 million. And yeah, this man is very, very. If My Little Pony's your thing, it's not my thing, but that's okay, right? If you're into Fallout Equestria, that's not my thing, okay? But it's okay if it's your thing. The thing I'm going to say, though, is that if you are a white supremacist, eugenicist, neo-Nazi type individual, and you also happen to be a gigantic brony who has gone so far down the rabbit hole that you are posting about a Fallout-themed My Little Pony fan fiction that is 3 times as long as the entirety of Lord of the Rings, and you make YouTube videos about how animals fuck, I'm gonna come to some conclusions about that. That's all I'm saying here, okay? I'm gonna come to some conclusions. And like, I don't think that it's unfair of me to like judge you a bit based on this information that I have. And I think it's really weird that you want to combine all of that to produce like a legion of children you view as genetically superior to everyone else. And like, again, nothing about My Little Pony or Fallout is Magic or whatever is that, or Friendship is Magic, whatever you want to call it. I have nothing against people who like that. Okay? Like it's probably a delightful show. I haven't gotten super into it. It's just not my thing. But like, y'all are talking about like how gay people are disgusting you, and like you believe that it's just like, you know, science. It is the natural order of things to be bigoted towards gay people and trans people, and like you justify all of this bigotry for people who just want to live their lives. And like y'all are doing this shit? That's weird to me. Like, I don't know. I feel like if you are into a niche subculture or subgenre of thing, you should be more open than others might be. Like, that should be, you should be that the same way friendship is magic, and like you should recognize the differences that may separate different types of ponies from other types of ponies, but then together they can overcome their differences through the power of friendship and understanding. One would think that a show built around understanding other types of creatures, even creatures that aren't ponies, like little dragons or bicorns or unicorns, or princesses that live in the sky, like Celestia herself with her majestic abilities and powers. One might think that would lead someone to a more loving and accepting point of view, rather than what ultimately befell these two self-proclaimed neckbeards, which is hatred and bigotry. You know? And my message to folks is just, don't be like this. Don't be like that. Jack knows a suspicious amount of My Little Pony. No, I don't. Who told you that? They're liars.
Have you seen Them's Fighting Herds?
I have seen Them's Fighting Herds. It looks like a very good fighting game. Is it out? But, and I do see the comment over on Twitch, grow some media literacy from Like-a-Two Hunter 008, or 006, my bad. And yes, but the thing is, these people are completely illiterate. Like, these people are very media illiterate. The fact that they came to all of these conclusions and then their curiosity was sated by someone posting on Twitter and searching Grok, like, nah. They do not have the ability to critically understand media or be literate in that way. And that's one of the key failings of our entire educational system, you know? So anyway, I do not want to go down this rabbit hole any further. These people disgust me, but I do want to say, I hope you all enjoyed this like 2-hour long deep dive into, like, it had everything. You know, it had twists, it had turns, you guys didn't know where this was going. You didn't know we would wind up here, did you? And yet here we are. And you know what? We got here and I'm even more warm and cozy because I have my goddamn cloak. Don't let that woman ruin cloaks for you. Also, don't let that woman or that man ruin My Little Pony for you, or any of the other things depicted in their proposal images that they clearly never understood, like Adventure Time, or, I mean, it looked like they may have had a weird obsession with Death Note at one point, and that completely checks out, because I bet both of these people fantasize about having the ability to just write a name into a journal and kill anyone they want. That seems like something they get rock hard for.
This survey feels like it needs peer review. A long peer review off a very short peer.
And there will never be a better time for me to do this sound drop.
That was some weird shit.
And I think that is that about wraps it up. Holy shit. Folks, that was Hillary Clinton saying that was some weird shit. But folks, if you've been enjoying today's stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats if you feel so inclined to support what I do here. We will get to the Australian debates tomorrow, but I have now been going for over 7.5 hours and I'm out of juice. It is 4 o'clock in the morning. There are sometimes your segments leave me sitting here going, "The fuck was that?" I told you guys this is one of the more weird ones we've had. Plus, she's never worked with sharp cheddar. Did she say that? Did I if she did, I tuned it out. And I know that over in YouTube chat, we had some rocky moments with people coming in here and being assholes, but thank you all for bearing with us. And thank you to the mods for doing a great job kicking them out, kicking them to the curb. I think it is more effective sometimes when we get like that consistent attention for you guys to just take them out without me acknowledging them. Sometimes they like the acknowledgement a bit too much. They keep coming back. Whew. Will we even be able to sleep after this? I will. I'll be out. And I'm out. Good night, chimps. See you all tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean later today. Bye. Boop, 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 boop.
Come. Found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come, and that's not coming. The rest of the comes, but that's just come on. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come! There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come! Come! It commands obedience. Come!